This story begins with a boy waking up in disbelief to find himself inside the game he just finished, possessing a minor character. This is the heroic legends of Aram, a world of great wizards, warriors, and monsters set within an academy, where hundreds of events, devastations, and the apocalypse itself will unfold. While admiring this new world, he is confident that everything will be resolved thanks to the main character, Sijo, whom they seek out at the starting point. They find him sitting in a park, agitated, and shouting incoherently about food, his interests, and powers from other games. With that, our cheerful protagonist jumps on him, taking his hand to excitedly tell him that both of them are possessed. And so begins his journey with Sijo, who has the advantage of being the main character, allowing him to face great rivals while being infinitely superior to our protagonist. And although this possessed version of Sijo knows nothing about the game, not even how to open his status window, the protagonist compensates for his lack of experience by suggesting statistics to improve his mage build, and telling him they will soon find a book of techniques. He asks him to trust in his knowledge of every single route in the game, feeling like a professional, without noticing a demonic dog approaching from behind. Sijo rescues him by forming a magical chain that destroys the monster, asking his friend if he is okay. The protagonist is clearly fine, smiling as he deals blows to the other appearing monsters, forming an excellent duo thanks to Sijo's advantages as the main character and the protagonist's game knowledge. They manage to save many people by defeating great monsters, getting closer and closer to preventing the apocalypse and returning to their own world. That is how the protagonist remembered it, as they both rested on a mountain of defeated monsters, where Sijo shared his special elixir with his friend. The protagonist was happy, though disappointed that his team consisted only of men, even though the game also functioned as a dating simulator. Sijo pushed all the girls away or only included them out of necessity, complaining about parties full of muscle and sweat. That was when the protagonist reflected that he should have been suspicious of this, and of the clear pattern of accumulated red flags, such as the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor being eliminated before the entrance ceremony, or that the game's first boss had disappeared. This gave way to a series of mysteries, disappearances, and bloody murders that altered the original plot, exposing Sijo's true twisted personality behind his pleasant smile. It all came to a head that day when the protagonist looked in terror at the staff of Marie, a heroine they had never met, hanging in a trophy room. He had followed Sijo after suspecting his night escapades, where he found other objects, such as Odachi, the sword of another heroine named Alice, the hammer of Jaeger, and the spellbook of Lark, characters who had also appeared. His fear intensified when he saw a giant tank before him containing the preserved body of a girl he recognized as Mare, without realizing that the psychopath Sijo had appeared behind him, annoyed that his secret hiding place had been discovered. Ignoring all of the protagonist's protest about his cruel acts, Sijo justified them in the name of what the madman called efficiency. He was keeping the demon and vampire to harness their blood as a potent elixir, which the protagonist had drunk many times. Upon hearing this, the protagonist falls to his knees in disgust, asking why. Sijo emotionlessly replied that he was simply looking for the most efficient route, as the protagonist's heroic route annoyed him for protecting people who couldn't be manipulated and for refusing to get rid of those he considered a nuisance. Sijo justified himself by stating that this would make him the best player. His demented smile terrified the protagonist, who felt used and realized Sijo had never been a rookie. He asked how many people he had eliminated, receiving the grim answer: nearly 100. This was the breaking point for the protagonist, who lunged at him, calling him an inhuman bastard. For Sijo, however, he had only eliminated worthless NPCs. Frustrated, the protagonist slams him against the tank. Watching the psychopath continue to smile, he accuses him of letting his supposed efficiency lead him to take parts he doesn't even know how to use and to create a disturbing farm with a girl, instead of simply making the elixir from his mixing window. He claims that Sijo was really just looking for an excuse to unleash his psychopathic tendencies. Finally, the madman snapped, smashing the protagonist's head into the tank. Enraged, he demanded thanks for protecting him all this time, looking at him with a psychopathic gaze and asking him to treat him as his everything, his world, basically his god, instead of worrying about what he literally called bitches. This finally makes the protagonist understand. He writhes on the floor in shame that Sijo is in love with him. He tries to get away, asking him not to switch sides so quickly. Understanding now why he usually recruited men, Sijo tells him that they are only for looking. He loves only one, the protagonist. The protagonist tries to run desperately from the yandere boy, not getting very far before magical tentacles catch him, leaving him in a humiliating position before Sijo. Sijo claims him as his own, asserting that the protagonist is the only real person in that world, and with no possibility of escape. The protagonist finds himself trapped while Sijo prepares for the final part of the game, promising that when it is all over, they will be together forever in that fake world. The protagonist has no choice but to wait for Sijo to finish the final boss and complete his tragic fate, but when the screen marks that Sijo has lost, this leaves the boy trapped in his confinement, not knowing what will happen to him now. Closing his eyes, he wakes up right where he started, having gone back 3 years in the past. Weeping and trembling with frustration, he promises that this time he will eliminate Sijo. Thus we move to the Rodion River incident, where a dam would collapse, causing a flood that wiped out the entire village and left thousands of water monsters and people dead. In the face of the disaster, Sijo only laughed with excitement, terrifying the protagonist, who did not notice the clear psychopathic tendencies of his friend, who was only thinking about reaping all the experience from the disaster. Remembering his true face, an emotionless homicidal monster, he realizes he must stop him. The protagonist takes advantage of the fact that they are at the same level, knowing he must prevent them from entering Merkava Academy, where the madman will become invincible. He thinks that Sijo is not yet the monster he knew, doubting he will have another chance to defeat him. Desperately running through the mushroom-filled forest, we move on to the tutorial mission, where they must rescue people in a broken-down carriage. Gaio eliminates a unicorn rabbit, while a girl humbly thanks Sijo, who appears kind at that moment, when the driver warns that the carriage has been repaired. The knights Leon and Laura prepare to continue their journey and are ready to leave, when a giant log is thrown straight at them. Barely saves Laura, escaping the brutal attack and rising to fight a rival who, by its cries, they recognize as a rank 4 werewolf. Just at that moment, the protagonist arrives in the distance, thinking he couldn't prevent the massacre, and arrived too late, as the wolf has brutally mauled Laura with its claws. Leon tries to restrain it while the carriage and Sijo escape, but the future psychopath wants to stay to help him. At the same time, a female figure with a sword appears from among the trees. Like the protagonist, she is waiting to confirm whether she is facing the original Sijo, who will save the world, or the possessed madman who arrived in the world alongside him. It is this madman who faces the colossal wolf, which has already nearly eliminated Leon. The swordswoman intervenes, attacking the werewolf, though she cannot do much, falling right in front of Sijo to protect him. The protagonist recognizes her as Alice, the second daughter of the Arden line, possessor of one of the 6 blades of the Sword Emperor. She focuses on the wolf, unaware that Sijo stabs her in the back with poison, confirming the protagonist's suspicions. The confused girl looks at the sadistic boy, who smiles, pretending it was an accident, and leaves her at the mercy of the wolf. To the madman's surprise, the girl manages to defend herself more than he expected, resisting the wolf's blows and barely staying on her feet. Terrified, she activates her perfect footwork. Sijo understands that the girl is about to win, something that clearly does not suit him, and lunges with his dagger at the innocent girl, who barely manages to dodge the blow, furious, because she truly believed the first wound was an accident. With her distracted, the wolf attacks, until she somehow manages to stop it by driving her sword into its head. However, she is bitten by the wolf's inert body, which ends up crushing her, leaving the dying girl at the mercy of the demented boy, who claims the blade, even though he cannot even use it. With a sadistic smile, he remembers that he can gain experience if he eliminates its owner, so he approaches the dying girl, who looks at him blankly, about to be executed. Out of nowhere, a spore of dust hits him in the face, disrupting him, and he enters the shadows of the forest to look for his attacker, while several unicorn rabbits race toward him. The protagonist explains that the mushrooms he picked earlier are spores that attract monsters, basically marinating Sijo to be devoured by the creatures he is trying to defend himself against. The protagonist takes advantage of this to get the girl out of there and return for a wolf fang. However, he is surprised by Sijo, who appears behind him after eliminating the monsters. Surprised to stand in front of the boy he recognizes as Corin, the protagonist confirms that Sijo does not recognize him. Taking advantage of this, he suggests that he hold his sword properly, distracting him long enough to throw dust in his eyes. Blinded, Sijo swings his sword frantically, while Corin remains calm. Despite the psychopath's lack of experience, Corin knows Sijo is still stronger than him, so he takes every opportunity to attack with the fang and force him to retreat. The protagonist continues his frantic attack, overwhelming Sijo with constant blows, until Sijo only notices the fang and not the dagger he suddenly pulls out, stabbing him in the shoulder and making Sijo cry out in pain. The protagonist tries to finish him off with the fang, but is stopped at the last second, only piercing Sijo's hand, who holds it until Corin's strength wins, driving the fang into his neck. Seeing him dying, he thanks him for his help and for becoming stronger in the afterlife. While life escapes Sijo's eyes, Corin takes the opportunity to clarify that he does not regret having eliminated him. As the game enters an error state, the system, having lost its main player, calculates the chances of crossing the story with the second option, Corin, successor of the martial master. The protagonist is glad to see that he will finally have a statistics window, momentarily forgetting the dying girl next to him. She does not seem well, showing all the symptoms of the royal tree frog poison. And she also has a fang stuck in her abdomen, forcing Corin to detoxify her and stop the bleeding. A strange process begins. First, he presses on the girl's wound, then he looks for something she can bite to keep from hurting her tongue. Having no better idea, he uses a corpse's arm. Then, for some reason, he takes off his shirt and adapts an unusual potion to extract the fang. While doing so, he ponders why he traveled to the past, changing the course of events by eliminating the main player and saving someone he never knew. For the moment, that seems enough, but he still must create the antidote. While the dying girl asks for the name of her savior, Corin prefers that she sleep until he finishes preparing the antidote, thinking it is better that no one knows who he is for the time being. He observes how the story has changed, since the protagonist was supposed to solve the incidents at the academy and become the hero who would save the world from the countless monsters and the final boss, a task Sijo was meant to fulfill. Only, if Sijo had tried to save the world in his past life, it had only been to avoid being destroyed along with it. Now that Corin has eliminated the central character of the story, he must take this story into his own hands. But he is in deep trouble, thinking that the system has it out for him, restricting his access to all player systems like stat windows, inventory, and others. He must now survive solely on his knowledge of the future and his only virtue, his hard training over those 3 years to his limits. He draws a rune on the ground, which generates a circle of fire. Vows can be as simple as eating chicken, though that would hardly provide power. Therefore, his vow must be much more complicated and must be fulfilled to the end. He chooses never to ignore the suffering of good people. This will increase his stats every time he completes a mission, but will penalize him if he does not. The next commandment is the restriction, to never perceive spirits. In this world, spirits are material elemental entities. If he breaks this rule, he will suffer excessive damage. In turn, the restriction acts as protection against them. Finally, the most dangerous part is the oath, the main reason why neither the previous player nor Corin had used this magic before, as it represents the warrior's greatest ambition. Now, with confidence, he swears he will save the world, completing the binding of the commandments to his body, making him scream in pain and receiving the warning that if he breaks the vows, his fate will be death. Later, Alice wakes up in a hospital, filled with pain, and a nurse asks her where her savior is. He has just left. She tries to go after him, but clearly cannot due to all her wounds. She finds only the belt with which he applied pressure to her wound. For some reason, this leads her to ask the nurse where they sell candy, to which the nurse replies that her diet is stew-based. 3 days later, Corin arrives at the academy ready for the opening event. While looking for his student pass, he finds a letter from his father, who tells him how proud he is and hopes he will help many people. These words move Corin, who recalls that 3 years ago, his relationship with his family did not start well. However, feeling at home, he eventually loved his family and the game, which always distinguished him from the psychopath Sijo. At the train station, many new students arrive at the academy, receiving a kind welcome from a girl with blue hair and a basket, cheerfully greeting everyone. She is Marie, who is greeting the train and offering a potato. Marie is a second-year student and a first-class mage adored by everyone thanks to her brilliant personality. However, Corin knows that many misfortunes will happen in this world, and a series of events will change Marie, turning her into the boss of the first act. For now, the girl cheerfully says goodbye to everyone on the train after having handed out all her potatoes. Meanwhile, Corin heads to the academy's assembly hall, where a magic circle appears above them, terrifying the students who are being transported to another place. In the midst of the chaos, a voice speaks to them. With a tone of disappointment at their easy fright, Corin, far from being intimidated, recognizes the voice as an old acquaintance who has a habit of turning everything into training. He recalls how, in this world, the main enemies are the tribe of evil, against whom superhumans capable of using aura and mana can fight. These warriors are trained at Merkava Academy. They reach their destination where a handsome and muscular professor named Fermac from the night faculty appears. Corin is happy to see him again, but the professor does not seem to share his enthusiasm, observing the students with disdain, noting that many believe they are special upon entering the academy when they are nothing more than mere mortals. He plans to measure their levels by forcibly opening their status windows, including Corin's, who observes that all his levels are very low, ranking him in 6th place. The professor asserts that they must be trained based on that number, to Corin's shame as he is among the weakest. The professor, enjoying the humiliation, wishes them luck in a mocking tone. From above, a blonde woman intervenes, stating that he should not test those who belong to the 1st or 2nd rank, among whom are Alice, the druid Yule, the mercenary swordmaster Drone, the sorcerer Cranel, and the only rank 1 student, the celestial Yaksha Waran, a woman with a demonic aura who unsettles the blonde instructor, who wonders how her entry was permitted. An arrogant elder suggests getting rid of the rank 6 students, and perhaps the rank 5s as well, which infuriates the instructor. With a stern attitude, she reminds him to obey the director's instructional orders. The dissatisfied elder obeys, initiating the combat, and a huge box of weapons is placed in front of the students. And it is announced that monsters will soon appear. Corin observes the situation, realizing the utopian nature of the test. He thinks about how they are expected to face monsters without training. Looking for the weapons box, he remembers that most will opt for simpler options, like a sword, exactly what he did on his first attempt. With time running out and the arrival of grade 5 hounds marked, Corin prepares, knowing that wielding a sword is much harder than it looks, no matter how cool it seems. Therefore, he chooses the best option for novices, a spear which he throws at the first of the hounds. Terrified, the others attack in a group, but they are quickly eliminated by the confident protagonist, who makes use of his experience. Having finished quickly, Corin waits for the next wave of monsters, but time passes and nothing happens. His confident pose turns into a desperate caricature as he thinks the system has bugged. Meanwhile, the other cadets run, cry, and are crushed by the hounds, disappointing the arrogant elder, who feels he is wasting his time with the rank 6 students. However, he notices Corin sitting and yawning, believing he has not yet fed spawned monster, so he summons them again, only for Corin to quickly eliminate them again. The elder, focused on observing the higher ranks, does not see what happened. He returns to see Corin bored and almost falling asleep, thinking the system must be malfunctioning, something that, according to a higher-ranking elder, had never happened in 20 years. The arrogant elder insists, again summoning monsters to prove his point, but is silenced when Corin, annoyed by the repetition, eliminates them in a single attack, setting a new record. The astonished elders ask Fermac what the record for the highest rank is. He replies that it is 3 minutes, leaving the arrogant elder speechless. Still skeptical, he attributes Corin's success to a stroke of luck. Passing to the next level, a rank 4 boar, which Corin turns into shredded meat in 3 seconds. Then it sends a rank 3 owlbear. This one gives the protagonist trouble as its blows are too strong, forcing him to dodge since his attacks have no effect. Finally, he takes distance and activates fire rune magic, roasting the half-bird. The magic used alerts the other professors while Corin continues to deal with the monster, now engulfed in flames and resisting falling. Luckily, the flames blind it, which Corin uses to jump and finish it off with a single direct blow to the head. The taller elder, astonished, recognizes that Corin is no ordinary student and regrets that the test reached such a level. Excited, he wonders how Corin will face the evil spirits. However, the boy, despite feeling the summoning, sees nothing, assuming it is a spirit he cannot perceive due to his restriction, and waits a minute. When nothing happens, he gives up, leaving the room and cheerfully greeting the smug elder. Once outside, all the cadets talk about their achievements, some barely advancing a couple of rounds, others bragging about defeating all the monsters, among them a tattooed, muscular blonde named Jaeger, whom the protagonist recognizes as a smug person who seeks to fight the game's main character from the beginning. However, the psychopath Sijo had eliminated him because he was bored. Corin recognizes that while the blonde is annoying and arrogant, such an attitude is common among teenagers. And also present, badmouthing them, was a small boy named Lark, who has a great inferiority complex. In the game's history, he also ended up trying to annoy Sijo and met his end like Peter. They are now interrupted by the voice of director Ariu Kassar, who is giving them a motivational speech, talking about how they are there to take the first step, even if they don't know if they will achieve their goals. Wishing the best for all students who listen attentively, marks the end of his speech. He says goodbye with a big smile. After dispersing, Jaeger approaches Lark to mock him for his rank, who can do nothing until Corin appears, hugging Jaeger as if he had known him for years, and begins to admire his tattoos, especially one that indicates his blood type in case of emergency. Excited, Jaeger tells him that his mother is an expert tattoo artist who designed them, talking cheerfully about his style. While Corin recalls how in his past, Jaeger's mother cried in despair looking for her missing son. This moves Corin, but now he sees Jaeger as an excessively cheerful boy who boasts of his tattoos. The blonde introduces himself as a good friend to Corin and ends up including Lark, filling the conversation with laughter and fun. Alice watches the scene, surprised by the way the protagonist calmed the bullying and seeing him as a good person. Meanwhile, Corin observes him as a manipulative demon who had also managed to gain Lark's trust, who had memorization skills for learning new techniques, which technically got him a free skill book. And so life begins at the academy, enjoying advantages like free cafeteria food and dorms. However, what interests him most are the training rooms, training places, where the impossible becomes possible. There, he can practice facing spiritual entities, while second-year students are amused to see a novice practicing there. Behind them, Marie watches with great interest, while the protagonist receives a strong, invisible blow to the face and falls to the ground, enduring the spectators' mockery until the tall elder appears behind him and asks why he practices with spiritual beings. The protagonist tries to answer casually but knows the elder suspects him. Observing his gaze, which shifts from serious to that of a good-natured old man who admires his fighting spirit, he gives him food stamps and asks him to look for him when he achieves his goal. More concerned to see the elder as a nice subject, the protagonist decides to continue his training under Marie's gaze. Thus, he returns to combat as best he can against a visible spirit, receiving a strong blow to the ribs that leaves him on the ground. Without energy, a towel falls on him. The one who placed it was Marie, who also carries a glass where she literally creates water. Concerned about all the work the boy has been doing, she asks him to relax, suggesting he will gradually improve and reach his goal next time, but he feels he has no next time. Remembering how 3 years ago, Sijo had all the protagonist advantages, such as a status window, potions, and skill books from the combination window. However, now that he is gone, he cannot afford to give up. He drinks the glass of water, gets up, and continues fighting, looking to see how many of his skills from his other life he can use there. He practices those skills, including the snake stab, the tiger wind swing, his block, mountain twists, and stabs, giving it his all while remembering how he was never strong. He had no magic power or aura. He only had the spear and his knowledge of the future, which were useless against monsters or geniuses. That is why he had to work harder than the rest, that being his best quality, practicing harder than anyone else. Until the spear slips from his hands. Seeing this, Marie thinks he is giving up, but no. Corin is using a special technique to release and catch his spear in a quick motion, which he performs once again, forming his serpentine motion of elusive calamity. A mega spear stroke that ends up raising a huge blast wave around, surprising Marie, who, unable to call it outstanding or strong, is simply left perplexedly grateful at the incredible image of Corin, completely dazzling her. Before he collapses straight to the ground, in complete pain and with his spear broken, Marie runs toward him, while he thinks that the first thing he must fix about his skill is his body. The very next day, as he cheerily shows Marie and the newcomers around the school facilities, Corin thinks of solving his current lack of strength, seeking to raise his physique without relying on Sijo's elixirs. This way, he will not only have an alternative but also the commandments, so he will take advantage of those little moments. Beginning by fulfilling his promise never to ignore the misfortunes of others, observing poor and wretched Lark, whom he decides to invite to eat in a very lively manner. During the meal, they talk about grimoire, surprising the boy by commenting that it is an artifact that allows one to acquire magic or corresponding traits. And so, to find one, they head to the huge library of the Academy, which is supposed to store and transmit the knowledge of humanity to future generations. However, for Corin, it is just a place where the grimoires he is searching for are hidden. The protagonist explains all this to the boy, while Lark replies, agreeing as long as he keeps his promise. Corin seems to accept, intending to keep Lark's spellbook, which is a compilation of all spells and types of magic. Although he knows it will be difficult to use something like that with his mana level, he thinks he could solve it with the grimoire. Starting to throw several books on the floor, annoying Lark, who thinks he is playing, only to turn around and find a secret passage. Not understanding how the protagonist found it, he enters happily. As they walk down a long corridor, Corin reminds Lark to fulfill his promise, which seems to be repelling the evil spirits. Although Lark does not understand how, he does not manage to ask when the protagonist already strikes him with a brutal blow to the face, switching to a more demonic personality, ready for the next phase, and thus checks on the boy, whom he genuinely wanted to help, while also wanting to fulfill the special mission of the place. To find the piece he needs, he must face an enormous and colossal problem. The Duke of Savancia, a special evil spirit which he sees as a very complicated problem, since he must catch a space spirit when he cannot even see an ordinary one, without noticing that it is slowly approaching him, until the Duke launches an attack that passes through Corin without harming him. He remembers that most would fall there, but not him, as he is activated with his restriction. This makes the furious Duke again prepare another mega attack against the protagonist, which also does him no harm. Although in theory Corin knows well that his blows could hurt him, the main problem is that he cannot see him, so he kindly asks him to possess the bow so that they can face each other. Remembering how in this world there are elemental factors capable of changing normal humans into half-demons, such as vampires and werewolves. Just as it happened with the Duke, who one day awoke as a vampire with a thirst for blood that was quenched by a servant. For this reason, he tried to stop his vampiric impulses, failing in the process and becoming a complete monster. Terrified of harming his wife and son, he decided to end up evacuating his family and closing his castle, using magic to seal himself into a book, which is precisely the grimoire Corin is searching for. We return to the present with Lark running at full speed toward the protagonist, who thinks the Duke has become a simple, fiery vampire, remembering the second reason why he chose Lark for this mission. When possessed, the physical power of the host would be elevated to its maximum potential, which, for the protagonist's convenience in Lark's case, is almost zero. This allows him to give him a devastating blow, leaving him unconscious, thinking that in theory, if he eliminates him right now, he could take the best items like the Duke's cape or the vampire armor. Precisely the items Sijo used, which are relevant for the future, but he has no intention of following in the footsteps of that trash. So he starts talking, offering to tell him about his wife and daughter, and what became of their lives after he was sealed, giving him a kind smile that makes the Duke listen attentively to the story. He relates how his wife had passed away some time after leaving the castle, and how his daughter became an excellent adventurer who traveled the world. Seeing the Duke's joy at the story, Corin remembers how, unlike Sijo, he had a kind family, which led him to empathize with the Duke, hoping to help him rest in peace. With the Duke crying after listening to the story, he apologizes for attacking him, although the protagonist knows he was being attacked by the force of the bow, so it does not even count. In the end, Corin obtained the Duke's special soul powder and a grimoire of skills learned just by reading it. Having learned the persistent warrior's generation, which regenerates health while maintaining great willpower, a skill Sijo possessed, Corin could never see why that wretch never got hurt, and at that moment the bow seemed to wake up. Corin asked it to take things slow, explaining that he had been possessed by an evil spirit, whom he also blamed for the tremendous jaw pain the boy had. He silenced his complaints by handing him the grimoire, thrilling him. This gladdens Corin, as he had chosen the bow so he could see the cute reaction of someone achieving their goals after much effort. And with the mission complete, Corin gained 80 experience points, the equivalent of leveling up 16 times in the game. However, not leveling up, he assumed he had only gained the points, so he left the place carrying the small bow, while the system indicated he had gained 40 points for each mission. The bows and the dukes. We go into the training room, where Marie, very animated, distributes potatoes, although she is really looking for the protagonist to ask if he will insist on fighting spirits. With his affirmative answer, she decides to support him with a smile, making the other boys in the place, who belittle the protagonist, jealous. And so the sorceress decides to bet gold that the boy will achieve his goal, forming a small betting group. Faced with Corin's complaints about not being able to train in peace, he switches to absolute concentration mode, wanting to prove how strong he became after the mission. Starting by testing his sinister snake techniques against some weak spirits, thinking it would take a bit of effort at the start. But to everyone's surprise, he eliminated his rival with a single attack. Marie was quick to congratulate him for achieving it on the first attempt with that technique, which worried Corin, noting that he was attracting a lot of attention from the girl, who seems to follow his movements with ease. Nevertheless, she very cheerfully handed him his share of the bets, leaving others crying on the floor for having lost their money. Although at first it seemed that Corin had no interest in money, he ended up accepting it greedily. Recognizing the young sorceress, Marie, during the night they enjoy a late-night snack in the halls, remembering how hard he worked to polish his martial arts, but remaining stuck at the 5th step of enlightenment, still far from the last step, though he is reassured by his current improvement. Seeing that his main problem is not having enough mana to properly use runes, he thinks that will be his next move, until a voice stops him in his tracks. She is the only character he cannot overcome, whom not even Sijo could eliminate. The little priestess Ran, whom he prefers to ignore. However, she will not let him go, claiming she knows well that the body he inhabits is not his, making the protagonist go cold upon being discovered. She relates that Ran came from the Yanchi class, beings formed from corpses composed of human souls and monsters, thanks to which she possessed the ability of one of her eyes that could see between life and death, distinguishing the colors of souls, making it easy for her to discern the secret of the protagonist. With a serious expression, she asked Corin how to crush the original soul of the body he inhabited. However, a carefree Corin replied that he did not know. And although he knows that was a great trauma in his past life, he must now debate who he really was. Whether it was Corin himself with the memories of the kinesiologist who entered military service, or vice versa. He concludes that it is useless to keep rationalizing, as his case is very different from Ran's, since she was born in that body. The girl confronts him furiously for having usurped a body to which he has no right. The protagonist has no better idea than to tell her the story of a guy from his world named Bruce, who turns into a green giant when he gets angry and whose personalities hate each other, something Rand clearly does not understand. But Corin's point was clear in his case, both the original soul and his own were coexisting, forming a new entity that was born in that body, and the act of being born is not a sin. A furious Rand claims that in this world the very act of being born like that is considered a sin, leading to their final exchange of glances before Corin simply retreats. The next day, the protagonist arrives at the south side of the academy early in the morning to see the board where large or small jobs are listed for leveling up. However, his attention is now centered on Alice, who is observing the board very concentrated, remembering that he does not have much information about her thanks to Sijo. He greets her, causing her to jump in fear as she returns the greeting. Curious, Corin asks why she is so interested in the missions if she has a good rank. Embarrassed, Alice confesses that she needs money. Corin reminds her that in theory she should receive a scholarship, but she explains, somewhat regretfully, that she cannot receive that benefit due to belonging to a wealthy family. Furthermore, her family's libertarian style forces her to earn her own money, as she does not receive a penny from her parents. This makes the protagonist feel sorry for her, so he suggests she take a patrol mission, which is relatively simple and very well paid. Excited, she accepts and asks to go together, but he has other plans, not wanting to waste all his rest. He looks for something easier, such as rescuing a spoiled kitten to return to its family, not for experience or pay but for the commandment. For by rescuing the kitten from the monsters and taking it to its little owner, he has saved a life and prevented the girl from becoming depressed, activating the commandment and gaining 5 points. Upon confirming what he suspected, Corin laughs maniacally, scaring the girl, as he realizes he can earn points by performing trivial good deeds. Corin began a hunt for good deeds, saving a bullied girl, retrieving lost rings, and even stopping to perform a much more important mission according to him. At a charming restaurant, the muscular Korean version of Colonel Sanders was desperate to find an ingredient that would improve the flavor of his chicken. Until, surprisingly, Corin, with a demonic look, suggested adding starch syrup and left quickly. Intrigued, the colonel followed the advice, achieving a surprising result. According to the protagonist, he had created something without which he could never live again: fried chicken. To his surprise, he gained 5 points for this. Although he had only sought to satisfy his selfish craving, he was glad to have earned the points, reacting so exaggeratedly that he shouted in the middle of the city like a madman, being watched from a distance by Ran, who considers him a weirdo. Josephine appears, reminding him that he cannot leave without her permission, though the girl ignores her and keeps looking at the horizon, remembering how Corin told her with a smile that being born is not a sin, while others hated her from birth. And so time passed and it came time for the freshmen to take a survival test on the home turf. The goal was to traverse a forest until reaching a cabin. With Corin examining the terrain and thankful that Ran was not participating, Alice appears, very cheerful, thanking him because thanks to his suggestion, she managed to earn enough to survive. Happy for her, Corin gives her a candy, which thrills the girl as if she were a child. Until they are interrupted by the instructor, Madame Josephine, the only mage capable of using spatial magic on so many people. Corin is glad that the Great Witch has not changed. Observing as everyone appears on the home turf, where some start fighting from the beginning, he remembers that the point of the event is a battle royale, where stolen bracelet points accumulate. After going through several combats, he searches for the target with the most points, Alice, on whose candy he placed a tracking rune. He searches for her with a perverted-minded face, while thinking about catching her. On the other hand, outside the forest, Josephine heads out to watch over the boys, until she notices that Ran is missing. The carefree principal notifies her that she entered the forest with a big smile, causing the instructor to panic, while Ran seems to be going after Corin. Alice defeats a group of boys who complain that the girl is too strong, while she complains that they are too weak. Unbeknownst to her, as a boy attacks her from behind, whom she knocks out easily. But this time a blow comes from the forest, courtesy of the sadistic Corin. Although Alice thinks he arrived to save her, he is actually in demon mode, scaring the girl, who cries as she feels betrayed. While the boy suggests she kindly hand over her bracelet, beginning his attack, while remembering that the girl is currently far from being the strongest in her rank, seeing that she remains inferior to the true genius of the family, her sister. But she is strong enough to defeat an entire group of rank 4 and 3 boys, and although in theory Corin could not go against her, he manages to force her back through force. She believes the protagonist has her cornered with his frantic movements, but according to her they leave a small gap and she tries to take advantage of it. Falling into Corin's plan, he blocks her, then sends his weapon downward, leaving her defenseless. With Alice's guard completely exposed, Corin delivers a powerful blow that sends her flying. Alice manages to stop in mid-air thanks to her aura, coming out almost unscathed but somewhat aching. While recovering, she reflects on Corin's technique, who was neither the strongest nor the fastest, but had absolute control over his movements. Meanwhile, Corin, satisfied with having obtained the bracelet, lost interest in the fight and mocked the young woman. However, a loud sound alerted him, moving him quickly to block. A brutal attack coming from a magical ironstone sword that returned to the hands of its owner, Drone Warski, who demanded Corin leave the bracelet and leave. Seeing him, the protagonist remembers how Drone had defeated hundreds of knights without barely receiving damage, recognizing that he was clearly superior to Alice. And he decides he doesn't want trouble with him. Without another alternative, he does the most logical thing in that situation: run at full speed. Drone, confused at first, decides to chase him to recover the blue bracelet, and so a chase begins through the forest with Corin running at full speed, terrified and wondering why a mercenary would pursue him so aggressively. To complicate matters, Alice, still crying, runs after Corin as she does not want to be left alone in the forest. Finally, they reach the drop-off hut, where an orange-haired girl named Crenelle awaits them, who plans to take the bracelet. And Corin finds himself trapped between two overly strong rivals, but he decides not to back down anymore, much to the surprise of Alice, who sees how he prepared for combat as his two adversaries approached ever closer. Sometime later, Corin takes first place with 3 blue bracelets, astonishing the hut attendant, who claims he only had luck. Recalling how, in battle before Alice's astonished gaze, he controlled the sword attacks to direct them against the golem, and then directed the golem against Drone, who neutralized it in the process, leaving only Crenelle for him to deal with. Seeing how he basically pitted them against each other, taking the grand prize, Alice understands that Corin seems to have too much combat experience, and thanks to his control and training, she understands that she must also strive. For his part, Drone, defeated on the ground, remained reflecting. Crenelle, humiliated, received advice from Corin: a golem is too large and slow a target, need a companion to protect it if the giant fails. However, Crenelle replied in a sad voice that she had no friends, leaving her even sadder, and in this way the protagonist remains in the minds of all three for different reasons. Meanwhile, on the playing field, the strongest remains Yule, fighting against the forest monsters, represented by an excessive Marie, who ends up causing a big explosion with her attack, leaving poor Yule soaked and crying, who then presents herself cheerfully, although Marie would later have a problem, running into an annoyed Ran, who was dragging a large number of knocked-out boys who conveniently resemble Corin. The cold girl notices it, understanding who she is looking for. Ran pays no attention to her and passes by, until she is stopped by a wall created by Marie, who, in her monster capacity, cannot let her go, clearly annoying her. Meanwhile, Corin selects his reward from a variety of objects. For his plans, he chooses a mandrake seed, spending almost all his points, and with the remainder, he buys vegetable supplements and earmuffs, leaving the place satisfied. And seeing happily how Jaeger and Lark had also finished the event well, scoring some points by working together. Both, very animated, prepare to continue training, and Corin decides to join them, proposing to bring Cranel to help her find a new golem core, although they end up trying to restore it right there. Meanwhile, Drone surrenders, seeing his weapons broken, and the wounded Alice walks through the forest. Only Yule is missing, who seems to arrive half dead, worrying Corin, who helps her, listening as the girl mentions Marie. Corin thinks that probably the ice genius had overreacted in their confrontation. But the dying green mage asks Marie to escape, while a great stampede of animals occurs. Recalling how the genius Marie, heiress of Josephine, was a skilled warrior who had never fallen into despair, until now, finding herself defeated by a dangerous Ran, whom she tries to contain with elemental magic. Believing that she must keep her promise to the teachers not to use intermediate magic, but she has actually reached the point of using even advanced magic without succeeding in stopping the priestess, who kicks her brutally. Marie fell to her knees, barely conscious, begging her not to come near, trying to defend herself from what was described as something that is not a magician, nor a knight, nor even a monster, but a natural disaster in human form. Marie screamed desperately for her not to come near, just as Josephine appeared, stopping Ran and concerned for her apprentice, who ends up fainting. And so time passes, and Corin sees how that training left many surprises. Like him being victorious as a rank 5 to what happened with Marie, who would end up very hurt in the hospital. He had worried because he thought she was going to be the future final boss, but for the moment she was fine, and Corin thinks he still has time for that event, while he continues his preparations, applying false tears, faking an unrealistic fall, throwing a mandrake seed into the river, and falsely crying out loud until his objective arrives, the one-time event of the Taoist hermit's pond. According to the teachings, it is an old man who made an ancient reflection for those who dropped their axes, helping them to retrieve them, but offering them one of silver and one of gold. This trick worked with weapons but also with different objects, which he himself tested during his time as a player. Starting toward the game, the old man offers him the gold seed, but the protagonist rejects it, repeating the same with the silver one, receiving the original seed again, thanking him with his false tears. For this, the Taoist elder tells him that since he saw no greed and did not accept the better seeds, he will give him all three, thus fulfilling his goal. Now he must worry about the event that will turn Marie into the first boss due to the encounter in the vampire city. Although he does not know how these demonic powers are awakened, he still has time to avoid it. Remembering that this is why he showed his power to the rank 2 students, thinking to arouse their admiration so that they would agree to form a group with him, he seeks to become strong enough to save Marie, who will awaken in a few weeks, although it seems she is already awake. Meanwhile, Corin thinks to help Alice, giving mercenary jobs to Drone, persuading Yule, and bringing Cranel closer, thinking that everything will be a piece of cake as long as there are no unexpected variables. But to add to his luck, there is just one, when Marie wakes up directly as a vampire in front of her companion. And while Ran remembers how Josephine punished her for what she did, remaining confined in a tower where Corin appears hanging upside down, bringing her a dessert. However, Ran is annoyed because he is breaking the rules, but he thinks it is no problem if Josephine does not find out. Corin is concerned about the girl's state after the battle, but seeing her without a single wound, he considers her punishment excessive. This changes when he learns that Josephine simply left her there and disappeared for 4 days, falling to the ground in surprise before the girl's carefree gaze. From the floor, Corin worries that Josephine has left the most dangerous student in the academy alone, and then sees how Dana, teacher of the magic faculty, and Fermac run desperately looking for something. Understanding that something bad is happening, he decides to visit Marie in the infirmary, but the guard denies Corin entry, so he tries to win him over with food. Corin accepts and starts to eat, but the protagonist had activated a rune in the food, which caused him a tremendous stomachache, leaving the entrance unprotected. He takes the opportunity to enter and find where Marie should have been, only to find the girl who was missing, Elizabeth, with a fang mark on her neck. Unfortunately, this confirms his suspicions. Marie has awakened as a vampire ahead of schedule, remembering the 4 phases of combat against Marie in the game. The first consisted of defeating weak monsters, the second of containing her with magic circles while looking for an opportunity to harm her, the third of overcoming the enemy's blood dominance, and the fourth of a direct confrontation. Knowing that technically the first 3 phases were achievable with the best freshman, except for Alice, who is injured thanks to him, and Drone's weapons, which were also destroyed by him, as was the golem's core. Also his fault, basically ruining his own plans. And remembering that in his past life in the City of Mist, they had encountered a powerful blood vampire that would transform Marie, and sometime later she would attack her roommate and escape. Sijo would let her flee on purpose to capture her later, and now with Alice's broken arm and Cranel's weapons destroyed, his only option is Ran, although she is more dangerous than the vampire herself, so he must resort to his last options. First, he hires Drone to find Marie without eliminating her, although the boy does not agree to get into such big trouble, especially with 1 sword less thanks to the protagonist. To convince him, he offers as a guarantee the Duke's 100% pure soul powder, making him accept easily. With this mission accomplished, he goes on to recruit Yule, offering to find her a book in her original dialect, which also proves successful. Finally, Jaeger and Lark remain, wanting to convince them in the worst possible way by offering little pay, much danger, and as a reward, only honor and fame. Luckily for them, the boys are obsessed with being heroes, and they join the group with the muscular one, the support, and enough help for the first phase. They walk through the dark forest, this being the only option. Remembering his past life, Marie hid in a hole in the forest, crying as it was said, so he assumed she would be in the only similar place in the whole academy, the hunting grounds. However, he still did not know how to find her, and so he used his first plan, Yule, who uses her abilities to ask the forest spirits, which left everyone amazed except Corin, since he could not see spirits. And the spirits revealed the location of Marie, who is very close. The protagonist is attacked by a werewolf, and although they defeated it quickly, they were soon surrounded by a horde of monsters. Jaeger, confident, went to the front but ended up trapped. Corin took command and organized the team. Lark and Yule covered him while he led the attack, barely managing to advance, with Drone fighting by his side and recognizing that Corin is not only a great fighter, but also a born leader. He thought that the Academy's ranks did not really reflect abilities, and Jaeger in battle asked where Marie was, as she clearly did not appear. Lark assumes that she controls the pack of monsters. However, after taking down the last one, Corin explains that Marie does not control them, but that they simply follow their instincts, escaping from something more powerful, the ice vampire herself, who arrives in front of them. And so Marie finally appeared, with everyone preparing for battle. Corin, determined, positioned himself in front, ready to save the girl. This being his first mission to save the world, he did not plan to fail. And so, with the mission to stop Marie, Corin finds himself facing his own commandment of ignoring the misfortune of others. His only mission then is to save the girl, who approaches like a monster. But her eyes are full of tears and pain. This worries everyone except Drone, who tries to eliminate her but is stopped by the bow technique, which is very advanced for a newly awakened vampire. Corin was not too worried. He knew that having recently awakened, Marie could not use magic or mana to the maximum until she received blood from her mother. But Drone did not share that confidence, pointing out that the orb was blocking one of the biggest weaknesses of mages, defense, and the situation worsened when Marie used a long-range blood attack. Corin desperately turned to Yule, who, feeling in her own terrain, blocked the attack with trees that grew rapidly thanks to her magic, but the effort took its toll, leaving her visibly exhausted as she had occupied her energy a few days earlier. Thinking the fool of a protagonist made an absurd promise trying to save the girl, and Corin, still confident, asked Yule to resist a little longer, while he executed his 5-move strategy. Yule, trusting him but knowing her energy was at the limit, continued with the plan. Corin understood that in the first phases of combat, Marie did not use all her power, so he had to take advantage of that initial advantage. The first step was to send Lark and Yule to a safe place behind her. Despite protests from both, they finally complied, leaving Corin with Rhaegar and Drone in the lead, while Yule recited a spell to summon forest spirits. Corin remembered a crucial moment, where Yule in her final arc invokes an unknown being known as the Wicker Man, a gigantic entity made of wood. With its help, Yule managed to bring the creatures in ahead of time, surprising even herself. The next step is for Jaeger to throw the wooden giant of Boo, which they left alive while fighting. Jaeger obeys, activating the golem's sacrifice. It starts to move, with the Wicker Man attacking furiously. Yule, heartbroken by the sacrifice, strives to maintain control. Corin begs her to resist or everyone will die, and the giant starts to attack furiously. But ice starts to hit the golem, worrying the warriors except for Corin, who trusts that fire will win. But this changes when the fire goes out and the golem crashes to the ground in front of them. Corin feels like everything is complicated by having the powerful vampire in front of him. As Yule is out of strength, Corin asks her to withdraw. Although she does not want to leave him, she obeys upon knowing she could be an obstacle. Jaeger asks if they can really do it alone. Corin, after a long silence, waits for the exact second to initiate the second phase, making everyone run at full speed, dodging Marie's blood attacks. They throw a sword at full pressure at Marie, which is stopped by Marie's orb, but Jaeger takes advantage to use his damage skill, striking brutally with his mallet and shattering the girl's shield. However, their confidence breaks when Phase 3 begins. Marie activates the Blood Realm, unleashing all her sanguine power and locking them in a giant sphere of blood. The allies are badly wounded, except for Corin, who barely manages to stay on his feet, believing he knew what that phase meant. Once the Blood Realm is activated, it is necessary to have a partner capable of countering the enemy's dominance, but no one was left in a condition to help. Determined, Corin understood that he would have to face the monster Marie had become alone. And the vampire, now in her most powerful form, invoked a blood beast, a colossal jackal formed from the energy of her realm. Now we move on to an ancient blood moon, where Marie remembers that it was normal for a human being to feel fear at the possibility of dying, and that fear seemed to manifest itself in the desperate air of the warrior facing his end. That air began from the tip of his feet to his burning throat, a sensation that led her directly to the neck of what she saw as simple livestock resisting death. Without thinking, she bit it, observing how, while her victim cried, her teeth tore through his skin to settle into the blood vessels, absorbing that red liquid, enjoying the pain of others as if it were a melody, bringing heat to every part of her cold body. However, upon feeling satisfied, she came out of that trance, seeing the dreadful scene she had caused, her friend Elizabeth lying on the ground, exhaling slight moans of agony. The sounds in the room cease, leaving only the echo of her beating heart, which seems to explode. The blood is delicious but at the same time disgusting. Her body is overflowing with vitality but feels heavy. Seeing her friend, crying in pain for what she has done, she is full of shame, running toward the forest with a hungry stomach. And now we return to Corin, facing a huge blood jackal. It throws spores that he easily bats away while running to attack it. However, the jackal releases several mini-jackals from its chest, and Corin uses his spear techniques and 5-step skill, eliminating them with ease, showing arrogance before the jackal, of which he expected more. This infuriates the creature, which appears to disappear with one movement. Corin knows that the enemy moves faster than his eyes, so he takes the opportunity to teach it a lesson, remembering that techniques do not only win battles, but also tactics that are well executed. Seeking the weak points, he turns suddenly, surprising the jackal that appears right behind him. Corin, smiling as he understands its patterns, takes the opportunity to use his step technique with the dragon's thrust, which ends up eliminating the entire domain, which begins to crumble before the protagonist, who falls to the ground while observing the dying jackal. It earns Corin's admiration as he sees how it only wanted to protect its creator, so he promises that he will save her. But now, in front of him is Marie, entering her final phase, lunging at him while he stands still, remembering how in this phase Marie leaves a member of the group in critical condition while the others fight to stop her with all their might. Lamenting having arrived alone, he resigns himself, accepting that he lost and finally falls under Marie's bite. She observes his blood, making him feel life escaping from his body, but he is determined to endure it. Thanks to the warrior's regeneration, showing all his willpower while losing liters of blood, remembering the words of the kind Marie, who always said very happily while distributing potatoes, "Take it easy, or you'll choke," lie in a warm embrace that ends up waking Marie. Believing that even the Duke of Savancia ended up consuming the blood and life of his servant in his vampiric awakening, noting that not even a commander as great and powerful as him managed to resist the bloodthirst. However, Marie in her past life spent a month feeding exclusively on the forest monsters. And although this only worsened her thirst and pain, she never eliminated a human being in all the month it took Sijo to capture her. That is why Corin hoped there was another way. Seeing how Marie cried in front of him and apologized, he could not help but feel grateful. Despite everything, she remained a first-rank mage. Glad that she regained control, understanding that it was a principle just like Sijo's, as he once saw Marie as a simple character. But the teachings of his master in this world changed him completely, remembering how he protected him in the past, giving his life for him and inheriting his teachings. Corin decides to smile at the possibility of being different from the demented Sijo, fulfilling his mission to save Marie and earning 100 points. And so time passed and apparently everything is calmer in a space prison created by Josephine, where Marie is happy to eat potatoes again when she receives the surprise from Corin, who almost makes her swallow them, with her almost dying from a potato. While he asks Josephine for permission to enter, she thinks about it, but he trusts his friend finally entering the cell. Inside we see how Marie struggled to swallow, and Corin, amused, suggests that she not eat potatoes without water getting too close, causing her to call him a pervert and give him little taps, throwing him out of the place while he also complains about the previous bite. Now calm, each one is on a different side of the room, apologizing for having gotten so close. Marie also apologizes, remembering how she was too scared during her confrontation with Rand. This, according to Corin, is his direct responsibility, since because of him they ended up meeting, and she got so scared that she ended up using her immense power of my human, causing her to sink into despair, such that her vampiric side awakened. Marie apologizes for not being like Corin, someone with the mentality of never giving up, remembering him as someone great during his training with the spirits, although he believes he was not that special. He is happy because everything ended in a happy ending, consoling Marie, expressing that she is a good person, pretty and nice, and that he hopes her ending is with her being happy. This blushes and embarrasses Marie so much that without letting Corin see her face, she prefers to throw him out, something he ends up accepting with a smile. She remains very happy, but thinking if she really deserves to be happy. Corin, upon leaving the prison, reflects that for the moment, Marie will be isolated behind the chaos. However, seeing that Ran, the my-human, attends school normally, he doubts they will be stricter with Marie. To his surprise, he is intercepted in the halls by the director, who greets him with a big smile, wanting to talk to him. But this was about Marie's punishment. Corin never thought of that possibility, complicating his final wish for the girl, so he attempts to convince the director not to punish her. But this smile tells her that there was no punishment. He just wanted to see the reaction of someone who fought against her, as he does not consider her dangerous and believes she could leave soon. He asks her to tell her story, and she tries to shape her account to fully support Marie. The director listens to all of this, and after making a decision, he apologizes to Corin and thanks her for helping to solve the problems that the distracted adults caused. Corin recognizes this as characteristic of the director, who knows how to admit his mistakes. Remembering his master's last words in his past life, he feels joyful and asks the director to raise his head with a smile. Meanwhile, Marie is in her bed, remembering the softness of Corin's words and his touch when he bit her. That moment brought her back to herself, helping her regain consciousness. At that moment, all she could do was apologize. In the present, guilt eats away at her, as she blames herself for hurting Elizabeth, and the fear of hurting more people led her to accept her imprisonment without complaining. However, she is getting worse mentally, only pretending to be okay when Corin visited her. She feels like a monster. But Corin's words, filled with honesty, made her worries disappear, and the boy left a mark on her heart, leaving her very much in love. And over time, rumors of Marie's case spread, creating temporary chaos. Some boys talk near the protagonist and his friends, mentioning how Marie is still isolated, even though her actual confinement is over. Because when Marie returned, she was greeted by her companions, except for Elizabeth. This again plunged Marie into her fears. And reclined in her room, she remembers the attack on her friend, thinking that the best thing would be to disappear from the academy. However, someone knocks on her door. Upon opening it, she finds a very worried Elizabeth, who jumps to hug her. Marie, confused, does not understand why Elizabeth, who was supposed to be afraid of her, was there. She explains that she clearly saw Marie's face full of worry and anguish, which is why she is not afraid of her and wants them to remain friends. Marie, moved to tears, had thought that Elizabeth was hiding from her, but the girl clarifies that she was already fine. For a long time, they did not let her leave the infirmary until someone tall took her out of hiding. But now she cannot find him. Marie knows perfectly well who it is and falls even more in love. Meanwhile, Corin goes on his way, seeing how the first part of the game ended with a happy ending that never existed, even though nothing went as he expected. But seeing how a world without a main character continues its course, he smiles, satisfied with having taken the first step to form a new world. Thus, time has passed, with the protagonist complaining of the repetitive routine between meals, class, and training, without having any other choice, as he must become stronger for the next scenario, practicing his movement. However, his training was interrupted by a usual fanatic, the cheerful Marie, bringing him an excess of potato-based food. He accepts with pleasure and begins to eat. While watching him, Marie cannot help but water her mouth at seeing a little of Corin's blood. She hardly tries to disguise it, and Corin notices, understanding her, believing that her rations do not compare to the blood of the protagonist. Embarrassed by the double meaning of the phrase, Corin, feeling bad for her, offered her some of his blood, which made the girl blush even more. Corin basically asks her to drink it, getting too close, and she refuses even more, preferring to change the subject, and wanting to take out a vial with his blood, which he gives to her. Corin, who drank it in front of her, embarrassed her, although he only focuses on the excellent buff he will receive, leaving him ready for what is to come. And now we move on to Alice, who, since her confrontation with Corin, decides to train hard for 5 seconds, until her mind goes into gluttonous mode, devouring many candies and marking the duality between the talented and the lazy. Not passionate about Grimace and a bad student, she uses her free time buying nice clothes, and is cheerful about how far she is from the excessive duels and training of her home, but being even happier away from her sister. The protagonist interrupts her happiness, asking her why she hasn't trained yet. She tries to excuse herself, claiming that she must work to survive, but he offers her a very good offer with excellent pay just for joining his team. She curses, as he makes her feel bad, seeing that she could not rely only on her talent, and that she had to make an effort to improve, resisting to accept, until he mentions the juicy pay, which allows her to continue indulging in her excessive pleasures. She accepts cheerfully, and he gives her the necessary instructions to leave in half a week. He also invited her to a mission on that same day, with a good enough pay, so that the girl would also accept. Thus, a cheerful Corin sees that everything is according to plan, ready to face his new event. The mission turned out to be a simple patrol, well paid and without major complications. Alice only had to go from point A to point B, hoping that nothing bad would happen, while on the way she defeated weak monsters, and occasionally some medium-strong ones. She liked this, as she looked great and barely had to exert herself, receiving what she liked most, which was the praise from her teammates and guards, something that went completely against the constant unfavorable comparisons her family made with her sister. And with the patrol almost over without problems, a strong light alerts the guards, who distinguish a nest of monsters. They were Beowulf wolves that appeared just before Alice's shift ended, so against her will, the girl prepared to work overtime, and Corin sees that it's just what he expected. The wolves were a type of monster that Alice had defeated before, even while poisoned and with ease. To their disgrace, it looks like a Dullahan, and Alice must face it, preparing a move that she still does not perfect, the unique style of cutting, failing epically as it dodges the blow and imprisons the girl. Alice, lacking war pride, has no better idea than to cry for Corin to save her. However, he was busy, and everything indicated that it was her end, when suddenly a quick movement decapitated the beast. Alice fell to the ground and thanked her savior, who turned out to be her elder sister, Lunia Ardent, who responded with a hostile attitude, criticizing her for her weakness and her cocky attitude. Lunia, recognized as the best of her generation, now criticizes her younger sister for being so reckless in attacking the monster, badly copying her techniques. She, ashamed, lowers her head and continues to receive the scolding for having put her companions in danger. She hits her to make her stand upright and demonstrate confidence, and leaving her aside, Lunia turns her attention to Corin, who fears he has been discovered for pretending to ignore Alice. As Lunia approaches, she introduces herself formally, and Corin responds in the same way, in the process inventing an improvised style of spear, trying not to reveal his true techniques nor the source of his learning. Lunia, apparently content, decided to continue her journey alongside her group of warriors. Lunia's team was composed of 5 second-rank swordswomen, each with a specialization. Jenny for the speed sword, Lena for the wave sword, Sereni mastered the dual sword, Emilia the ghost sword, and Mara, master of the firm sword. They asked if they should follow the remaining beasts, but the leader decided to retreat and take Alice with her, while she watched the group leave. Corin recalled the social structure of the swordswoman in that world. These used to form closed groups which over time adopted a dynamic similar to the mafia. It had all started with Corin, a legendary master of the sword, who had given rise to a generation of exceptional swordswomen, spreading his teachings, until converting the Arden family into one of the most influential within the art of fencing. And so we move on to the Arden Pavilion, where Lunia distills dominance, discipline, and her mafia-like tendencies. If Lunia reads the low-rank missions her sister was doing, which were ridiculously easy or absurd, even giving her the benefit of the doubt, thinking that perhaps she did them out of friendship, but Alice admits that she just wanted to put on a nice uniform, which disappoints Lunia even more, who cannot believe that someone like that wanted to pretend to be a hero, wearing her same surname. This reminds her of her father's words, "You cannot escape your essence." Later, the 5 swords comment that Alice at least has health and a few extra kilos. However, Lunia is only interested in the boy who was with her, who to her surprise turns out to be a rank 5 cadet. This makes her doubt the Academy's exams, remembering how the boy fought against the monsters easily while caring for Alice, demonstrating years of experience, thinking that with him by her side, her sister would be very safe. On the other hand, Marie continues to bring excess food to Corin, although she feels bad because she is limited to cold blood, but still he eats cheerfully, motivating the girl to continue preparing food for him. Something that delighted Marie, and amidst the attempts at innuendo, she admired the big, strong, and rough hands of the boy from all that hard work. The atmosphere was loaded with tension, until Elizabeth arrived, puzzled at the scene. The vampire ran towards her, trying to disguise it while Corin was confused, blaming his lack of experience with women due to Sijo. This led him to reflect on his current, strange friendships. Among these friendships was Yule, who brought him mushrooms and rare plants while teaching him to read the organ. There was also Drone, who had recruited him for difficult and well-paid missions. Finally, there were his closest companions, Lark and Jaeger, who ate with him until terrified, they screamed at the sight of Waran, who was there to claim his promise of food, which led Corin to invite her to a restaurant. There, she brought out her feline instincts, trying to eat a fish in one gulp, and Corin with patience taught her how to prepare a dish, which turned out to be a success, pleased to see her eat very happily. However, his mind is on the next phase, the partial exams. Jaeger has not studied anything, and Lark scolds him. For his part, Corin, very confident, thinks that being his second life, he will pass with ease, only to realize that he really never studied anything in his past life, even worse than Jaeger, who ends up defeated but not giving up. giving it his all in the next phase, the festival conference room, where the practical exam is approaching, in which, forming groups of 15, they must face an instructor according to their rank. Corin, being a 5th rank warrior, plans to humiliate his instructor to get lots of points. However, everyone's reaction is that they are lost when they see Lunia enter the battlefield, and so the Academy welcomes the instructors for the event. The 5 swords of the Arden family. These hold back a bit in front of the first attack group, with everyone going to the front, except Drone, who believes his team has a chance of winning, before swallowing his words when the warriors, with a mega combination, send everyone flying. Drone decides to react but was attacked from behind by Amelia, from a distance. Alice wanted to intervene, but Jenny prevented her, knocking her down easily, and she barely manages to escape the confrontation. And so the crowd watches excited as the other girls easily beat everyone else except Drone and Alice. Drone gives battle thanks to his experience, making his rival back down until almost defeating her. For her part, Alice is easily dominated by her opponent, who bemoans her lack of training, considering her unworthy to inherit the leadership of the Arden. This enrages her. She throws herself into the attack, only to fall. Meanwhile, Corin suffers a new change of script in the story, seeing as Lunia is now the instructor of Group B, in which he and his friends are. The woman asks them to see it as a special-level battle practice, which according to the protagonist is basically a battle against a monster that can reduce armies, like Waran and Marie, who are equivalent to a natural disaster. But Lunia is able to overcome these disasters, unleashing a brutal attack, sending them flying. Corin barely survives, hidden in the rubble, while Jaeger complains about the excess of the attack. However, the protagonist clarifies that it could have been worse. At that moment, he doubts what the blonde carries in his hand. This one, smiling, lifts up Lark, who looks like an opossum who died of fright, and the tension increased when Lunia directed a surprise attack that left Jaeger injured, leaving Corin as the only one capable of fighting. Lunia asked him to fight, but he plans to surrender, and she, knowing he won't, insists that the battle begin. With no other options, Corin remembers that in his past life, she was basically one of his teachers, whom he could never overcome. He believes it's the perfect time to pass, deciding to face her, starting with a brutal clash, exchanging brutal blows. Corin tries to take advantage but ends up in a bad position, barely blocking the attacks. The crowd looks in amazement as a 5th-rank cadet could stand up against the famous Lunia. However, Corin is exhausted, panting and barely holding his own, and Lunia put away her sword. Everyone thought the fight was over, and suddenly Lunia began to prepare an aria cut, a devastating technique, which made everyone feel the imminent danger. Corin and the spectators were terrified to see how the ground was shaking. The kind old man, worried about the situation, tried to intervene, however by that time it was already too late. Lunia activated her false time cut, a technique that slowed down the time in all the arena, except in Lunia's legs, and Corin, desperate, realizing that he cannot yet handle the passing techniques in the area, remembers how in his past life he only had luck in similar situations. Without giving up, he tries to do the technique, and with all his strength pushes his spear, which is enough to block the attack in a brutal clash. Lunia is impressed to see how the boy's instinct overcame knowledge, and everyone observes in amazement as Corin's hand is almost reached by the girl's weapon. Finally, she retreats, congratulating him on his potential and recommending he get a weapon according to his skills, since the spear he was using had been split in two, and as he walked away she cast a glance at Alice. Corin understood Lunia's intentions. She made it clear that he should not interfere in the goal of destroying her sister, although she also showed that her territory and her domain were outside of every living being, seeking to intimidate him. After the fight, the instructors gave Corin the highest possible score, leaving everyone present amazed. The kind old man watched with admiration, recognizing him as the boy who trains against the spirits. Meanwhile, Fermac, furious, identified Corin's fighting style as that of his former master. For his part, the protagonist needs to look for a new weapon. Luckily, carrying the materials he has collected, and in combination with the support of the director, he manages to get a legendary-grade weapon, the Spear of the Silver Knights of the Shadowland, known as the Silver Spear. Meanwhile, Alice reflects on the power of her sister, taking her back to her past, when as a little girl she eliminated her first beast, and though she accomplished the feat, the creature's leaking entrails turned her stomach, but the worst was to first encounter the heavy smell of human blood. Yet she ended her brooding reflection, focusing cheerfully on her new job, a wolf hunting mission, which she preferred much more than the dangerous hunt of a demented murderer. She also seems to be looking for her savior. However, her attention shifts to the other guards, who are furious at having to take care of a rank 5 warrior, and to Alice's surprise, that warrior turned out to be Corin. He greeted her enthusiastically, hoping that he would stop being bothered by the others, although he still looks ugly to them. During the talk, Corin mentioned that Alice's sister basically wanted to destroy her. Alice understood this, and as he watched his companion, he thought that as much as he wanted to get him out of the way of the sword, she would never leave him. And so the mission progressed normally, and the team captured the monsters with ease, and eliminated several minor enemies. However, an unexpected twist occurred when the group was besieged by hundreds of evil spirits in the form of wolves. These attacked them relentlessly. Scattering the guards, Corin disappeared in the confusion, while Alice struggled desperately to hold her ground, observing the surroundings and finding no sense in the amount of spirits, seeing it as something artificial. Then, from the shadows, her new enemy appears. His attack betrays him. It is a possessed knight. Alice tries to stop him, but another enemy attacks her from behind. Just when she is about to be finished off, she manages to make a brutal cut. However, she enters a strange trance by not identifying the familiar smell of human blood, thinking she has removed someone, and most disturbingly, she feels nothing. Luckily, Corin eliminates the zombie, revealing him to be a simple dead anger, resurrected by black magic. This marks the second major event of the story, capturing the city of Fog Killer. This character was originally meant to be Marie's rival in the first act, having to face him to find out his identity. His name is John Doe, and they must defeat him. And so a new monster appears, and she sees this enemy coming in force. While Corin faces him, confidently waiting for the moment to strike, a single blow seems to suffice. But he is uneasy to realize that it cannot be that easy. At that, a mysterious voice admits that the knight was nothing more than a puppet, challenging Corin to face what comes next, and so a new level of danger begins. A red fog begins to invade the place. Corin, realizing that this is the real danger of the murderer's puppets, decides to order the retreat of the team, although Alice worries about leaving her spear behind. Corin recovers it with a magic rune, and the retreat stops when a soldier is trapped. Corin returns to rescue him, while Alice, about to help, is captured by a huge red hand. The protagonist manages to pull out the soldier and throws himself behind Alice. As he enters the fog, he immediately begins to bleed, remembering that, in his past life, he did not last long there, and this time, thanks to his power of regeneration, he can resist. But he knows that Alice does not have the same advantage. Losing much blood, desperately trying to cut anything, and failing, Alice succumbed to her thoughts, remembering her sister, and she gave up, regretting that she could not save anyone in a grand way, as her savior had done in the past. Yet she heard a desperate voice calling her from a distance, recognizing that voice, and so Corin arrives with Alice, entangled in blood-stained hands, crying because he saved her. He covers her head with his cloak, reassuring her, explaining that she cannot cut at random, that she must concentrate on the target, promising to take care of her. But having to fight together, even though she surrendered, thinks she can't do it. And with the zombies closing in, Corin calms her down, assuring her that she's the best swordswoman he's ever known, asking her to do it, one step at a time, stating that alone she needs one step, back into the fight. And Alice, seeing that he can't do it alone either, since he has less aura than her, clenching her teeth tightly, she decides to leave fear behind, taking her stance to continue fighting, concentrating, creating her territory, about to perform the secret movement of her grandfather. Closing her eyes, she remembers the words of Corin, taking a firm step, unleashing her power, activating territorial cut. The flash swept away all the undead in its path, including the murderer John, who was hiding among them. The attack even deforested much of the forest, and when the soldiers finished, they returned to find Alice and Corin standing. The fog had cleared, and on the ground lay John Doe, well dead, and the act left everyone amazed. Even Corin was in disbelief, whose open mouth observes the excessive impact of an excited Alice, whom he thanks, to which she answered, asking him not to repeat it. All praised the girl for achieving a move that only an emperor of the sword can use, naming her the new empress. While Corin sees how once again his plans did not go as he hoped, but achieving his goal, and so quickly the news began to speak of the real genius of the Arden, which annoys the Five Swords, who tear the newspaper, while Lunia, serious, remembered that the Arden family functions on the basis of power. The emperor and leader Garan Arden, long ago, begged much for a successor to his sword. Lunia had tried hard but never convinced him, until a little and weeping illegitimate daughter appeared. At first seeming no rival to Lunia, until their first encounter, when the rune of the territory manifested in the girl. During that encounter, Alice, with an unsharpened blade, left Lunia dying on the ground, realizing that she owned the territory. This move earned her a place in the line of succession, and her companions bring her out of the trance. She, pretending to be fine, although now she is determined to see that technique again, rises to lead, at the front of her next mission. On the other hand, Alice was in the hospital. However, she only seemed to be concerned about ordering a candy. He noticed her childish attitude and decided to ask her something more interesting. How had she managed to make the territorial cut? Smiling, Alice replied that it had been thanks to his support, stating that when one wanted, one could. This bothered Corin, who considered her answer arrogant as it dismissed the training. At that comes Marie, looking for her Corin, who is found unconcerned. Already calmer, Marie sees Alice showing up, then gets upset, seeing them so close, scaring the protagonist, who is scared again by Waran, appearing upside down in the window, wanting more raw fish. Corin watched Marie, thinking that she was still afraid of him after their confrontation. However, she was only upset because they had gone out to eat together. He, to calm her, tried to disguise it, promising her something to eat, prepared especially by him, and unbeknownst to Corin, he had gathered a group of stars, and now planned to take her away towards the sword-breaking event, a direct challenge launched by 5 swordsmen to eliminate legitimate heirs. This terrified Alice, who cried as she did not believe she could face them, and less so her sister. Corin devised a plan to help her, asking in return that she obey his instructions to train without complaint. Without any other option, Alice accepted. Then, in the night, one of the 5 swords is intercepted by the first representative of Alice's dojo and kitchen knife master, Corin, who challenges and attacks the girl in exchange for some sushi, while the protagonist does the same with another of the swordswomen. And so they introduce the dojo representatives of Alice, the rising blade master, Corin, the kitchen knife master, Drone, the magic blade master, Marie, and the dojo master herself, Alice, succeeding in defeating the 5 swords under the command of Lunia Arden. One of the swords claimed Corin for his actions, and he replied that, being a new dojo, they needed to make a good name for themselves, and this they achieved by appearing in the news for having defeated the 5 swords of the Arden Pavilion, telling that he breaks swords. Originally intended as a challenge that might complicate things, was approached by Corin in a Machiavellian way. He defeated each of the swords, reducing all the encounters to 1 against 1. However, this left Alice upset, as her sister has already sought a direct confrontation against her, and was also concerned about the expenses of the mission, which included new weapons and the payment of Drone, all covered by Marie, to which Alice moved, cried, and promised that she would pay her back. However, now she must face her sister directly, who is furious by that move, thinking that clearly her sister did not prepare it, because she is very cowardly and frightened, and she cries from nervousness until Corin gives her courage. She, trying to reward herself, decides to finally propose her deal, a friendly meeting between sisters, which Lunia accepted, although without any intention of making it friendly. And among the spectators were Corin and Marie, who admitted that not even using her vampire power would she be able to face Lunia. She asked Corin if Alice would be okay, and he answered, fully trusting her. Lunia, for her part, threw the bill for the repair costs of the place to Corin before preparing for the fight, which started as a clash of swords, soon tore the place apart, and even the protagonist's hairstyle, leaving them terrified, and the combat spread outward, amid clouds of dust and destruction. Alice resisted as she could, remembering how in her childhood, her sister had been her heroine, her role model, an almost fairy tale figure, and also remembered how her mother had died in childbirth, and how her father had disowned her, defending her courage only for her Arden blood. Despite this, she had had a good relationship with Lunia until that first confrontation in which she cried in terror for what she had done, and now seeing Lunia in front of her, she dodges and blocks, following the steps of the manual. This irritated her older sister, who, annoyed by her deceptive tricks, launched herself again into the attack, forcing her to back down, complaining of her lack of strength in her feet. Alice, barely standing up, tried to shorten the distance to stab her, activating the 3-step technique, moving at full speed. However, Lunia read her movements, and the younger sister could hardly dodge, trying to attack with her body, trying to knock her down. However, she ended up on the floor at the mercy of Lunia, who gave her a brutal kick in the chin. Furious now, she will finish her with her sword. Alice blocks and stands up, seeing how everything has passed as Corin told, trying to launch an attack. But it's useless, with Lunia recognizing her ability to get out of it, ending it with a kick in the abdomen, then trying to smash her. The blows continue, with Alice blocking as she can, almost exhausted, and Lunia recognizing that they are more and more evenly matched, seeing in her gaze the rune of the territory, just what she was looking for. Wanting to see her sister's true power, she, almost exhausted, stands up once again, understanding that victories are defined by a single step, a single cut, with both preparing for the last move, running towards each other. Lunia remembered how her sister had always followed her footsteps, but now, it was different. In Alice's determination, she perceived Corin's aura, and the confrontation culminated in a spectacular impact, with both territorial courts facing each other amid enormous flashes, destroying everything in their path. And Corin and Marie observed everything, thinking that it was all over, and so amidst the dust and debris, they saw how one figure fell while the other remained upright, and the figure that remained standing was Alice. Her victory excited Marie and reassured Corin, who proved that his strategy of dodging, resisting and wearing out, based on Lunia's knowledge of his past life, had worked. The whole confrontation led Alice to the only strong point that could secure her triumph, the territorial cut, and Alice checked herself quickly and was intact, and Lunia, for her part, seemed to have restrained herself to the end, admitting her defeat and promising not to mess with her anymore, retreating. Alice did not want to let her go, but neither did she have the courage to speak, nervous. She saw how her sister, with a severe look, turned only to caress her head. Corin remembered the moment when he met Lunia in his past life, before the event. He was looking for the culprit of his sister's death, who was never found but turned out to be close. Search never came to completion, and 3 years later, on the anniversary of her death, he asked Lunia why she always prayed at the grave of the sister she supposedly hated. Lunia confessed that she hated how carefree and annoying she was, but also admitted that she was the only one who could help her with her grudge. Regretting, she observed how in this future she would support her sister no matter what. And now she looked at her sister with pride, who ended up crying. And so, later in the hospital, Alice confessed to Corin that she had always been afraid of fighting, although she did it with a smile, yet she had always preferred to stay out of their family dispute. However, now that she had defeated her sister, she could not escape her fate as heir, accepting also that her relationship with Lunia had been broken. But Corin told her no, sharply, stating that no matter the discomfort or distance, their relationship would not break because they were sisters. These words surprised Alice, and the protagonist, a bad memory of his past in the real world, where the kids at school beat him up and teased him. However, that wasn't the real bad memory, but the lack of confidence in himself to hit back. Wishing that she would never lose that confidence, she started to see him as someone too mature for his age due to his excessive seriousness. Corin understood that she called him old, although it didn't surprise him, because adding up the years he'd lived between the game and the real world, he was around 50, and in that she thanked him for everything he'd done, recognizing him as her savior, because she remembered his voice, his belt, and other clues. He cannot believe that the girl was so smart to discover that secret. And though now that she knows, she decides to take advantage of him. So Alice puts herself at his disposal, offering him anything to pay off her debt. He only asks her for her friendship, which confuses Alice, but she accepts, falling into the clutches of the friend zone, with both exchanging a big smile. And at that moment the image of when he finished with Sijo came to Corin's mind, reaffirming his goal. To punish the wicked and give a bright future to the good, with the innocent Alice, who for the moment seemed to be free of problems. On the other hand, Elizabeth in a furtive way began to watch Marie, who was approached by an intense boy who offered her his blood, making her uncomfortable. And Elizabeth is annoyed because, apparently, the situations used to be common. However, that was not her main concern, but seeing how her friend Marie changed into a nervous and flirtatious state every time she saw Corin, who just arrived to leave together, with Elizabeth following him stealthily, until she heard how Corin offered blood to Marie, and they locked themselves in a room. Elizabeth, intrigued, tried to listen, imagining a scene. However, the conversation turned out to be a business proposal by Corin, who was looking for investors to buy land, which deeply disappointed Elizabeth. And so, later, Alice met with Corin in training, with Elizabeth always following them, seeing as now her target speaks to Arden's successor. On her part, Alice was motivated by seeing Corin's discipline and decided to join him. Before doing so, Corin gave her a coupon from a very good restaurant, which according to the Metteach was ideal for romantic dates. With this, Elizabeth began to see Corin as an infidel, even losing her concentration and ending up falling to the ground. Alice heard the thud, but Corin ignored it, continuing to talk about business. This makes a furious Elizabeth begin to suspect that the protagonist chases women for money. And so, later in a restaurant, Warren enjoys a feast of sushi, courtesy of Corin, who tells her of a great investment destination. The Metteach with this and concludes that Corin is a women scammer, while the protagonist completely ignores what Elizabeth is doing, going about his business. Remembering the events to raise money, he had managed to collect 500 gold coins, with which he bought a huge plot of land. It was a place in the middle of nowhere, but soon, thanks to an exchange event, he expected the accommodation industries to explode. Hoping to recoup his investment in 2 weeks and feeling like a tycoon. For his part in the academy, the director planned a trip to improve his reputation, leaving Josephine in charge, trusting in her judgment. She immediately began her duties, discarding requests for vampire experiments, new rooms and, among them, also Corin's. And Corin seems to be requesting a space to grow mandrake, a task he was performing along with his trusted assistant Alice. Both were prepared and equipped with earplugs, ready to face the screaming and dangerous plants. The technique required an assistant, for while one was pulling out the root, the other had to cut it to silence the cry, because of the danger of hearing the howls of the plant. And Corin, prepared, pulled the mandrake out violently, confident that his assistant would take care of the rest. However, Alice used bad earplugs and ended up fainting, leaving Corin in a difficult situation. Forced to improvise, he began a sort of shouting contest with the plant, before he threw it through the air and finally cut it. And although he managed to complete the job, he was bleeding from his ears and furious with Alice, who was sleeping peacefully on the floor. Seeing this, it was enough for him to resign himself to continue cultivating, or he could eliminate his assistant. At that moment appeared Marie, who had heard the scandal from the 12th floor of the building and decided to jump to investigate why the duo of friends were so together, frightening Alice. But Corin reminds her that he told her that he would grow mandrake, although the crop is cancelled due to the damage received, and so Marie offers to help them. With ease, she extracted a mandrake from the plant and silenced it with a single movement, demonstrating her experience. Taking the occasion, she promised Corin to prepare a good stew of plants, sending Alice to get the ingredients. Marie stayed with Corin, who was waiting for instructions from his new plantation boss. Then she adopted a coquettish vampire air, insinuating that he should not do anything else, although Corin did not catch any hint from the girl. Later, while Alice and Marie were preparing the stew, Corin was distracted by drawing some runes. This amazed Marie, who considered that magic almost extinct. Corin explained that he had learned both the runes and his style of spear thanks to his teacher, although he never managed to master the main skill of hers, the primordial rune. This knowledge required more than knowing how to write it, and had been of great interest to his game master, who, as he remembered, was responsible for ending his teacher's life before she could pass on the technique. Marie assumed his teacher must have been a powerful sorceress, but to Corin she was simply a good person who did the best she could until the end. Plunged into melancholy, Marie offered him a potato to cheer him up. Corin accepted it quickly, noting that the basket was carried by Marie's imposing blood jackal, named Duck Goo, who behaves like a cute and obedient puppy created thanks to Corin's blood, who is basically named after his father. Grinning at Marie, who thinks that in that case she can play with him for a while. This takes the protagonist by surprise, who cannot think much when the jackal knocks him down, shaking him affectionately and spending almost all his energy on the game. Luckily, the stew is ready, which improves his stats. He offers the rest to the girls and saves some for his other friends, and although now he must move on to the silver mandrake, which he must swallow in one bite, obtaining a good buff and generating an auricore which excites his friends, especially Alice, who suggests he eat it for gold, although she keeps it for a special moment. On the other hand, the kind old man named Hanma tried to promote Corin in rank, even though the other teachers are not convinced because of his data. Luckily, Fermac supports him, commenting that during the partial exam he fought for 3 minutes against Lunia Arden, who assured that she did not restrain herself. Even so, the rules prevent him from promoting him for something like that, so he must measure his power again, reassigning his tutor to follow him, designating Fermac, who accepts with pleasure, given that he recognizes the boy's talent, in addition to wanting to know how he got that style of spear. In class, Alice sat next to Corin, taking the place from Jaeger, who, although he changed seats kindly, looked at Corin with hatred. Confused, Corin did not understand that the blonde was jealous, as it seemed that his friend was hoarding the girls, forming almost a harem. Even Jaeger's frustration worried the others. That's when Fermac enters to give them their second group assignment, which will be based on spear techniques, which seems unfair to those who use spears like Corin. He sees how the game changed again, as originally the task would have been boxing. That was more in keeping with how famous his teacher is in that sport, being known for his famous runes on his gloves, assuming it is a direct challenge. And so the teacher begins the choice of groups, with Corin remembering that it is an excellent opportunity to foster camaraderie. Until he remembers how in his past he was taken advantage of to do all the work, ending up disappointed by all the bad experiences, although he is encouraged, thinking that now it will be different with his new group. The team was formed by Jaeger, an excellent soldier, strong and obedient; Alice, the cheap genius of the sword; Waran, violent but sincere, and trusting in everyone. Corin thought he would put his past suffering behind him, being ready to enter one of the rooms. But his happiness ends, as they are horrified to see how the super-reinforced, strong and very expensive training room was destroyed by Waran, leaving Alice traumatized in the process and showing no remorse, which led to them being expelled from the practice room, ending up in the church, where they discussed their progress. Alice felt it was easy to follow Corin's moves, although Jaeger thought the complete opposite, and Waran, for her part, leads them to communion, as if it were a mass, and this reminds her that she is a nun's apprentice. Although it is by obligation, Corin recommends that she read the Bible, at least its fundamental part, the message of love, both for oneself and for one's neighbor, to love and be loved, a lesson that Alice likes very much. However, the atmosphere changed when they asked Waran about her failure the day before. She replied that she saw her companions as weak, asserting that they would be hurt if they used all her strength. According to her, the weak were weak and the strong were strong. Corin agreed with this, but only if that statement came from someone truly strong, and to prove it, they bet at dinner. Waran confidently accepted, believing that it would be easy, and with everything ready. Jaeger was not sure of the situation. However, after an exchange of glances, the combat began. Corin initiated a powerful attack, but Waran received it unperturbed, destroying Corin's spear in the process. Despite this, he remained unconcerned, dodging the blows of Waran with his passing techniques, which began to frustrate her. Waran, furious, prepared to hit him with a blow she was sure would send him to the hospital, and Corin decided to prove his point, using his trigram technique to block the impact. And although he managed to stop the blow, he felt like every muscle in his body was being torn by the pressure. Waran was so shocked that she fell to her knees, and Corin proclaimed his victory. Annoyed, Waran demanded his revenge, but he refused, explaining that it did not suit him. Despite Waran's fury, Corin continued mocking, However, days later, Warren's response is to leave because of illness. This forces Corin to use his secret technique, a fish feast, which a drooling Warren cannot refuse, stopping pretending to be sick and starting to swallow the fish. The protagonist uses this to teach her a lesson, stating that although she thinks her meal was made in 30 minutes, the chef who made it took years to find the best ingredients and the way of preparation to invent that dish. In the same way, it took him time to perfect the techniques he used against her, and he asked her to start with the little things, and suggested that they reconcile. Warren, in response, threw a book in his face, handing him the research on spears he had requested. This seems tender to Corin, who caresses her, and so, with the information in practice, he thinks he can achieve it. Thus, the days pass until the day of the exam presentation begins. The first group performed their movement in front of Corin and his team, who observed that they did it very well. Fermac also congratulated the group on their performance and took them to the next test of the exam. Resist 10 seconds against the powerful boxer, who was preparing for the fight. The students, confused, could not think much, for the teacher went through them like a storm, ending the confrontation in a second. This earned them a B and intense pain, managing to walk out, although with difficulty. While the second group was preparing to enter, this more pretentious group tried to perform a complicated and poorly learned technique, which resulted in a painful beating. Arriving at the turn of the third group, Corin's, who seemed to be ready. His team was formed to execute the dance of 8 trigrams of Warrenakal. Jaeger deflected the blows, Alice pushed the opponent's weapons, and Warren took charge of the final attack, stabbing with precision, executing it so well that even Corin cries with emotion at the excellent work. With Fermac sharing his opinion, and so they prepare for the next part. However, the teacher stopped them, announcing that the next confrontation would be one-on-one, with Corin as a rival, which worried the boy, who could not refuse. Fermac jumped quickly, about to connect a brutal hook. However, Corin knows him very well, so he knows he will try to surprise him, blocking his left and confusing the teacher, who keeps hitting, causing the protagonist to back off. The students watched in amazement as Corin managed to keep up with Fermac, who, annoyed, launches his last brutal blow, but Corin did not move, confident. While Fermac stopped at the last second, puzzled by the lack of defense, Corin, with a smile, reminded him that 10 seconds had already passed since the confrontation. The teacher accepted his defeat and retired, although Corin knew that Fermac's suspicions about him only increased. However, Fermac is admiring because he uses simple techniques instead of looking for the most elaborate ones, and congratulates them, giving them an A, leaving his whole group cheerful, except for Warren, who is not interested in celebrating. But Fermac has something more to talk about with Corin, summoning him to his office, where he later arrives. In the conversation, Fermac asked him if he really was a 5th-rank knight, given his abilities. Although he knew that Corin was not useful for hunting evil spirits as he could not perceive them, he informed him that the professors had decided to re-evaluate him, assigning him supervised missions with the goal of promoting him to semi-first rank. For Corin, this sounded good, as it would allow him to choose bigger missions and earn more money, a privilege normally reserved for second-year students. He accepted the proposal but soon received 2 semi-first rank missions, both related to evil spirits, which complicated the situation. Fermac, expectant, tells him to decide whether to accept. Finally, Corin made his decision and accepted his first mission, hunting a 2-headed ogre in a misty forest, under the supervision of the kind old man Haman, who seemed to enjoy telling stories. However, Corin had to stay focused on his task, knowing that he should not face it carelessly, and the old man clarifies that he is there to evaluate all his abilities. And so they arrived at the mountains where the ogre lived, with Corin being watched attentively by Haman and other members of the association. Their function was to encourage him, only to intervene if they saw that the boy was about to die. And before Haman's questions about his analysis of the situation, Corin pointed to the ogre's footprints, which lived with 3 short bones. This surprised the supervisors, as there were only 3 pairs of footprints. But Corin explained that there were also marks of a dragged prey and deduced that a 3rd hound was probably pregnant, being the recipient of the food. When Haman asked him about his strategy, Corin replied that he would separate the hounds from the ogre, using the greatest weapon of the human being, the brain, preparing for the hunt, telling that in this world humans were the main conquerors but still faced great threats. The greatest of all were the demons. Among them was the one who ruled the forest, a 2-headed ogre who dominated the place, accompanied by his hounds, who returned to their lair noticing something strange. The female, who was close to giving birth, disappeared, upsetting them when they saw that an intruder had taken her, unleashing the animal fury of the ogre and the hounds that shook the forest. And filled with rage, the hounds followed the trail of the female, whose scent became closer and closer, finding her tied, lamenting. One of them tried to free her, but activated a trap that made hundreds of stakes fall around her, and a giant log fell on the tied hound. But one of the males absorbed the impact to protect her, only to be crushed, and another trap was activated, launching hundreds of stakes that finished off the female, forcing the survivor to escape, trying to flee where he believed he was safe. However, there he found hundreds of stones with explosive runes that started to glow, blowing everything in the place, and the ogre sometime later arrived at the scene and roared furiously. At that moment, traps were activated that threw flaming stakes against him, although these did not make a scratch on him, feeling invincible. However, according to Corin, the hunt was just beginning, and the two-headed ogre was a born hunter. One of his heads had excellent vision, and the other a great sense of smell, which allowed him to track his prey with ease. And using these skills, he tracked the intruder. However, every time he appeared to be close to his target, he realized that he had only been chasing illusions, traveling over the whole terrain without finding anything. Disappointed, he decided to rest. While one head slept, the other was alerted by a surprise attack, a sharp hailstorm. Although he stopped it with ease, the phenomenon repeated itself again and again every time he tried to rest. Finally, when it seemed that he was getting used to it, he was surprised by a rain of fire, and so he spent 3 days trapped in a repetitive routine, unable to recover energy, tired and conscious that he was now the prey. The ogre cried out in fury and despair, and just at that moment Corin appeared, well rested and ready for combat. Without wasting time, he jumped toward the ogre, who tried to eliminate him with a blow from his huge mallet. However, Corin did not descend, but launched his weapon with excessive speed, which pierced the side of the monster, which he finished with his 8 trigrams palm technique, stopping the heart of the ogre, who fell lifeless. And Corin is somewhat upset by not having used all his power, thinking of Marie and hoping that she was okay, remembering how 3 days ago, when they were eating with Marie, the protagonist asked the girl how much she trusted him. She affirmed that she trusted him as much as a plate of potatoes. So he, ignoring the strange answer, asked her how far they would go together. The question surprised the girl, who spilled her drink and affirmed that she would go to the end with him. Corin, serious, explained that he had a plan and that he needed her help, mentioning that he should talk to Alice. Upon hearing that name, Marie became jealous, and later, while they were taking a bath, she felt overwhelmed by the thought of how Corin seemed to know too much about the future. As he had demonstrated with Alice, although she had a great affection for him, she began to doubt him. However, her flirting betrayed her, becoming docile by her infatuation, to the point of continuing to fulfill the selfish wishes of Corin. Meanwhile, in the experiment building, Dana and Fermac talked in front of a huge demon boar that could not be eliminated, only sealed, as it had devoured a primordial energy mine. There, the sorceress asks her partner to use runic magic with the monster, as he is one of the few who can use it. The goal was to complete a thesis on the power of higher demons over the lower ones. While Fermac recorded the runes, he was surprised to hear that there was another volunteer for the experiment, the special demon, and although they feared this nickname would bother him, Marie arrived affirming that she did not care. And so now they are next to the boss of the first, the vampire Marie, and the boss of the second level, the king of the Iron Mountain. For his part, Corin goes on a simple hunting mission where an evil spirit lives that possesses a cabin. There he must dodge the possessed furniture and destroy a magic circle. Although it sounded easy, the execution was extremely complicated, being a mission intended for veteran players. Fortunately, the spirit perception restriction did not affect Corin, as the spirit, like the arch, possessed a physical object, and so he enters, moving as if playing a fire guide, avoiding traps with ease, and destroying specific objects, and every movement was millimetric, which excited his supervisors, who observed as if they were watching a movie. And so the protagonist reaches his destination, the magic circle, where he repeats a rune a large number of times and then leaves the cabin, which starts to burn in flames, wanting to look good, not turning around while the final explosion happens, completing his mission, although Corin knew very well that everything had been thanks to following the strategy of a famous Korean player, and for the result, Haman congratulated him, promising a promotion and a dinner at a restaurant in Sans, which seemed to excite the protagonist, who is happy that his plan is still working perfectly, accompanied by his faithful Dick Gu. And as he walked, Corin remembered the history of his 84 years in the northern peninsula, a region rich in natural resources. There stood a mountain range full of mines known as the Iron Mountain. It was in that place where the first explorers first encountered a gigantic boar that devoured iron, with magical properties, to which they called the King of the Iron Mountain. Back at the academy, Alice seemed to be late in fulfilling a commission for Corin, remembering how days ago Marie had summoned her to the laboratory through a hurried Duke Gu, mentioning that she had something important to tell her about Corin, which surprises Alice. But before, Marie makes her drink a magic potion, which the innocent girl drinks confidently, although this is really a test. Fortunately for both, it seems that the potion tasted delicious. This pleases the vampire, who approves the taste, function, and survival of Alice, although the latter still does not know why she is there. And everything has to do with the King of the Mountain, the monster locked in the basement of the experiment building. Toward there runs Alice, desperate. In the laboratory, Dana asked Marie if she knew the difference between normal demons and special ones. Marie supposed that it was strength, But Dana explained that special demons emitted an aura called alpha energy, which allowed them to attract and control the minds of weaker monsters, becoming alpha leaders. However, unlike normal alphas, these were not limited to the species. Marie understood, remembering how she had manipulated monsters to drink their blood when she escaped from the house. Although according to her, more than manipulation, she exercised fear. Dana added that the demons were divided into demonic beasts, evil spirits, and demi-humans, the latter being the most difficult to control, and then leaving explanations aside. Dana brought demonic boars to test alpha energy control. She saw this as a way to prevent demon attacks, but before she could think much, Dana asked her if the potion she made tasted good. After this apparently random question, Dana asked her to control the boars, and Marie managed it with ease. Until she tried to make them sit down, failing the order completely. According to Dana, this occurs because they are not very smart, but it is enough to move to the next phase, releasing the king. Firmak uses a rune to release the first seal, which is enough to see her release her fury and control the boars, which enter the attack position. And Firmak orders to reinforce the chains and the magic circles. But the boars attacked Marie, who could no longer control them while Dana was taking research notes. Marie thought that the monsters were manageable. However, after adding salt, she is alerted to notice that a dangerous manticore was released, which goes straight for her, defending herself with her blood spear, failing every blow. Luckily, Firmak takes care of the monster by way of jabs, and everything seems to get out of control when a researcher warns Dana that all the creatures want to escape. This makes her think about canceling the experiment, although she fears that they will cut the budget. Still, she prefers to seal the king again. But her luck worsens when the wizards fail to re-establish the magic circle and the chains begin to break, before the terrified gaze of Dana, who sees how the king of the mountain is released. For her part, in the port city of Zar, in a restaurant there is a big feast of food provided by the elder Hammond to celebrate the ascension of Corin, who tries to get him to order a drink, failing because in video games the elders are responsible. However, the protagonist gets water in his mouth just thinking about alcohol, and how since he arrived there he has not been able to have even a drop, suffering from remembering that delicious combination of fried chicken and beer after a hard day of work. So, with the maximum of respect and his most sincere smile, he asks the elder to be his master of alcohol. Haman interpreted this request as a sign of admiration, and not as an excuse to drink, falling into the trap of the protagonist. However, just when Corin was about to put his lips on the glass, the barks of Duke Gu interrupted the moment. And meanwhile, in the experiment laboratory, Dana watched, terrified, as the king of the Iron Mountain was released completely. Firmak and Marie were trying to stop him. Marie launched a shower of ice spears to impact directly on the monster, but they did not make a scratch on him, and the professor, confident, affirmed that he would face him with a clean fist, hitting with everything he had. However, the boar did not retreat, nor showed any damage, and now it was the turn of the monster, who activates a rune in his fang, unleashing a brutal lightning attack. Firmak ends up smashed into the wall, to the concern of Marie, although Dana is more concerned about the damage to the wall, which weakens the barrier system, causing all the locked monsters to be released and triggering the state of emergency. And now all the beasts are running in a stampede. The code Veronica is activated, ordering the evacuation of the staff and the containment of the monsters with magic circles and golems. These try to block the passage toward the exit, containing them until they are torn apart by a snake dragon that clears the way, and more first-rank beasts gather, destroying everything in their path. The desperate alarms request a magic circle to stop them, and Dana thinks that if they leave the academy, they could attack them with the equivalent of a bomber, wondering if that would affect her budget. Meanwhile, a giant lizard swoops over her, but is stopped by two huge swords from Drone. Feeling admiration for Corin because he was right again, admitting that he was just there to watch while he sweeps away the low-rank boars. However, now he faces the giant lizard. Luckily, the destroyed golems begin to combine, forming a giant golem that stops the monster. This is courtesy of the return of Crenel. Content because the magic formula that Corin gave him worked, which he curiously received a few days earlier, after training, in exchange for watching the laboratory. And the battle between the golem and the lizard continues, where the latter seems to take advantage of his strength, pushing the golem until a root magic reinforces it, turning it half wood. Courtesy of Yule, coming confused as to how Corin knew that he should use just that technique now. And suddenly a snake dragon appeared, but was stopped with a simple cut by Alice. And Dana thanked that all the strongest fighters of the academy were present, although she didn't understand how everyone had arrived at the same time. And what she didn't know was that they all formed part of a plan by Corin, who was remaining very far from the academy. And Marie, for her part, uses her blood territory to imprison the boar, immobilizing it with her ice techniques, stunning the scientific wizards. And meanwhile, a little higher up, the great beast continued to attack. Drone complained about how everything was falling apart, while Crenel and Yule entered the golem to reinforce it. and with a coordinated attack, they managed to land powerful blows against the creature, which was still resisting with strength, and Crenel prevented Yule from reinforcing the golem's fist while he prepared a mana explosion. Using the cores absorbed by the golem, concentrating all the energy into a single fist, and Crenel, exaggerating his cry, pressed the firing button of the rocket fist, completely destroying the creature. The young man celebrated euphorically, while Yule could not avoid feeling some pity for his reaction. Back in the port city of Zar, Corin remains, and he scolds the jackal for hurrying him, who ends up feeling scolded by his father, who still has something to do. Finally, he heads to a church, where a little nun received him. Upon entering, he looked directly for something in a room, a marker. Upon touching it, it triggered an immediate, furious projection of Josephine, who demanded an explanation of how he knew of the existence of the marker. Corin understood that he would be interrogated, suggesting attending first to the urgent. Meanwhile, in the academy, behind the brutal impact of the golem and the celebration of Crenel, Alice watched in amazement the battle of giants. However, she had to face a first-rank snake dragon alone, which complicated things even more. Remembering with concern how Marie had emphatically warned her that she should never use her territorial cut, dodging the monster as she could, doubting she was capable of defeating it without her best technique. At that moment, a sound called her attention. The blood domain was beginning to crack, and from there came Marie shot out, who fell gravely wounded. However, all this seemed to be as Corin predicted, who knew that Marie's probabilities of success were low, seeing that the beast has a great original rune, and 100% resistance thanks to having consumed the oldest magic metal, which made all those who faced her before die, opting to seal her. Marie, conscious of her few opportunities in front of the imposing monster, decides to continue fighting for Corin, launching a new attack, being watched attentively by Alice, who, admiring her determination, decides to follow her steps and return to the combat against the snake dragon. Meanwhile, Dana witnesses the epic battle between Marie and the Iron Boar, and although it seems to be a balanced confrontation, in reality Marie barely managed to survive. The fight between special-grade opponents seemed worthy of entering the pages of history, something that excited and terrified Dana at the same time. And Marie tried to use her ice to contain the monster, but it suffered no harm. As she reinforced her bloody shield to try to stop it, the boars simply razed everything in its path. Although the others managed to contain the other demonic beasts, in the main battery it was clear that Marie would lose, being finally run over by the boar monster. However, she was rescued at the last moment by Duke Gu, filling Marie with joy, as that meant that her beloved was also there. For her part, Alice continued fighting against the dragon, looking for alternatives as she could not use the territorial cut, reflecting on what Corin would do in her place, and opted to return to the basics. And from the air, she executed multiple cuts against the creature, until she shattered its neck with the basic style, sky high. Just then, a pink explosion surprised her. Although she came out unscathed, she was somewhat confused, trying to concentrate on her victory, when, just from the pink explosion, Corin appears on the battlefield, congratulating her. For his part, Crenel, upon seeing how she defeated the giant lizard, exaggerates, affirming that she needs no one but the newly appointed Grand Luden, causing again a sense of pity to Yule. While Corin requested a report of the situation from Alice, while Josephine wondered what her role would be in the plan, even though her function would be only to help, as Corin was about to finish off all the beasts. Remembering how he had tasked Marie with feeding runestones to the creatures under the guise of feeding them, Corin activated these stones, setting the monsters on fire by means of his spear. This, Corin and Alice began to run toward the next challenge, defeating the army of monsters that had survived the attack, ordering Drone and the stubborn Crenel to join them, gathering thus the heroic legend of Argon, the heroes who will save the world in the future. And when they arrived with Marie, she received them with a smile. With all gathered, Corin decided that it was time to start the counterattack, but despite being backed by his group, Corin was not sure if they could win. The reason was simple. They had in front of them a ruthless king that showed no mercy. Marie warned of the beginning of the fierce attack, before which the genius of Crenel decided to make it more logical, advance head-on, ignoring Corin's complaints, and both giants ran to the clash. Crenel, completely crazed, was sure he would win, while Yule looked at him with more and more pity. The impact was brutal. The iron boar easily passed through the golem, leaving Crenel pale. Corin ordered him to at least delay the enemy for 30 seconds while the others dispersed. Likewise, he instructed Yule to try to retain the boar with the plants. She believed that this was not easy, especially having to work with a crybaby like Crenel, activating her power to imprison the monster. For a moment she believed she had succeeded, but the boar with his original rune freed himself from the roots, surprising everyone with his immense power. Corin then decided to attack together with Drone. This latter, following the orders of the strategist, admitting that they were brilliant plans that a mercenary like him should not question. And with his sword improved with fire and lightning, empowered with the magic stones, they tried to tear the boar to pieces. But they didn't make a scratch on him. This left both Drone and Marie in awe. who asked for new instructions. Corin sent Duke Gu to strike the monster, but the latter ended up being wounded. And finally, Corin understood that the only possible strategy to defeat the creature was to besiege it with as many attacks as possible, remembering the pattern to defeat the boar in the game, while remembering paradise, a place that existed and ceased to exist, appearing fragments of power that consumed the monster, and the original runes that endowed the king with a red fur, making him invincible to physical attacks, and a blue fur that made him invulnerable to magic, forming absolute resistance, and he also had the mysterious golden fur. And returning to the battle, Corin organizes the team, ordering the golem to stop the monster as much as possible, assigning Drone as mid-range support, and placing Lark to accompany him in the rear. Marie also awaited his orders, but only had to stay behind, using Duke Gu for the attacks, and with the team ready, they took up position to face the monster, beginning the most important battle yet, having to give everything to fight the legend. And the king attacked. The golem and the roots of Yule tried to stop him, but failed as they were effortlessly pierced, and Drone used his swords. But the boar's fur changed to blue to deflect the attacks, again changing its hue to red to block Duke Gu's powerful blow. And repeating this same pattern, this team thinks that with the jackal's last blow, they finally succeeded. But the jackal sees that in front of him, the boar is intact, with its red fur, making Corin's plan to confuse the monster fail, falling into the creature's trap, which with a brutal roar slammed the jackal against the rocks. Marie quickly withdrew him from the battle to enter in his place, using her blood spears, which also failed to do any harm. However, Corin took advantage of the distraction to jump and descend with a brutal blow of the spear, disrupting the whole terrain. His companions in the golem were celebrating until they noticed that the boar did not fall. The protagonist had to react quickly, making Marie repeat her attack while he threw a simultaneous blow, combining magic and force, trying to end it all. Unaware that the boar was waiting for him, and with a frightening smile it steps on the ground, generating a shockwave, which sends Corin and the blood spears flying. His companions in the golem are surprised. Corin for his part sees his plan fail, watching as the boar's fur takes on its golden tone at last, forming an absolute defense against magic and force, and with a resonant growl showing its superiority and arrogance. And so the protagonist sees the ultimate technique of the monster, which destroys everything in its path on its way to them, having no choice but to retreat for the 5 minutes that the technique lasted. However, Drone reported that they had no escape, as they were surrounded by the debris caused by the creature left at its mercy. Luckily, Crenel returns with his golem, only to be sent flying, giving enough time for Marie to arrive, trying to stop it with her ice shield, which is completely destroyed, facing the final phase of Act 2, where the boar obtains the golden fur without anyone being able to stop it and weighing its short duration. They were the 5 most frustrating minutes for professional gamers of the game. And contrary to what it seemed, Corin was not worried because he still had his last strategy, Alice, who jumps with speed, now not fearing any restrictions, preparing her best shot, plunging headlong against the boar, unleashing her power, seeming to cut the monster fiercely, generating a huge explosion. Corin very excitedly congratulated Alice on the tremendous impact. However, she nervously doubted it had worked, and indeed it did not, but that no longer mattered, because the magic circle that Josephine had prepared had managed to imprison the king of the mountain, and now with the weakening of the golden fur, the monster could not use the original rune, allowing Marie to take charge of finishing it, who used all her power to channel the ice, while Josephine contained it, leaving everything ready for the final blow, and thus ended a threat that had persisted for 80 years, releasing the original light, the runestone that the monster had devoured to achieve almost immortality. This stone, which had remained intact inside until that day, was destined to wander aimlessly until it found the nearest runestone. However, the journey proved to be very short, as it came directly into the hands of Fermac, who achieved his goal after 10 years of infiltration in the academy, amazed that the king was defeated by simple students, assuming that it was weakened. Although it was enough chaos that he could escape through a secret passage, and coming out of the tunnel, he meets Corin at the end, who recognizes him as a disciple of Balthazar, the disciple who walked away from the protagonist teacher. And Corin remembered how some time ago, Fermac discovered his 6-step style, a knowledge that few, including his master, dominated, thinking he was another infiltrator in the place and preferred to ignore him until he had the opportunity to send him away, under the excuse of promotion, hoping that Corin would be away to finish his plan. However, he did not count on Corin returning thanks to Josephine's space magic, revealing that he knew of Fermac's plan, since Dana suggested the experiment that allowed them to access the possibility of obtaining the original rune, the latter realizing that Corin possessed too much information about the academy and its plans. Besides being a 6-step lancer that he did not know, he readies his runic steel gloves to fight. As Corin recalled his story, Fermac was an impostor who planned to release the seal of the Mountain King to keep the rune. Time later he would return as one of the 4 helpers of the King of Paradise, although in the present the power of Fermac opposed him to the level of Lunia and Arden, brushing the spatial degree, thus beginning the fight. with Fermac criticizing Corin for his arrogance, freeing his familiar from shadow, seeking to make it a faster fight. Corin, calm before the traitor's skills, knew he was using the shadows on the ground to create copies, preparing the battlefield with a sun rune, which flashed a beam of light that extinguished the shadows. Furious, Fermac advanced only to activate hundreds of solar runes carefully placed by Corin for 20 days, preparing this counterattack specifically exclusively for him, who furiously called him a coward. But for Corin, it only showed that he was well prepared. This further enraged Fermac, who activated his speed rune, increasing his speed, throwing himself into the attack, surprising Corin with his speed, who tried to block, but the boxer's movement changed in an instant, returning with a powerful left, and Corin barely managed to dodge it, which surprised Fermac, who now sees Corin return to the attack, being the one who dodges, congratulating him for his accuracy and ability to attack, making Corin complain that he is still in the role of professor, suggesting that he be as cold as ever. Annoyed by the arrogance, tells him that if he cannot eliminate him now, he will not do it next time. With this, Corin understood that Fermac wanted to escape as quickly as possible before they found out he was still alive, and was pursued by the other teachers, including Josephine, who would surely eliminate him easily, so he officially challenged him to a duel, although Fermac admits he won't accept, but Corin knows he will, since that's his command. The power system that allowed him to strengthen through a sacrifice, as part of the way of the warriors of the Paradise of Shasos, where the commandment of Fermac was not to refuse duels. That was the restriction that Fermac imposed on himself, activating the rune, thus beginning the bloody sacred duel one-on-one, so that both of them would prepare. And with the formal introductions, Fermac the first warrior of Balthazar, king of paradise, and Corin the first spear of Ariunua, queen of paradise, were to face off. The introduction ended, the secrets ended, and the warriors prepared for the divine duel. Two fates, win or lose. And they both went on the attack, starting an incredible clash, with the system listing the main mission as victory against Fermac, as the goal to save the world, and the battle is colossal, wreaking havoc all over the field. Fermac used the speed rune to get closer, but Corin kept the distance thanks to his spear style, preparing a powerful thrust. However, he left a gap in his defense, which Fermac took advantage of to try to hit, but Corin anticipated him, dodging with a jump. This left him more exposed according to the boxer, who was waiting for him at the landing. Corin did not hesitate and descended violently with his spear, directing it directly to the face of his rival, pummeling him with brutal blows that Fermac barely resisted, and he was waiting for Corin to land, and he regained control, increasing his speed and generating an explosive impact. This time Corin lost the fight, receiving a direct punch in the face which threw him through the air, and trying to recover, but he was reached by another brutal jab, and despite this, he managed to hurt Fermac's arm, who, far from giving in, accepted the cuts with the intention of counterattacking, surprising the injured protagonist. Corin tried to contain the quick blows of his rival. When he activated his final attack, the meteor strike, this attack could have left him without a chance, so he had to block it. However, Fermac changed the intention of the blow and directed the attack towards his spear, holding it long enough to right a route that caused the spear to shoot out of Corin's hands, leaving him defenseless in the face of a brutal attack. Corin tried to block but was badly wounded and thrown into the air, managing to stop himself by tearing the ground with difficulty and using a rune to retrieve his spear. However, the spear was very stuck, leaving him vulnerable to the fast boxer, who appeared behind him, hitting him with everything. But Corin dodges, getting up and reminding Fermac that although his specialty was the spear, his basis was the martial arts. With this statement, he shot the traitor with the palms of 8 trigrams, and culminated with a final blow to the chest, unleashing all his power. However, Fermac, disappointed, easily got up and suggested that Corin should stay with the spears, as he had no time for hand-to-hand combat. And with a towering aura, Fermac returned the attack with a direct left-handed blow to the liver, followed by a tremendous punch to the face, and so began the great beating. Fermac, with his martial prowess and his brutality, left Corin on the verge of collapse, unable to defend himself from the ferocious jabs and hooks. Corin almost gave up, watching as his rival prepared his last hook to end his suffering, but ends up being intercepted by Corin's spear, which he recovers after dragging his rival directly towards it, letting himself be hit to where the weapon was, releasing it to counterattack, and stabbing him with his step technique, sending him away. The traitor, still standing in the fight, praised Corin for having resisted without weapons, and admitted that this was complicating things, inconveniencing the protagonist, because Fermac continued to act as a teacher, and this, agreeing to end it all at once, activates some runes in his arms, which seemed to completely change the terrain, until the twilights of the fortresses of shadow joined, and now Fermac seems to be in complete control of all his powers, activating his second commandment, with Corin seeing how his plan to use sun runes would be ruined, as Fermac dominated the darkness of the place, exclusive to Knights of Shadow, and set out to end it all in one blow, reinforcing the powers of the shadow beasts that inhabited the fortress. And Corin, determined to level the playing field, introduced his reinforcements into the duel, taking out his secret weapon, the golden mandrake. This began to emit a sonic flash that affected the ears of Fermac, even temporarily taking him out of combat. Corin also suffered the effect but endured, unlike the traitor who was thrown through the air because of the cry of the mandrake, which had a power 7 times higher than normal, and was immune to any magic, eliminating even the spirits of the fortress. Despite all, Fermac did not give up. And Corin, equally arrogant and badly wounded, reminded him that he would be responsible for exterminating him right there. But Fermac knew that the mandrake would also cause harm to Corin. However, this one continued as he possessed a regeneration ability, unlike the traitor who could not resist for long. This enraged Fermac, who reactivated his 12 shadow servants, feeling invincible as he attacked Corin, who tried to defend himself, but was attacked by one of the shadows, from which he could barely free himself. And at that moment he lowered his guard to the real Fermac, who gave him a solid punch. Helpless after the blow, Corin saw as the shadows approached. Barely able to speak from exhaustion, and remembering for the second time that the duel should be one-on-one, so he took off his shirt, releasing the power of hundreds of sun runes etched on his body, eradicating Fermac's shadows at the cost of calcining his skin, and so he attempted to attack, but his rival dodged the blow. It was then that he decided to make him a proposal, to drop the tricks and take the pinnacle of martial force without restraint. Fermac, recognizing that Corin was a great opponent, accepted, releasing his power and activating the 6-step Chura, a technique that burns the core of the user's aura, in exchange for a brutal increase in strength and speed. An ability unique to the Warriors of Paradise, a group to which Corin also belonged, yet he had never used that technique until now. Elated by the battle, grateful for his rival, he activated the 6th step, Chura, without restrictions, and both unleashed all their power. In a violent clash, the boxer took advantage with brutal jabs, while Corin responded with cuts, and in an exchange of blows where blood flew through the air, the protagonist managed to take advantage, and in the face of the look of admiration of whoever was his teacher, which he ended with a blow direct to the heart. Tired, Corin falls to his knees, closing his eyes, and allowing his mind to return to the cries of agony and suffering, the cries of his companions begging to be saved as they were slaughtered by shadow monsters in that dark world, to which in his other life Fermac took them after escaping this second act, a hell called Paradise, where hundreds of innocent companions and friends were wiped out, and that memory gave him the strength to rise, though exhausted, holding firm against the body of Fermac, one of the heavenly kings of the insane King Balthazar, who sought to bring hell to earth. And searching the body, he finds no druidalialful jewel that he would receive as a gift for retrieving the original rune, admitting that if Fermac had had it, he could never have won, and finally took the original rune, the treasure that Balthazar was after, since having the 8 original runes could bring the paradise of shadows to that world. Understanding Balthazar's motives, but not supporting them at all, despising the countless innocent lives that had been lost in that hopeless struggle. However, his body began to take its toll, falling exhausted to the ground with his eardrums shattered, his torso burned, his ribs and back shattered, and his liver punctured by Fermac's blows, and even his internal organs were badly damaged, and what little of him was healthy was exhausted by the use of Chura, slowly losing consciousness, to the point that he no longer cared about the rewards of his missions. And just before he fainted, Alice appears, who carries him on her back. Corin, recognizing her concern for the chaos he left at the academy, she clarifies that Dana took care of it, while the others were looking for him, except Drone, who does not feel him as a friend, but as a partner, and who left before, reminding them that they owed him money for the mission. The protagonist also worries about the treasures he carried, but she collected everything before she left. This surprised him, thinking she was smarter than usual, annoying her by offering her a shake, and Corin apologizes to avoid further damaging her organs, and so they both rest on a bench, where Corin thanks the girl for fighting the king of the mountain. However, she prefers to claim him for having prepared all this time to fight with Fermac, without telling anyone, asking them to fight together until the end next time. And although Corin only wanted to avoid the losses of those he loved, he accepts the proposal of the girl while watching the sunset. And so, a while later, Lark and Jaeger went to visit the very wounded Corin, thinking he would be alone. But they found him surrounded by girls who were attending to him, and Corin was happy to see them, greeted them. But both friends had other intentions. They wanted to finish what Fermac had started, and the girls continued to take care of Corin, filling him with attention, fruits, and candies, while Ran offered him a giant fish, and his friends suffered in silence from envy. And Alice suggested a game, including Corin's friends, who went from suffering to happiness from being surrounded by beautiful girls, and the fun was interrupted when someone knocked on the door. Jaeger went to answer the door and was surprised, as were the others except Corin, who was already expecting the director and Josephine to be there, who sent everyone outside to talk to Corin, worried about the incident with Fermac. To Jaeger, Corin reveals that the professor was a spy. She confirms it by discovering the commands on his body. However, they still did not know who his boss was. Corin, with knowledge in hand, revealed that it was Balthazar. This upset Josephine. But Corin clarifies that the step techniques, the infinite, and the commands of Fermac come from his master as well as he. Josephine doesn't think much of it and threatens him, thinking he's also a spy, and the protagonist calms her, rising cautiously, preferring to avoid disturbing her, especially when she knew that the director's body she had in front of them was a simple replacement. The real body was still weak and hidden, remaining so all that time, while his disciple was still alive, strengthening and surrounding himself. And all this had happened because the president hesitated 80 years ago, causing the original runes to scatter all over the world, and only managing to recover 2 and 1 thanks to Corin, while the enemy amassed great treasures that brought him closer to his coronation, foreshadowing many bad things. However, Corin handed over the original rune, calling the director by his real name, Ariunua. The reason why Josephine, with 80 years of experience, was not president of the academy was simply because during that time Ariunua had created 3 bodies with runestones to take his place as different directors of the academy. Yet the true identity of all those bodies was Ariunua. Josephine was speechless in front of Corin, who revealed his commandments and claimed that their common interests were to save the world. Revering her, he begged her to take him as her spear, made his apology on that mission, watching her with deep sadness as he remembered the great sacrifice she had made for him. Later, the real Ariunua, hidden, doubted everything that Corin had said about Balthazar. Josephine, though she did not express many opinions, observed how her teacher, in his state of despair, decided to investigate further about Corin, seeking to confirm the veracity of his information and understand the look of sadness that he had directed to her. And so time later the holiday ceremony was held, the reclassification of ranks at a congress where all the students received potatoes courtesy of Marie and her convenient warehouse of potatoes, and she is nervous about the reclassification. However, when her name is mentioned, she only receives praise for overcoming her vampirism and helping in the king incident. And then the audience was shocked to hear the names of the other students who participated in the experiment building. Cranel, who cried for not being with his golem, Yule, who watched him with pity, Drone, who seemed to care nothing, Alice, who was present, and finally Corin. All of them were promoted to semi-first grade, except Corin, who went straight to first rank, which caused a bit of a stir among the audience. And Corin, who knew he didn't qualify for the rank, but understood it was the Academy's way of compensating him for what happened to Fermac. Besides, this will give him access to better missions and, more importantly, form a guild, visualizing all the mates he will manipulate to join. After the Academy, everyone talks about their vacation plans. Drone will look to make money. Jaeger will rest at home. Lark will take an internship in the Magic Tower. Yule wants to return to the land of the Druids in the west, just in the same direction as Cranel, who is looking for a castle with materials for the cores. Alice, on the other hand, seems to go back home, because her grandfather is looking for her. Corin instead avoids going home, since everyone is traveling, remembering how the last time he traveled alone was to stay in an empty house. Alice tries to convince him to accompany her, as she is afraid to see her grandfather. But Corin, according to his knowledge, remembers that nothing will happen to her, so he does not accompany her. Just when Marie arrives, this reminds him that he needs to go to a place before the next game event, using his free time to travel by train. And on the train, a group of bandits are preparing to assault the passengers, intimidating them with the power of their boss, a former guard of semi-special rank, until Corin and Marie appear looking for their seats, ruining the atmosphere of intimidation. So the leader tries to intimidate Corin with a knife, asking him to raise his hands. Corin obediently raises his fist and sends him flying, thus beginning his journey south. And now we go back a long time, to the secret library of the Academy, where Corin read a book with the ability to regenerate. The text told a surprising story, where the Duke of Savancia met a wounded warrior, with his entrails exposed, to whom he offered clemency to end his suffering. However, the warrior only asked for some water. The Duke, accepting, brought him the water, and this, once inside the warrior, completely reformed him. Astonished by the account, Corin finished reading the grimoire, while Lark, still possessed by the Duke, advised him that if he ever traveled south, he should look for something in the castle. And although in his other life Corin found nothing there, it seemed that something else was hidden, something the Duke hoped he would discover. And as master of the runes that will save the world, the Duke trusts Corin for not escaping his mission, and thanks him for the information about his family. And now we come back to the present, with Corin arriving south together with Marie, who curiously is from that region. And as he gets off the train driver thanks him for having prevented the robbery and captured the bandits, giving them a small reward in gold. Corin of course accepts, further improving his commandment points thanks to his good deed. And walking with Marie, she recommends him a restaurant, where Corin decides to invite her, while the driver watches them, thinking that he is an excellent person. However, not everything is perfect for the protagonist, because to reach their destination they must wait a long time at a station. Luckily, his vampire friend suggests another transport, giant birds that make the journey faster. However, these are so expensive that even Drone hated them. Luckily, Marie had the solution, her family transport, which was a giant griffin that carries a house. And so in the control tower, everyone was preparing for the imminent landing of the Donalef's exclusive transport, as they cleared the runway for the imposing beast, speculating that its sudden arrival was due to the Academy holiday. So one of the employees was charged with organizing a dignified welcome for the princess, and upon landing an army of servants came down to greet her and congratulate her on her promotion. This worried Corin, who began to wonder if Marie's family really worked in agriculture, doubting how much their territory was. Marie answered that it was 2 million. Corin assumed that she meant square meters, which in itself was surprising. But Marie clarified that it was hectares, leaving him stunned to imagine the insane amount of land owned by the millionaire girl. And as they traveled to the mansion, Corin noticed that the Donalef family owned the towns of Duna and Lef in the south, with hundreds of businesses, including a wrestling association, and finally arrived at Marie's house, where Corin asked her why she had hidden information about her great fortune. She assures that it is from her parents, but a very happy butler named Paul appears, affirming that Marie is the legitimate heiress. Corin, surprised at not having noticed his presence, hears Paul ask who he is. Marie answers that he is her junior. The butler, seeing the potential in Corin, moves at full speed to talk to him about the enormous economic benefits that would bring to become part of the family. Hurrying him to cheer up before any of the hundreds of marriage proposals Marie receives wins him over. But luckily for Corin, he fails to understand everything he says because of how fast he speaks. Preferring to return to the subject of the Duke's castle, Paul reported that the castle had been bought by Cassius, whom Corin remembered as a lousy person, and who had forced them to defeat an ancient sea serpent to allow him into the castle, and thinking he would have to go through the same thing again, until Marie informs him that this time there will be no trouble, as she had warned Count Cassius in advance, which was so excited to receive her that it would even organize a party. And Corin was astonished to see how something that was once so difficult was solved with ease thanks to Marie. Seeing her as a saint who now suggests going shopping to prepare for the party, Corin was astonished. Not only to see that the entire shopping street was named after Marie, but also by how exorbitantly expensive the products were, and Marie paid for the items whose cost, to the diffraction centers of houses in South Korea, worried the boy who asked if she was not buying him as her slave. Marie gladly suggested buying even more, while Corin was terrified at the thought of ending in complete slavery, and the last thing she buys is a material from which Odachi Alice's sword is made, an unbreakable stone that amazes Corin, who considers it the most expensive gift he has ever received. However, he did not notice Marie's clear, lustful smile as she handed it to him, nor how she changed to her tender expression again. And during the night, Corin arrived at dinner like a lost dog, where Marie was waiting for him, cheerfully accompanied by her mother, who gave him a warm smile. Corin greeted her politely, but soon he was intercepted by Mar de Marie's father, who asked him a question that would define his future. Was he a virgin? Corin answers in the affirmative, and the father is scolded, but he insists that he must make sure his future son-in-law is a virgin. And so begins the complicated dinner, and the protagonist's confusion, with Mar de wanting his daughter to have a diposa syndrome, which earns him a good spanking from the girl. He, refusing to stop saying strange things, is taken out of the place while making a childish tantrum. And the Duchess apologizes for the strange scene, which seems to amuse Corin, and the Duchess went on to claim that she had heard a lot about Corin, and thanked him for taking care of her daughter. This one humbly replied that he had only done what he had to do, as she deserved to be happy. These words greatly cheered the Duchess, clearing any doubt she might have about him. Yet grateful Marda also warned that Corin's hands would be the only thing that would touch her daughter, and let alone make the bed jump. This caused Marie to knock him down to the ground again, thus giving the peculiar Donalef family an official welcome. And so the next day, dressed in their finery, Marie and Corin arrived at the Duke's castle, Cassius receiving them in an excessively cordial manner, very different from the idiot Corin remembered. And with the announcement of her entrance with pomp and circumstance, they attracted the gaze of all present, who were astonished to see Marie. Corin, seeing her as happy and radiant as the beloved princess of the South, felt satisfied to have saved her. However, because of the great attention she received, Corin decided to let her enjoy the event before dealing with the important matters. But not even 5 seconds passed before Marie was approached by a crowd of boys asking to dance with her, and nervous without no one to answer, Marie was paralyzed. Corin, seeing the situation, approached on his knees like a gentleman, provoking the discomfort of the other suitors, and gently took Marie's hand, kissed it, and asked her for the first dance, criticizing the others for wanting to dance with his partner before him. And his act was thanks to a tip that a girl in his past life gave him, and Marie, redder than a tomato, accepted, and so they danced. Corin apologized for overreacting, and she assured him that she was just nervous. And although the protagonist thinks he only did it to help her, seeing her so radiant he starts to feel nervous and blushes. The moment ends when Marie accidentally steps on his foot with her heel. Aching, he tries to control the pain, while she apologizes, and Corin takes the initiative, and suggests a way to teach her to dance, although the method will look strange in the eyes of the others, claiming that only they matter, calming her with a big smile, beginning the lesson, where he will guide her while she follows the rhythm of his foot, and between looks and movements, and already both coordinated. The tensions disappear, laughing lightly, and the protagonist sees the scene as a dream. Once the dance was over, other suitors try to approach her, but are rejected by a tired Marie, who retreats with Corin, leaving the boys furious, while the girls recognize Corin as a considerate gentleman. Convinced that Marie is in love, and so the duo, on their part, began their search in the vampire duke's office, going through documents and looking for something unknown. After hours of searching, they ended up exhausted on the couch having found nothing, and Marie was hungry because she hadn't eaten anything, and she gave Corin a look that clearly said that he would be her snack, and so she sat down on Corin's legs, getting close to his neck, by the situation, and Corin's sweat. And so after finishing eating, while Corin does not feel anything thanks to his regeneration, which did not seem to please Marie. However, Corin remembers how he got the grimoire with this skill and soul dust, thinking he may have the solution, asking Marie to summon Duke Gu. She does, but they need it to be more transparent, like a spirit. This does not please the jackal, as it is equivalent to being almost dying, yet she does, disappearing to the point that Corin no longer perceives it by his restriction. At that moment something lurks Corin. This tries to warn his lord, but it is already late, and he is transported to a strange dimension. Corin understood that the Duke had opted for the separation of souls and bodies, leaving the soul in the grimoire and the body there, putting him in danger of dying, seeing that in front of him was the body of Duke Sivancia, who was surprised to see someone in that place. Corin told him that he knew his soul, although he doubted how, being body and soul separated, the body continues to speak. Sivancia silences him, expressing that he will ask the questions. Corin, preparing for battle, only is upset that he didn't receive any welcome gifts, and he was remembering the story that he told, that 800 years ago Duke Sivancia marked his legend as one of the strongest of all time, who now thinks his soul was defeated, putting Corin in trouble, who claims that the Duke only transcended to another world, guiding him there. But the Duke does not believe him, since he took with him a vampire. The protagonist doesn't understand what he is talking about while he stops his blows, doubting how a body without a soul can move. Sivancia explains that as an immortal vampire, he only needs a fraction of the soul, attacking forcefully, claiming that that small part kept him tied to the castle and protected him from becoming a blood-sucking monster, the same fate he believed Marie would face. Corin steadfastly defended Marie, asserting that she was different, that she controlled her impulses. Sivancia replied that he also tried it, struggling for 800 years to stifle his instincts, but never succeeding, removing his mask, showing his sewn-up mouth, to avoid biting someone, claiming he still had a clear memory of the taste of blood, returning the mask to its place, making it clear that he didn't believe Corin's words. If the boy intended to stop him, he would not be safe, unleashing all his power, terrorizing Corin, not only by force but by having endangered Marie, since even if the Duke is weakened after centuries, he was still overwhelmingly powerful. Without restraint, Corin activated the sixth step, Chura, and the Serpent's Calamity technique, advancing with fury, and concentrating on a gigantic dragon form, which manifested around his spear. However, the vampire Sivancia, raising his sword, and mentioning that the movement he will use has eliminated dragons since he was a child, and with a quick movement of his demonic sword, released a burst of energy, wiping out everything in its path, including Corin, who regretted having underestimated him, while another version of Sivancia also took charge of Marie, considering her an animal, which she clearly denied. This amused the Duke, who compared how both attacked someone they appreciated, and even though Marie thinks she is controlled, he claims that deep down she desires her lover's blood, expressing that it is only a matter of time before she hurts those she loves. And Marie, barely dodging, manages to summon Duke Gu. However, the Duke easily imprisons him with his chain technique, although he recognizes that the monster is a strong animal, even stronger than him at his best. But still considering him just an animal, sticking his sword into him, Marie tries to undo the summonings, but it's useless. The Duke has used his Romani sealing sword, designed to seal immortal beings, excellent against vampires, throwing two of those at Marie, who tries to escape but is wounded again, and the Duke slowly approaches, asking her to die, at once like the animal she was. And full of pain, Marie remembers when Corin saved her, in her moment of madness, claiming that he trusted her, that's why she would keep fighting. And just at that moment the Duke materializes Corin completely wounded, expressing that the end is coming for both of them, releasing Marie, who tries to help Corin. However, her concern turns to hunger, wanting the boy's neck, while Sivancia observes carefully, confirming his doubts. Vampires should not exist, since they are beasts unable to stop their instincts, even before the beings they love. Furious, Marie bites her lips, and at the sight of the vampire begins to kiss Corin, pouring the blood of her own lips to try to save him. This act goes completely against the vampire nature, confusing the thoughts of Savansia, while Marie, desperate, waits for Corin to react. Savansia, seeing everything, realized that he had made a mistake. She was stronger than he, able to defy her instincts. While Marie cried desperately, with the body in her arms, the Duke raised his sword and stabbed Corin in the face of Marie's terrified gaze. And though she tried to stop him, her efforts were in vain, entering into despair, begging him not to take Corin's life. Until it all ends in a giant flash. When everything calmed down, Corin woke up in the room, with a huge scar on his body. Both he and Marie were confused by what had happened. Savansia, throwing his weapon to the ground, offered Corin his core of aura, finally understanding why his soul had led him there. Acknowledging Corin's heroism and his lack of greed, claiming he deserves to change the world, having accomplished the things he never could. And Savansia fades in front of them, asking them to correct his past mistakes. And Corin receives the core, and barely has time to think when Marie throws herself at him, hugging him tightly as she cries for having been about to lose him, and begging him not to die without her permission. The protagonist smiles and accepts. Finally, all is well, with Corin getting the reward, and the demonic nature of the Duke, who after suffering for 800 years, finally could rest. And after the fight, Corin reviews his stats and his new power core, confused as to why Savansia didn't offer it to Sijo, and why he made them suffer so much to acquire it. And with his clothes covered in blood, he was forced to wash them in a room, where he remained covered only with towels while Marie slept, almost naked with her head resting on his leg. At that moment a maid came into the room, and with Corin reacting quickly to explain that the sweat, panting, and nakedness had nothing to do with what it clearly looked like, the maid, blushing, believing that she had interrupted the rest of the intense caress, apologizes and leaves. Corin, desperate, begged her to believe him, assuring her that nothing had happened. Yet upon observing the scene again, he realized that it was impossible to convince anyone otherwise. And so a misunderstanding was formed, which led Marde, furious at the alleged breaking of the virginity rule, to unleash a hunt that would last 20 days. And so Corin managed to hide in the mountains, taking the time to train while school escaping. Eventually everything cleared up and he was no longer the most wanted man in the South, returning in a carriage, ready for the second semester and the festival. While Marie recalled the investments that Corin planned to use to make big profits from tourism with her inns, reveling in everything she earned, laughing maniacally until her expression turns to terror as she sees a huge typhoon battering the city, modifying a new future, and with Marie watching to see how this will affect the festival. He tries to reassure her, approaching her ear to offer to pay his debt, as long as she would sign a small document, and with a lustful expression aroused suspicion in Corin, who knew he had to solve the problem immediately. And now in the dormitory of the academy, the director received him. Corin asked for Josephine, who apparently had gone to the temple vacationing along with Ran, and the director asked him to spend the night there, as it would soon be his new bedroom. Corin interpreted that he wanted to increase surveillance on him, but what really worried him was the typhoon that could destroy the city. The director, nothing worried, explained to him that it was not a typhoon but a demonic beast. This arrived there after a series of random events that began from the south, where there was a huge being called the Sea Noble, a sea serpent that ended merchant ships. This monster became the target of Levant Valdria, a noble rejected by Marie at the party, where it would also stir up hatred in Corin, determined to prove his mettle to her. Levant led a squadron to defeat the snake, and though they managed to chase it away, they did not completely defeat it, but still celebrated their victory. But they did not count all the victims of the sea monster, which he left in his flight. These included a pair of typhoon bats, who were making love in mid-air, who formed a destructive typhoon, which protected them as they did, and this would fail when the sea noble devoured the male for its magical nutrients, which the vulnerable female traveled to a quiet place to have her academy, where now it destroys the lands of Corin, who understood that his trip was a butterfly's wing, which, as its effect dictates, literally unleashed a typhoon. And although he begged his workers not to stop the construction, they suggested surrendering. Under the intense rain with the typhoon threatening the festival and the inns, Corin calculated the losses. Land, materials, manpower, and concluded that he was completely screwed, owed an enormous amount of money, sinking into madness and despair, accepting financial ruin. And so time later the director assembled a group to deal with the typhoon. This team included Old Man Haman, the witch Dana, encouraged by the prospect of recovering funds lost after the incident with the King of the Mountain, and Edgar, of the Faculty of Magic, who opposed the plan, arguing that the typhoon would disappear by itself in a month. Lulara, another professor, doubted it, until Edgar explained that once the bat appeared, the typhoon would dissipate, preferring to let nature take its course. Many supported this idea, except Organ, who preferred to subdue the monster to avoid delays. However, this was not a job for academics, so they gave up the plan. It was then that a desperate Corin took the floor. Euphorically proclaimed his desire to protect the weak affected by the typhoon, insisting on hunting the beast. Edgar opposed again, but Corin, crying and screaming, begged for all those who had lost their property in the typhoon, that is, himself, and his insistence, loaded with tears and a heartbreaking passion, managed to get many to support him. And so they quickly organized to face the typhoon, and Organ, impressed by Corin's determination, showed him respect. Even though he knew that he was betting everything on his economy on the mission, naming the mission, reaching the eye of the hurricane, and defeating the bat, with the wizards opening the crack for the entrance of the group of warriors. Which would have been easy, except inside there is a huge horde of monsters coming in by the bat, getting trapped inside, no food so far. However, Corin wasn't worried, as he had team members like Heyman, known as the Strong-Armed, a semi-premier rank warrior, who slaughtered the beasts effortlessly. Next to him was Organ, the Knight of the Great Axe, also of semi-first rank, and of course their leader Edgar, a magician of first rank, able to use even the smoke of a cigarette as a weapon. Also part of the group, the Knight of first rank of the barbarian tribe, the Berserker Seker, who fought alongside Corin, who besides annoying him a little, only thinks furiously of his revenge against the bat. And so the squadron advanced until it reached the center of the typhoon, where even Edgar was amazed to see another mini typhoon, protecting the bat, impressed by the motherly love it has. But the mission continues with Edgar asking Organ if they think they can get in. He assumes they can, but with bones crushed, so he decides to go to plan B, call for help, throwing a green flare that alerts the wizards, calling Dana, who can't resist unleashing all her power, causing a huge thunderstorm that terrorized the warrior team, who feared the witch would overreact, and Edgar raised a protective shield just in case, as the Mad Witch led an excessive firepower, destroying everything in her path and dissipating the typhoon, nearly wiping out the squadron in the process. And though he never bothered to have been on the verge of death, Edgar remained calm, for it seemed as if the plan had worked, or not, because to his surprise the little typhoon had not only sustained no damage, but the creature inside it was beginning to grow, to the size of a kaiju. Corin, terrified, recognized this as an evolution. A process whereby an organism transcends its simple alpha state, reaching a higher level, which the bat reached after absorbing the power of Dana, and became a beast that Corin baptized as the King of Lightning. This unleashes its power, dragging everyone into the typhoon. Heyman tries to ask the magicians for help, but this would only have strengthened the bat. Luckily, Corin is ready to attack, completely forgetting that his techniques are step-based, for which he needs the ground, and being swept away by the typhoon, being trapped, and unable to do anything, until he managed to return to the mainland, where he found Seker, who was also useless in the air. And so the protagonist seems to give up, until he remembers his motivation, the money, and with a new idea, jumped on his head, owed to Seker, and used the others as a platform, until he reached the front of the bat, and where would begin a confrontation between a man blinded by revenge and a mother protecting her baby. But that epic fight, it doesn't even begin, because Corin ends up caught in the slime, smiling, with no intention of giving up. He throws his gun with all his strength, only to bounce back doing nothing, leaving the protagonist with a lost look, no more techniques or ideas. He falls resignedly towards the ground, weeping for not being able to be a businessman. As he descended, he watched in defeat the bat, the cause of his misfortunes, who was about to be attacked by a strange figure. And in amazement, he saw the bat begin to receive a brutal beating at the hands of Ran, who struck with such force the creature that it generated a huge flash and a shockwave that destroyed all the ground, and the typhoon dissipates. The knights fall from the sky. Organ, conscious, doubts what happened, and so next to Corin, he sees as from the dust, approaches the silhouettes of Ran and Josephine, making Corin, without thinking, kneel down reading a psalm from the Bible, to thank the savior of his money. And so the typhoon ended, leaving few damages and injuries, and a blue sky. Then the Academy offered social service, with Marie as its best representative handing out potatoes among the people. Everyone showed their best face, except Ran, who continues to be scary, and Corin scolded her, asking her to show more humanity, and told her a random story about a broken leg. The narration spoke of a person who in the wild and distant past broke his leg, which at the time was synonymous with death, and yet someone took care of that person until the broken leg healed, and through that act of compassion, civilization emerged. But Ran only sees this as a proof of human weakness, since someone like her doesn't need any human help. And as she walked away from Corin, he touches her feelings briefly when he promises to help her. Yet still the girl, disregarding her weakness, goes on her way, remembering that she was practically a demonic beast. And she was sure that if Corin knew everything that she had done and who she had hurt, he would never trust her, seeing him as a stupid genius. Suddenly the ghost of a little girl appeared, on her back, begging her to give her body back, and Ran had no intention of doing so, which reinforced her idea that if Corin found out, he would never want to help her. And during the night, Corin reflects on how the Academy was supposedly a safe place. Yet in the darkest alleys, operated an outlaw group called Black Star, whose income came from slave trading and smuggling, in addition to special commissions. And now we come back to Corin, who has to solve the problem of lack of drink, and who already drunk starred in a show with a waitress. The staff of the bar tried to calm him down, but Corin insisted on talking to the boss. Just at that moment, the leader appeared upset by the chaos, and this is a member of the Black Stars, just who Corin was looking for. But the boss seems to respect the students of the academy, to the point of inviting the account to leave without making a scene, but still ends up with a beer on his head. And the subordinates try to attack the boy, although the boss prefers to send a couple of elite warriors from the north, which Corin dispatches with a couple of blows. The fight begins, which quickly ends with the floor stained with blood, leaving only Corin against the boss, who terrifiedly asks who he is. He replies that he is a rabid dog hunter, before giving him a brutal punch, and thus eliminated the Black Stars from that area. Although their goal was always to rescue the half-human slaves, the outcasts of society were trafficked with, thus freeing all the creatures. Investigating to the place, arriving with a wood nymph who asks about Ren and Ron, two frightened little beast boys, to whom he tried to approach, but Ren, the older sister, remained on the defensive, protecting her brother, and Corin remembered the muscular, tall, aggressive Ren he had known, a figure that was a complete contrast to the little girl in front of him, and only a year away, before their first encounter. When Ren was part of the villains who collaborated with the church to foment hatred towards the half-humans. Back then they had been used to commit monstrous acts that sparked political struggles between princesses. And despite recognizing the Beast Brothers as ancient enemies that Sijo had brutally defeated, Corin now saved them, although Ren still did not trust him, but Corin embraced her, promising to protect them. This gesture filled with warmth to the children beasts who, after presenting, trusted him, to the point of falling asleep in his arms. However, Corin knew that despite his good action, could not use them in his guild. Later, back at the bar, a bartender who was also an executive employee of the Information Guild asked the stressed-out Corin what he would do with the children, and with little choice Corin asked him to take them to an inn and feed them, pretending to be a selfless man. Though he only thinks his plan has failed again, as he plans to use the Beast Brothers in the next battle, but now he must save only one. Meanwhile, at the Aves airport, the employee receives Professor Kong Ryun from Merkava Academy, along with his disciples Yin and Kong Yua, who are cordially taken to a carriage, where the boys act childish until their teacher reminds them to focus on the important thing. Yin asks if they will find the one they are looking for there, and Kang assures him, stirring up the hatred of his students, who try to calm down although Yin cannot, by remembering that scene full of fire, blood and death, led by Ran. And so a month goes by, and the academy prepares the festival, which is more than a fun event. It's a competition between the top 4 academies. Although Jaeger and Lark are excited to form groups at the events, Alice is interested in which event Corin will go, who plans to drag her to the doubles event. This provoked complaints from the Sloth, whom she also once set aside for group events, and resigned to being Corin's slave again. Instead of enjoying the festival, Alice thought of the possibility of being replaced by Marie. However, Corin explained to her that unfortunately the vampire is only interested in individual competition award, and at that time the academy welcomed the arrival of new characters. Kang, the Taoist scholar, Yin, the warhound, and Yuhua, the swordmaster. And Kang was quick to make his first move, asking Josephine for the transfer of a student. The teacher flatly refused, which pleased Kang, who wanted to recover the one who caused the massacre and destruction of his castle, his niece Ran. However, Josephine and the director had taken the case to take the girl, refusing to return her, due to her special situation, and Kang tells him that he wants to eliminate the beast that lives in his niece. But Josephine clarifies that thanks to this beast, the girl's body is still alive, and the negatives continued, as the professor doubted that a demon could coexist with humans. But Josephine was very confident. This attracted the attention of a sinister-looking bishop, named Li, who was of the opinion that Ran was just waiting for the right moment to attack. Ran tried to calm the bishop, but he showed his aggressiveness at the idea of stopping a demon near, and if both of them think the same, they suggest to Josephine that Ran to participate in the festival, as there he will end up revealing his identity in battle, something that Josephine considers a terrible idea. However, in order not to face the old church customs of burning witches, she agrees, as she thinks that if Ran can control herself, she will prove her point, though they let her and the headmaster be Ran's guardians. And later Josephine, relieved by how the situation had developed, remembers how Corin had told him long ago that Baltazar's new dogs would arrive soon. Her suspicions led her to think of the church or the Merkava Academy, but he knows that both will act, the church to improve its reputation and the academy for revenge, both with the same goal, Ran. This event being decisive for the development of the story, commissioning Josephine to guard the church, while sending the newly built inns to the academy, aroused Josephine's suspicions, but Corin dissuaded them, showing her the runes with an oath to save the world. Despite this, she continued to doubt, especially because the inns he mentioned seemed to belong to a student. Corin tried to disassociate himself, although rumors mentioned him by name and surname. Sweating coldly, he decided to stand firm in his performance. Finally, Josephine agreed to commission him to receive 100 guests, and so the time passed, until the preliminaries of the group event came, where Lark, Jaeger and Corin arrived at the venue, full of competitors. The former doubted if they could survive, while Corin noticed that Ran was not there, assuming that he would only participate in the individual competitions, and at that moment he began to look for Alice, who was trapped in the crowd, who will judge the first selection, where only 16 participants will remain. And Lark recognizes that with Kang as a judge, it will be a hellish test, which worries his partner. And so Kang starts the event saving the citizens, forming a huge maze around everyone. And Corin's companions were amazed at the power of the spiritist, as they explained that in the mission, they had to rescue rock dolls, with the shapes of people, who could follow orders. For each rescued doll you would earn 1 point, but if you destroyed one you would lose 2 points. This excited his friends. But Corin looked at them like mere little boys. For her part, Alice, leading her own group, eliminated a short hound, and received praise from all her companions, bringing out her smug side, feeling fulfilled, bringing more points to the safe zone. But her happiness was interrupted, when a strong shaking shook the ground. The girl expected to see a locomotive, but what appeared was a voice that ordered them to drop their weapons and surrender to the Mandrake bandits, while Lark and Jaeger made their triumphal entrance, rocking a harp over a huge dystopian truck made up of stone humans. Alice, confused, wonders why they were in that state, and was worried about the harp. However, an evil laugh interrupted her thoughts. Listening to the voice of Corin, who in a version of Joker ignored his name, and called himself the all-powerful and deadly Lodge, which instead of rescuing citizens, Corin preferred to eliminate the competition. Corin explained his plan, that started with only 3 people in extravagant costumes. Then they joined a larger group and moved forward, and never bothered to look for a safe zone. In its place they accumulated all the students possible, as if they were a human shield, preventing opponents from attacking them, for fear of losing points. And thanks to this strategy, they destroyed all their rivals. Some considered their tactics cowardly, which forced others to try to attack melee. And Lark asked his boss for permission to attack. With the endorsement of Corin, launched a huge fireball that destroyed everything in its path, including some citizens, something that did not worry them, because they had a large surplus. Thanks to this plan, they accumulated a large amount and managed to beat 30 students, having fun in the process. Returning to the present, Alice observes a power-crazed Corin who asks her to join them. This confuses the girl, who even receives an offer of an executive position, but she remains in her ideals. Unfortunately, her companions don't, because the protagonist offers a place with his bandits to the first one who defeats Alice, and so they all throw themselves on her. She feels betrayed, while Corin reflects on human nature to betray when their safety is at risk. But now Alice eliminates everyone. And now, without any intention of having honor, she merges into power, expressing that now she is the vice president of the vampires. On the other hand, another group formed on the basis of friendship was nearby, led by Marie and Elizabeth, who advanced easily until the Immortal Lodge appeared. Elizabeth was confident that she could win by being all the stronger, which was true, so Corin used his best technique, getting sensitive, crying in front of Marie. This ends up convincing her too much, entering into a state of madness, with Elizabeth observing how her friendship with Marie was easily defeated by the power of love. And in a fit of rage, Marie went into power mode and started attacking even her companions, including Elizabeth, and so Marie joined Corin's group, beginning her celebration, accompanied by the evil laughter of her leader. All this was watched by Kang and Josephine, and although surprised by Corin's strategic talent, Josephine preferred to deny that he was her student, because of the painful and insane nature of his performance. However, although their moral reputation was tarnished, the plan allowed them to easily pass the group test. Arriving then the combat by duos, the first opponents were the Chen brothers of the Merkava Academy, who attacked Corin, who escapes easily to use his Pokemon, that is, Alice, so that she uses Quick Cut. She, even with many complaints, ends up doing it, easily defeating the duo, with the protagonist celebrating his victory, annoying Alice because he did nothing, arguing in the arena while they are observed by Yin and Yuhua, who are not very surprised by Alice's techniques, despite being the heiress of Arden. Rather, they notice Corin, due to his great strength, remembering that they thought they alone should face 2 problems, the Berserker Seeker and the Vampire Marie, recognizing their strength, hoping not to meet when they start in their plan. But something alerts them, putting them furious. Meanwhile, the city Ran is surprised by the peace and quiet that is felt in the city, because everyone is at the festival, a silence that reminds her of when she was born as Yaksha, where she deleted everything she saw. And suddenly something alerted her, a feeling so powerful that she almost mistaken it for an attack. Yet it was nothing more than the murderous intent of Yin, who was amused watching as most fell for his trick. And although it was only a deception, the real intention to eliminate her was evident in Yin's look. Confused, Ran asked if he knew her, to which Yin with a sadistic smile replied that he had never seen her face, calling her sister, and immediately pretended to have confused the person. Ran continued to doubt, since there was something about Yin that was slightly familiar, and without wanting to think too much about it, decided to leave. From a distance, Yin barely could contain his anger at observing her, and at that moment Yuhua arrived, upset because Yin had moved recklessly. However, he was satisfied, For at least they had confirmed that their technique worked with her, as it was the only thing capable of sealing a monster like Ran. And Yin was shaking, unable to hide his hatred, while Yuhua asked him to wait for the right moment to disappear the beast inside Ran and save her. So Yin promised him that he would do well. Although his gaze burned with a devouring hatred, on the other hand, in the midst of Rat, a village far from the city, the next phase of the group tournament was taking place. In a tavern, Corin complained of another change in the future, something that Josephine had already warned him, as an idea proposed by Kang, who also had expressed his complaints about stolen materials. And the main suspect for Josephine was Corin, who again was terrible at pretending innocence, remembering that he had stolen the materials for the 8-door ritual against evil, with which he planned to get Ran. At that, Kang enters the tavern, while Alice tries something, confirming to Corin that the girl never pays attention, as she can't eat there. And while Kang tells all the participants to start the event, throwing a talisman, Corin opened it, blowing the head off a guy in the bar, with everyone else starting to do the same. In a violent massacre to the screams of confusion of Alice, who ends up terrified after the chaos, until Corin shows them that the bodies on the ground are just rotting zombies, as they are in a city that during the day is seemingly normal, but at night is Nerea, the city of the living dead, trapped in a loop for 300 years. Kang explains the following event, dividing them into groups of 4, where they must search for moonstones in 3 days, not saying any additional information. As the group of Corin, Alice, Jaeger and Lark begin their journey against millions of undead, with Corin determined to save Ran and go to the next round. The plan is to avoid the city center, looking for easy spots in the surrounding area, especially against zombies who swallowed moonstones, and with the team in a tower, visualizing their first target, except Jaeger, who is short-sighted, and Corin asks Lark to put a flying spell on them to attack. But the little one tries to understand why the target is growing in front of them, being this a reborn titan, one of the high-level bosses. Corin, out of control, ordered Lark to flee, but while this one very confident tries to escape using his flying magic, a possessed object pushed him into the void, eliminating him. Ruining the plan from the start, Corin had to improvise quickly, as the Titan destroyed the tower with a single cut of his sword, and the 3 remaining tried to climb to the top before the structure collapsed on them, at which Jaeger expressed his serious doubts about staying close to Corin, who seems to attract danger. And finally the tower collapsed, and the trio emerged from the rubble, and Alice joined Jaeger, claiming that being near Corin was dangerous. He replied that at least it gave them excitement, although he admitted that his initial strategy had been a failure, losing a limb, but Jaeger remained optimistic. Until he was captured by a monster called Scream of the Abyss. With no time to rescue him, Alice pointed out another enemy. Corin disappointedly turned to him, correctly identifying him as the Phantom King, and so the 3-level bosses met, making Alice lose all hope, and Corin for the first time backed that idea. When the monsters moved towards them, everything seemed lost, but a flash of light illuminated the sky. A lightning bolt fell in the form of a spear, cutting the path of the monsters. From the lightning, a figure emerged, who asked them to follow her. Corin, concerned by the technique used, remained motionless, until Alice brought him out of his trance. Pushing him to escape, they followed the mysterious figure to a safe place, where Corin anxiously tried to talk to the girl. She interrupted him as she knew his doubts, revealing her identity and why she mastered Corin's techniques, revealing herself as his teacher, Ariu, who recognized the boy as her disciple in the distant future, leaving him in shock. Now we see a long time ago, and Sijo summoned Corin to a place. He arrived joking about being very obedient to him, but Sijo, very serious, knocked on the door behind him, which according to Corin is the principal's, as he was about to help him with a request. And thus he introduced him to a teacher who would make him stronger, this being the first meeting between Corin and his teacher. Now in the present, in the midst of the city of the dead, Ariu took the kids to a safe place. Alice, in gratitude, offered her a chocolate, but she could not eat anything that did not correspond to her time, because in that city, for the visitors, the food could not be consumed, as it would simply disappear into their stomach, and if someone ate something from another time, they could be trapped in the timeline. So Alice devoured her chocolate by herself, asking Corin's teacher if she was in the incident from 300 years ago, and Corin, still suspicious, did not want to call her teacher, and wondered how she was conscious in that loop. Ariu's answer was that she befriended the god of death, who kept the undead alive, and he gave her the mission to stop the immortal god from being born in the center of the city, a mission that Corin joined, to Ariu's surprise. And so the 3 set off for their first task, to face the reborn titan, one of the 3 bosses they had to defeat to stop the immortal king. The beast attacked them, but Ariu and Corin managed to subdue it with a double spear attack in a whirlwind, which wiped out the undead and shattered the arm of the titan, and the creature tried to fight back. But Corin dodged, and Ariu launched into the attack, immobilizing it. Then Corin gave the signal to Alice, who finished it, decapitating the monster. With the titan defeated, Corin picked up the huge moonstone, while Alice celebrated the victory, thanking the powerful presence of Ariu, who suggested resting until the next night. since daylight was the only safe time to do so. Without wasting time, Alice settled down and slept as if she were at home. But Corin refused to sleep, even though Eriu insisted that he should be a good boy and rest. The word boy bothered him deeply, something that Eriu took advantage of to annoy him. And she, for her part, was surprised to have taken such an ordinary person as her disciple. Corin avoided looking at her directly, remembering with sadness that before him there was another successor, Balthazar. However, he preferred not to mention it, so as not to hurt her. Eriu noticed Corin's expression and understood that his future would not be bright. This made her smile, thanking her for the affection of his teacher in avoiding telling him about his future. Corin recalled her other life, where at one point back then she was facing Balthazar and Fermac in a destroyed world, where with everything lost, Eriu bought her time to escape. Although he refused, she stood firm, making it clear to him that as an adult, her priority would always be to protect the little ones. And so Corin received the last smile from the teacher, the woman who taught him, guided him, and ultimately sacrificed herself for him, thinking that if he had discovered Sijo earlier, maybe he could have changed something, remembering how even with all his knowledge of the future, he had done nothing but fail and create problems like the typhoon. And now with his teacher, instead of following his plan to save Ran, that thought filled him with insecurity and doubt to the point of not being able to sleep. Eriu noticed his expression and with a smile smashed his nose into a playful way, telling him that he would fail if he continued to overthink everything. Corin then asked her if she felt the same about her own failures. Eriu replied that she had experienced and would experience countless defeats, hugging him from behind, comforting him by assuring him that failure was not a defeat, and she was happy to have welcomed him as a disciple, promising to guide him on his path. And with these words Corin felt a great peace and began to fall asleep, although he still doubted whether he could save Ran. Meanwhile, in the individual tournament, Ran faced a knight who hit her suddenly, and was desperate not to be able to scratch him. Josephine watched carefully, hoping that Ran would not exaggerate. As the knight insisted, Ran remembered her teacher's words, who had warned her that most people would be weak and fragile, asking her to hold back to prove that her existence was not dangerous. Finally, the knight gave up, boring Ran, who remembered how fun it was to train with Corin. And according to Josephine, Corin's power was unmatched by any other. Ran, copying the move that Corin had used to defeat her, formed huge energy in the form of a dragon that exploded in the sky, frightening the knight, who called her a monster, and used to hearing that word. Ran did not expect this time for it to hit her deep in the chest. Moving on to the next round, expecting the same result, she saw her next rival, Leon. He was watching her with a smile full of hatred, happy to see her again, and immediately the fight with Leon began, moving at full speed, with explosive moves that ended with a big kick. The audience exploded with excitement, seeing that the boy might have a chance, and he quickly repeated his moves to deliver another brutal kick to Ran's face, which caused a big blast wave. However, terror gripped him when the girl, known as the Yaksha of absolute defense, had no scratches, and she kindly suggested he surrender. Leon, furious at hearing her, called her a monster, hating that kindness and mercy which he believed she should have had before towards his family. And full of anger, he promised to eliminate her, awakening in Ran memories of that bloody scene. Meanwhile, in Azrai, the dark wizard Jarogl, who planned to attack the city, was confused to see that his magic circle did not work, and desperate to see the Tranquillus city, he sought the responsible, suspecting that it had been, according to him, the witch Josephine, a user of runes. He did not understand how he had been trapped in a 3-day loop for 3 centuries, and in his frantic search he reached his huge and seemingly perfect magic circle, discovering in its core something completely altering it, an original rune. Eriu arrived with Jarogl, who demanded to know what she did. She admitted she had no choice and called him the immortal king. This caused Jarogl to convulse, transforming into a grotesque morphing mass. Eriu calmly asked him to play his part while he, flooded with despair, cried, saying that a night before Alice and Corin had taken care of the Abyss Screamer and the Phantom King. Alice celebrated after her victory because of the huge moonstones they had gotten. Although Corin, uneasy, knew that they had won thanks to the power of Eriu, who, like a good teacher, congratulated them with a smile. However, Corin observed her with suspicion, as her guidance to defeat the enemies had been as perfect as if she had done it many times. Yet the last task was still missing, to defeat the immortal king. Just then they were faced with an emaciated and deformed version of Jarogl, the wizard who had unleashed chaos on Azrai by trying to usurp the position of King of the Dead. Alice did not find him intimidating at all, while Corin wondered if he failed to become a lich, to which his teacher gave no answer. And so he decided to go to the front alone. Alice tried to stop him, believing that although he did not look like it, he was still a special grade monster. However, Corin knew that even as a failed lich, Jarogl was superior to that grade and stronger than Marie, and when trying to attack him, Corin had to dodge a brutal blow that surprised everyone. And the dark wizard launched successive attacks, destroying the ground again and again with huge flashes. Alice, amazed by so much power, shouted worriedly to know if Corin was still standing, while Jarogl laughed maniacally, not noticing that in a matter of seconds his body was cut into pieces by Corin, who confidently appeared behind him, warning him that casting magic so consecutively only made it easier to lose sight of his target. Finally, he finished him with a thrust of demonic energy, leaving him in a pulp, remembering how an enemy of pure strength was easy to defeat with the right technique. In addition to the fact that he had repeated that mission many times in the game, Alice arrived, surprised by how easy it was for him. However, Corin assumed that she would have done it even faster. They were more worried because Eryu was no longer with them, which was strange for Alice, since they had only recently been together. And so the worried protagonist decided to look for her, charging Alice with the defense. Upon quickly reaching a rooftop, he met Eryu and asked her how many times the immortal king had awakened. She replied that she had defeated him 3,000 times since 300 years ago, at Azrai. The Dark Wizard had used a lunar eclipse to transform all the undead, who appeared suddenly in the city. With this, Corin finally understood, and Eryu confirmed it. She needed 3 days to defeat the immortal king, and because of this, she was causing the city's curse. The reason for all this was to prevent the collapse of the world caused by the appearance of millions of undead. Using the original rune of paradise, Eryu managed to maintain balance. However, Corin knew that doing something like that was impossible, since reversing so many undead would mean going against the very voice that spoke to him at that moment, the god of death, who seemed to know Corin as the one who conquered death. Feeling discovered as a returner by the entity that represented death, who was in charge of the endless cycle of reincarnation, Eryu explained how the god of death got there to destroy the original rune that threatened the undead, but he ended up signing a deal. The god of death ended up at a crossroads, having 2 options: lose 1 million people or allow the natural cycle to collapse completely when the world was invaded by the undead. He decided to accept the loop, but with several conditions. First, Jirogul had to be defeated and lose his memory every 3 days. Second, Eryu had to be split in 2, one part leaving the city and the other remaining perpetually in it. Third, the bosses had to be defeated, and on the 3rd night Jirogul had to be executed, thus beginning the cycle again. After repeating it so many times, everything became exhausting for Eryu, and a concerned Corin asked her how much longer her mind and body could hold that load before ending up losing the battle. She firmly answered that she would do it as far as she could, recognizing in Corin the mission to save someone, and being sure that he would save many, so he must go on his way. The god of death backed her up, reminding him that saving the world, and Corin heard as the Eryu who stayed outside of Azrai did not even know that version of her, and that in the end no one would recognize her sacrifice. Despite that, Eryu was still determined and resigned to sacrificing herself, as she had done before in giving her life for him. Corin respected her for that, but he was not planning on giving up and asked the god of death for a contract. The entity, intrigued, took him to his dimension, where Corin asked him to void Eryu's contract and obtain a high-ranking treasure from the underworld. In exchange, he offered to clean up Azrai in half a year, but the god did not seem to trust him to pull it off, as that was not a task that someone like him could perform. But when he put the weight on the scales, he found that the deal was not fair, to Corin's surprise, because his request was too low compared to the magnitude of the task. And so the god of death offered him an even better object, and the protagonist accepted. When he came out of the portal, Eryu was furious at what he had done, listening to Corin explain the deal to her, knowing that if he failed, his soul would be removed with no chance of ever reincarnating again. This upset Eryu, but Corin took her by the shoulders, claiming that he only followed her example, confessing that she changed his perception that it was all a game, and that in the most terrifying moments she was the first heroine he ever met and the teacher he could not save, having to watch as she sacrificed herself. He asked her, now that he was not the same weakling as before, to let him return the favor, and so the cycle continued, with Eryu defeating the king as in past centuries, yet now steadfast in her mission. Calling herself the Queen of the Shadow Paradise, believing she had one day accepted that role of hero with the mission of saving everything, to the point of no longer caring about herself. But everything changed when a boy promised to be by her side, being the first person who in all her lonely life cared for her, leaving her clearly smitten. And the god of death was glad that his old friend fell into the clutches of love, but doubted Corin's choice to take such a little powerful object, being this the orb of the god of death, which allowed attacks to hit the target, ignoring defenses and separating the body from the soul. Yet its full functioning was only reserved for the god of death and was hardly useful for humans, especially those who did not perceive spirits like Corin. And yet the scale considered the deal, intriguing the god of death even more. And so we returned to Azrai, where the Khan Inn awaited the teams, being the first to enter Yuhua's, followed by Marie's, with crushing results, but it seems Jaeger is the best, throwing in the towel and giving up on the Mandragora bandits, as does Khan, who labels them fools, confident that Corin would not make it, reassuring himself with the advantage of his academy. At that moment, Corin and Alice arrived, delayed by a small snack, this time because Corin couldn't stand the hunger, arguing about it until Khan interrupted them, demanding to see their results. Corin showed a huge stone that positioned them in the rankings, but the next 2 stones they delivered were proof that they had defeated the bosses. only missing a small piece of Jirogel, thus accumulating many points and winning first place. So it all ended, with the duo heading to school. Alice asked Corin if he would return to Azrai. Being discovered, he accepted it, and so she promised him that when he did, she and Marie would go with him, asking him to stop doing things just because they worried about him. Corin felt bad about this but preferred to rest for the moment, and was now confident that he had obtained the Death Orb, which could be useful to save the arrogant Ran. However, upon returning, he discovered that she was already arrested, and now we are told the story of Ran, who long ago was a cheerful little girl, beloved by her cousin Yuhua and her entire family. However, she was plagued by a rare disease known as the Ice Constitution, a legendary curse that generated in her body an enormous amount of yin energy, crushing the yang energy, generating a great imbalance in her body. Her father Kang Yu tried to save her, but for this disease there was no cure, and so two misfortunes occurred in the family. The first was the curse that Ran was born with, and the second, a father willing to do anything for his daughter. Kang Yu, one of the best spiritualists of his generation, looked for all possible means to generate enough yang energy to counteract the yin energy, but found nothing in the human world. So he changed his focus, looking to drain that yin energy, finding a living being able to absorb it, a yaksha, and so he performed a ritual with Ran, and from this emerged the living yaksha, Waran. And now we come back to the confrontation between Yin and Ran. Yin, for his part, was full of fury, while she, confused, remembered the massacre she caused. While Yin looked at her with disgust, considering her a monster pretending to be human, which dislocated her, unable to react. She heard as she was accused of usurping Ran's body, falling into a state of anxiety, claiming that the body was not his, as she remembered all the deaths she had caused, and the voices from beyond begged for her death. Rotting bodies rose from the ground trying to drag her and hang her, making it clear that she should never have been born. Already terrified, she saw as the rotting corpse was now the ghost of the original owner of the body who asked her to return it. Desperate, Waran unleashed a heartbreaking cry, claiming the body as his own, which unleashed her power and chains imprisoned her, while Josephine and several guards ran to stop her. And Waran screamed in a rage that she deserved the body and wouldn't let it go, and that's why she was now arrested. Corin asked Josephine if she had captured her using talismans. She, no longer surprised by how well-informed Corin was, confirmed it, explaining that the chains of Xenon and the amulet of Hostila were used, although one of them was burned in battle. This led the bishop to accuse Ran of violent acts, sending her back with Kang to the east. Corin felt they had overreacted with the decision and even blamed the academy for the lack of control. And in that, the director stepped in, demanding an explanation as to how Corin knew this. However, both of them already understood that both the church and Kang had caused the incident, so the protagonist initiated actions, asking for the trust and help of the director and Josephine in this new event. Remembering that unlike the previous levels, this was not a simple battle, which, depending on the narrative and affinity, had to choose between saving Ran or Waran, and although the easy thing was to choose one, as Sijo had done, Corin was playing to save everyone. Meanwhile, in a still mentally disturbed cell, Waran received a visit from Kang, who introduced himself as the uncle of the owner of the real body. However, the girl did not accept him, nor did she have any intentions of releasing the body. Kang then revealed his true intentions, to exterminate all humans from that land. Waran, confused, heard the original Ran ask him not to obey, while Kang promised him full control of his body. And so 2 days passed, the festival went on, and Corin prepared his plan. Although he first wanted to know how Marie had fared at her street stall. Marie, using products obtained directly from her family business and selling them at 3 times their cost, managed to make a lot of money, exciting the greedy Corin. Then later, Corin visited a mana stone throwing stall. The steward gave her a free shot, thanks to Marie's beauty, and she was surprised by how strangely soft the mana stones were, noticing that they could be molded, and that being defective they easily exploded. Corin threw one, using all his pressure, managing to hit the target, and knowing that these stones were used to cheat in the game. But understanding their process, he planned to use them well, and so he bought them all. Ready to use them in his plans, he laughed ominously, scaring Marie, to whom he assigned a mission, to find a carriage, and so Corin prepared the ground for his awakening. In the carriage, Waran received a peach that unleashed her power, delivered by Yuhua. However, Yuhua doubted that it would serve, as Waran still insisted on keeping the body, so a cold Yuhua made it clear that that body was never his, and that when it was extracted, Waran would be reduced to nothing or to a mere spirit, and this is what terrified Waran. And at that moment they were struck by a distorted carriage, which blew up the trio of Barame, who emerged unharmed, amazed by the strength of the opponents they faced, being trapped in the realm of blood. While in the midst of the chaos, the bandits took everything valuable, including Waran, who was claimed as the property of the immortal Lich. While at the academy, Josephine received news of the attack on the Barame trio and the kidnapping of Ran. This caused that after 35 years of containment, she exploded, shouting a series of unmonetizable words. Back in the forest, the bandits fled with Ran, who was complaining about being rescued, with him telling her that after hearing what happened, he was worried, because if she went with Kang nothing good would happen. She assured him that she had nothing to do with it, but for him they were comrades and she was glad that he had prevented them from separating her soul. Reaching a point, the bandits received payment and took their way, leaving false tracks to mislead. And they cheerfully bid farewell to the immortal Lich, who admired how happy money makes. Now Corin must deal with the grumpy Ran, who because of the peach she consumed would have a little flu, and yet they went on, carrying the girl who was very light, and all the way she was flushed, either by fever or by nerves, asking to get off. Meanwhile, the Barame trio was trapped in the blood domain of Marie, who watched them from a distance, confident she could hold them back, and without waiting for it. Inside, the chaos that the Barame trio caused ended up breaking the domain, leaving a hole where Yuhua escaped, with Marie recognizing that her beloved is in clear danger. Corin, on the other hand, was still dealing with Waran, who was waiting because of the heavy rain, forcing him to seek shelter when a shadow appeared quickly. It was Yua, who was disappointed to find them so fast, attacking with daggers. Corin failed to dodge one of the attacks and received a wound. Worried, Waran wanted to help him, but he assured her he was fine, leaving the girl lying down while he tried to face Yuhua. She was surprised that Corin did not try to run away, and Yuhua commented on how useless it was to stay, although she was amused to see that the boy thought fighting was his best option. And the fight began, the strong clashes between the two appearing, leaving they tied. But Yuhua with a powerful blow threw Corin through the air, barely managing to block the attack, and recognized her by her nickname, the Sword Fairy, the strongest woman in her academy, known for her imposing aura, which was so large, perhaps visible as she attacked him again. She was annoyed that Corin was holding back by not using his aura. And Corin, aware of his core being taken from the Duke of Savancia, currently had a great power abandoned, like a clogged prey, which it was not convenient for him to use. But Yuhua was determined to see him jumping as high as possible to attack him with a single cut, materializing the aura of a gigantic dragon. And Corin prepared to receive her with his sliding snake technique, causing a brutal clash of auras. They were both shocked by the impact, and Corin withstood the blow without a scratch, while Yuhua, even more astonished, noticed that she had used an attack with the intention of eliminating him. And seeing that the boy could complicate things for her, asked why he was protecting Waran. Corin, in his role as a bandit, replied that it was a kidnapping. Annoyed by his insistence on keeping the lie, Yuhua claimed that Waran was not human, but a monster that only caused destruction, as in the Moon Castle incident. Corin knew perfectly well what had happened, and that the real responsible was not there, so he thought they were fighting for no reason. He also warned him that the dojos in the area were very territorial. Yuhua did not understand anything, until a quick cut surprised her, meeting the imposing aura of Alice, who was seen as an accomplice and she was giving a very bad performance. Pretending to be challenging her to a dojo duel, clumsily attacking her. Yuhua logically didn't believe her, but had to deal with her, while she pretended not to know Corin, letting him continue with his kidnapping, and so Corin escaped, thanking Alice. Later, he managed to find a hiding place, thanking the rain for hiding his trail. But this worsened the illness of his hostage, so he had to resort to an advanced healing elixir. Yuhua, barely conscious, saw how they were in an owlbear cave, in the middle of a tree, and Corin, seeing her condition, decided to look for one of these to cover her with its skin. But just before leaving, a lightning struck hard. Yuhua, taking him by the leg, begged him not to leave her alone. Time after time, both of them continued in the cave, remembering the birth of Yuhua, when her eyes opened for the first time before Yu, her master, who with tears in his eyes called her daughter, convinced of having recovered her. The newborn Yaksha called him dad out of pure survival instinct, and decided to play Ran for fear of what would happen if she ever lost the body and the charade would fall, with Yu realizing the truth at the same time as the town's ruler forced him to use Warren as a pet, accustoming her to blood. Time after time Kang would come to heal her, giving her the name of Warren, even though he would only see her as a piece for his plans, and with the abandonment of her supposed father, she only obeyed the lord of the castle, the imperial family and the scholarly Taoists, eliminating beasts, spirits and humans alike, those fractions of fragments of memories. Pursued her, convincing her that she had crushed the weak soul of the original Ran, thus giving birth to the heavenly Yaksha. And in the present, Corin covered Waran with a blanket while she complained, and ignoring her, he wrapped her up completely and asked her to go back to sleep. The now shy and adorable Waran, confused, asked him if he wanted anything from her. And Corin, remembering how everyone who knew her sought something from her, a daughter, a cousin, or a weapon of destruction, so each a man the same as Ans when they met, there is no sin in being born. Waran, on hearing this, blushed, but quickly became enraged, stating that not even teachers would say something like that to a monster like her. She was upset to think that with these ideas, Corin believed he would save the world. He admitted that he did not know if he would succeed, but made it clear that he did not care, since his goal was to save those he knew, those with tragic fates. Feeling responsible as the only player left, Waran, wordlessly, wrapped herself tenderly in the sheet, and she became honest. She was terrified, because everyone was telling her that she should return that body, and although she didn't know if it was the right thing to do, for she was terrified at the thought of what would happen to her, and she asked Corin if she should do it. To which he no doubt replied that yes, vanishing Waran's last hope. Yet Corin suggested that by doing so, they could agree a lease to be roomies of the body. Waran, shamed, claimed that those things were human things, not for monsters, but for Corin their origin had no importance. For he had known humans worse than monsters, and double-faced heroes who slaughtered innocents, expressing that he would wait for his decision and help her until then, turning his back, with total confidence to sleep. Waran had her decision clear. She would not return the body. However, she fell silent, fearing that by saying this he would lose the only person who had helped her, strongly resisting being left alone. Later they both looked for something in the forest, a tree struck by lightning, with the protagonist telling her that the yaksha also have weaknesses, like the wood of these trees, used to ward off evil spirits. And so Waran consumed it, being able to momentarily balance her yin and yang side, reducing her yaksha characteristics. Confused, Waran received it, but upon hearing that this would cause her to lose control of her body, she threw it away immediately. But Corin picked it up, hoping that she would take responsibility and not live a life of gain without consequences. As the crazy Sijo finished, placing the wood in her hand again, but she furiously remains clear in her decision, but before she says it, they are interrupted by Leon, with a huge aura of hatred, mocking the girl. Corin asked Waran to stay behind, knowing that they could not escape with Leon and Yuwa, relentlessly chasing them. And determined to finish, Corin attacked, but this was blocked, and he remembered that he still was in his role of the immortal lich, but had forgotten his costume. Leon launched a brutal kick, causing Corin to back off, who noticed Leon's steel leg, courtesy of Waran, and Corin recognizes his strength by using spells without reciting them, asking him to show him more. As he attacked at full speed, making Leon dance as he dodged each blow, and the pressure of each impact made him barely stand, noticing that Corin was even faster than his cousin. And when Leon took advantage of Corin's carelessness, throwing a blow that the protagonist barely blocked, suddenly a voice surprised him, followed by a shower of talismans that surrounded Corin, courtesy of Kang, who imprisoned him with the power of the 8 formations. These did not allow him to use his muscles nor his energy. When Corin was trapped, he asked Waran to escape, but Kang stopped her with a seal which numbed the personality of the yaksha, leaving everything ready for the ritual. Being prepared to retrieve Ran, and leaving Corin to the mercy of the beasts to suffer his punishment. Unable to move, he cried desperately for his friends, giving everything for lost. Yet when the Barame trio got far enough away, he started laughing like a madman, knowing that everything was going according to plan, and the wolves were stalking Corin. But a pair of golden alphas drove the normal wolves away to claim their prey, or so it seemed, as they actually went for the talismans, releasing the boy, and beginning to talk to him. One admired his performance, and the other felt he overreacted, and both of them transformed, revealing themselves as Ren and Ron, to whom Corin asked if they did it, and the beast girl claimed that Ren would take care, although he did not understand the point of what Corin was doing, who confidently prepared a small fraud. On his part, Yuwa was furious with the bishop for not getting the stolen materials. This smirked at force. But inside he was furious at being underestimated by the girl, seeing how his church had lost so much power that he now needed them. And yet he claimed he got the new materials from a renowned merchant in the east, specifically the Mandragora Company, a name that sounded like Yuhua. Later, Kang received the materials with satisfaction, knowing that he was ready for the Yuhua ritual, while she was still holding in her hand the wood that Corin gave her. However, Kang was to start the final of the group event, which would face the Yuhua team, Deborah Med, against the Alice and Marie team from Merkava Academy, with those present claiming that Corin had been disqualified for his absence from the doubles tournaments and at this event. However, Edgar Ken, presenting the event, was surprised to see that in the arena there was a person full of energy who raised his spear, promising that those who followed him would shine on their way to Valhalla, being recognized and praised by his team as the Immortal Lich, who asked for the event to begin. Kang recognized this as a persistent nuisance, and started the event using the 8-gate formation, a game with changing corridor where the dragon's signal must be retrieved to win. Simultaneously, Kang covered the whole arena and transformed it into a maze, dividing the teams, worrying everyone except Corin, who remained calm, aware that when the final ended, so would the ritual, and Kang interrupted the transmission so that the viewers could not see inside the maze, and sent Yuwa and Leon to protect the central base, the Black Tortoise statue. Meanwhile, Corin discussed the formation together with Alice, who began to be uncomfortable with her makeup as it awakened the strange and sudden feeling of calling him boss, but they must concentrate on the maze, formed by the 4 divine beasts, the most important being the Black Tortoise, where they arrived quickly to face Yuwa and Leon, who were confused as to how they got there so easily. Alice, doubtful, thought she might need reinforcements, but Corin preferred to take care of them while Marie took care of the other statues. Yuhua did not understand how they had managed to break through her uncle's traps, something difficult even for geniuses. And Corin attended to her doubts, explaining that the object that he had recently bought had a tracking rune. Yuhua, still confused, recalled how the objects for the ritual were stolen, and then bought last minute from the Mandragora company, joining the dots until they discovered the obvious deception, which Corin confirmed, infuriating the girl who attacked Alice, making her back off. Corin took the opportunity to mock her for her recent defeat at the hands of Yuhua, although she claimed that she let herself win because he ordered it, being very bad at acting defeated. This struck Yuhua's ego, and Leon threw more fuel on the fire. Annoyed, she asked him to stop holding back and attack with all his strength, and Corin along with Alice accepted the challenge. The Barame team unleashed all their power, releasing a huge amount of energy, while Corin and Alice also did the same, preparing for a final cut, generating a huge explosion, and the losers were Leon's steel leg and Yuhua's sword, both shattered. Yet both stood up, unyielding, ready to fight to their last breath, moved by their hatred of Waran and desire to save Ran, being determined to give everything. However, Corin smashing the tortoise statue revealed the truth. Inside was the head of a hellish being, which he recognized as Todi, one of the four evils, opposite the four divine beasts, which symbolized chaos and destruction. The kids, confused, thought it was a trick, unable to distrust their uncle. But Corin made it clear. The ritual that Kang planned was not to retrieve Ran, but to eradicate the original soul and allow the Yaksha to take control, telling them that Kang waited 3 years since he witnessed the power of the Yaksha, created by his brother, blinded by the desperation to get his daughter back, not knowing what he had really created. So he was blamed for the incident at the castle and executed, taking the place of the real responsible and creator of the celestial Yaksha, Kang, who never imagined that his brother would have as a last resort Josephine and the director, as guardians of Waran, and desperate to be far from his goal, he met Tate Balthazar, who offered him help in exchange for something very simple for him, a massacre. His mission was to round up as many students from the academy as possible, so that Eryu would have to leave, and accepting the tempting offer, and fueled by his zero interest in life, he was willing to destroy the city, and Kang began to create the formation, using the broken chains of Xenon, which were the only thing that kept Waran connected and prevented the destruction of Ran's soul. And once finished, he would deliver the meat pill of 1,000 humans, with which Ho would ascend, laughing maniacally at his plan, until Corin interrupted, stating that it is a boring plan. His nephews hearing this question him, hoping that it is all a lie. He is furious to see that they didn't fulfill their mission. He called them useless, being useless to him. So he started to release his blood technique, covering all the arena. This technique is supposed to liquefy everyone who enters, turning them into a blood pill. And Corin remembered how the golden bat had made the best warriors tremble. With that background, he knew no one could stand against Waran. Fortunately, he claimed that the arms trade industry was corrupt, a claim that will fade the technique of Kang, and then proceeded to explain that they had stolen the objects for the ritual, placing runes on them so that Marie could track them, thus stopping Cao's ascent. With this, a desperate Kang released Waran's seal, who did not wait long to launch the attack, being Corin his opponent. Leon wanted to help, but Yuhua stopped him, admitting they're useless there, so they have to take another mission. And the protagonist explains the plan to Alice. Having to repeat the same model they used with the King of the Mountain, he would go to the front, while she prepared the final blow. The explosions of the battle were huge. Alice, amazed, watched as Corin amplified his command and increased his aura core, crossing the battlefield like a meteorite, and she, seeing him, doubted that someone like that could be as strong as him. Ironically, in front of him was Celestial Waran, who was barely ticklish. Corin knew, although he was giving his all for a single minute, he could not even move the disaster that was Waran, which was preparing its counterattack. And Corin barely managed to dodge when Alice alerted him, but was chased and received with a brutal kick that threw him through the air, crashing against a wall. He came out of the impact painful, almost without strength, recognizing that he was weak compared to his opponent, with his body torn apart just by following her pace. Rising just in time to see Waran hurling directly at him, and with no energy to dodge or regenerate, he accepted his fate, willing to disappear with that blow, yet he did not give up. And he faced it, just when he was about to receive the impact, a huge territorial cut through Waran. It was Alice who, worried about Corin, had moved into the territory, forcing her body until it shattered all her bones. And they didn't even have time to think about that when Waran came back to the attack, concentrating her demonic energy in one fist. The brave Alice prepared to receive the impact, and Corin, worried about her, ran to the place of impact, which generated a big explosion, and from the ruins only Warren came out. Luckily, Corin and Alice managed to save themselves by hiding, and with Corin scolding her friend, who, exhausted and smiling, tells him that she moved by instinct, while a worried Corin gave her the special elixir, fearing that due to excessive damage she would become paralyzed or worse. And Corin observes how his plan of buying time, while Marie took care of the statues and took advantage of Waran being weak so that Alice would finish her, did not turn out as he had hoped. and not counting on Alice saving him by causing her so much damage in the process, and that Waran would be much stronger than he thought, and not being able to blame his friend for having saved his life, he thanked her. Alice, worried about Corin, let him know that the consecutive fights had exhausted 2 of her cores. And he, thinking that only the Duke's core remained, believed that his body would not withstand it, and Alice interrupted him, pointing out that in the whole battle, Waran never used her left hand, in which she held something. And Corin happily remembered the heavy load that he had given her and that she still carries, trusting that only she could decide. And so he returned to the fight with renewed energy, remembering how he wanted to prevent her from ending up like Sijo, asking her to make a decision when he handed her the piece of wood, and although she seemed determined at the time, in the present she is still fighting, so the uncontrolled Waran sees Corin come back prepared and ready for the second round. Remembering at the last moment that when Savancia gave him his core, he also gave him the demonic attribute, and inspired by how this filled his sword-fighting power, Corin decided to emulate the great hero of the story, activating his first demonic spear technique, releasing his aura, and launching himself into attack at the same time as Waran. And so began the clash of powers. Both seemed equal, and for Corin this was not a simple fight between warriors, but a confrontation between 2 myths, the celestial Yaksha against the Duke of Savancia. And so they were completely balanced. Even astonishing Kang, who was unable to understand what he was witnessing, demanded that Waran finish off her opponent at once. She listened and prepared a punch with all her strength. Corin had to respond with his spear, initiating another power clash, noting that his rival possessed an incalculable amount of aura, only being able to release a part with each blow, which gave Corin the opportunity to match that strength to stand, taking the blows as best he could, using the Duke's aura, which kept him level. Although the cost was that his body was slowly being torn apart, and his muscles started to get harder and harder to swing his spear, and his tendons started to break. But Corin couldn't stop, not while Waran also continued to fight with herself, and yet his body reached the limit, unable to resist any longer. Corin began to receive the attacks directly until Waran left a small gap in her defense, causing Corin to take advantage of this, taking a step that put his life at risk. Using his left arm as if it were a spear, channeling all his energy into the final effort, and their gazes crossed just before the blow connected. The impact was colossal, and Corin, with no energy, fell to the ground with his body torn apart, but with his goal accomplished, while she spat blood. For the first time, the absolute defense of the celestial Yaksha had been broken. However, it was an empty victory, for Waran still stood. Corin understood that his end was near, and Kang, excited, shouted to Waran to end it at once, and Corin, unable to move, saw the murderous look on her, but suddenly she seems to recognize it. At that moment the chains of Xenon begin to capture her, and the protagonist, cheerful, sees how all his efforts were rewarded, with Marie and the kids destroying the statues, and ending with the ritual. While Josephine immobilized Kang and with the immediate danger neutralized, Corin passed to the next step. Remove the amulet that was driving Waran crazy, to help her wake up, and despite her blurred vision, Waran managed to recognize her savior. And even confused, I asked him why he had helped her. He replied that as he had promised, he would support her until she made a decision, and she wanted to prove that she was not a monster. Remembering the words of Corin, "You are not born a monster, but your choices determine it. However, selection is impossible." The burnt wood was turned to dust, and she, altered, wants to prove that she is not a monster, to answer the trust of Corin, who simply gives up with that, falling into his arms and claiming that there are still more forms, and she doubts that after all he's done, he can prove he's not a monster, but he hugs her and tells her, "We'll find out together," causing her to break down in tears. And so Kang is locked up after the ritual failure, and everything went according to the plan of the protagonist, who had prepared a plan of action where Josephine and the director had to hide everything related to the ritual to avoid attracting more interest and hatred towards the real victim, Waran. And now Josephine is reporting everything to the very wounded Corin, who also accepts his kind compensation for damages. Josephine, even without trusting him, thanks him for all his work, and he assures her that one day they will trust him. She hopes that it will be so, retreating, reminding him that the festival is not over yet, leaving the door open for Marie to enter, throwing herself immediately on Corin, worried about him. She checks him completely, feeling sad that he always ends up in the hospital, crying in front of him. This makes him feel bad, although he is also worried about her, since she destroyed all the statues alone. She admitted to having received help from Yuhua and Leon, in whom she still does not trust. However, Corin defends him, stating that he only wanted revenge, or saving someone being manipulated by Kang, hoping Marie would hate the wrong people. She recognized his maturity despite being younger, so Corin suggested that in that case he call him Oppa. Marie, clearly annoyed, flatly refused, claiming him for what she considered a strange fetish. Although she was more concerned that Corin was still hurting himself in the future, and he knew that as a simple substitute player on a mission to save the world, it was obvious that it meant accepting the suffering that it entailed. Marie understood that, and with a big smile offered to fight by his side. And Corin, very happy, remembered that the only way to face the powerful, evil, and ambitious villains of the future was to work together, and I took her by the hand, and as they both began to plot about the guild they would lead. Just then Alice appeared, bandaged like a mummy, whom Corin mocks, even though it was her fault. That she would end up like that, and so I change my attitude, and with a big smile I thank him for saving him, putting her nervous. However, Alice needs more time to recover, which means missing the festival fire, leaving her disappointed, and Corin remembers that he had lived that event, but knew that for her, it would be something new. So with compassion, I offered her an extremely elegant dress for the next ball. This bothered the vampire a bit, and her terrifying aura grew while Corin tried to get Alice to call him Opa, and also calculated the money earned from the inns, and Marie with a bloody look interrupted the conversation, demanding the rest of the guild's names, and Corin began by mentioning Alice, who noticed the aura of her, then added Queen Claire, which increased Marie's anger upon hearing about another woman, and Corin, without noticing her fury, described the queen as pretty and excellent for information, continuing by mentioning Ren and Ron, and then to Yule, who was still to be recruited. However, being so close, Corin was doubtful that he would reject him, and Marie grew more and more furious, and Alice more terrified, until the vampire's patience ran out upon hearing Corin mention Ran, shattering her pen, and with a sadistic smile she came running up to the protagonist. On the other hand, the story of Waran continued, after being feared and despised for her strength, by which he justified his decision to keep captive the body he had stolen. However, when Corin prevented him from hurting many people, that soul who resisted asking for help, received it without asking for it. Along with the confidence of being able to make a decision, that kindness arrow her heart, although she did not know how to react to those new feelings. Waran hated how she felt, and even more the boy who provoked her, who just came to visit her. However, he could not talk much with her, since Waran wants to find a way to bring back Ran. And Corin extends his hand towards her, but Waran, trembling, asks him to take her to eat fish first. Her frightened look made Corin pleased her, promising to go when it's all over. Later, while Waran was flying, Corin prepared his spear, equipped with the Orb of the God of Death, an artifact of mythical rank. Although the object had perfect accuracy, it only worked correctly in the hands of the god. In the hands of a human its accuracy decreased, and Corin did not perceive spirits. I found that the pressure was practically zero. However, his objective was the same as with the mana stones, never looking for a direct hit, but the rate of dispersion, which increased when the precision was worse, generating an expansive wave of mana. The wave caught up to Waran, who collapsed on the ground, and Corin caught her just in time, asking her if she was okay, and to his surprise, he met a smiling girl with blue eyes who sweetly called him Opa. Words that fetishist Corin took to heart, remembering how his friends had refused to call him that, even calling him being conquered from the beginning by Ran, who clearly knew that he desired, in an insane way, that Waran call him that for a long time. With that, Corin understood that Ran had been watching all that happened. As she was moving away from his arms, Corin asked her if she did not hold a grudge. She, testing her legs again, joked like a child, sincerely admitting that at first she did hate Waran, claiming him for her body. But Waran never listened to her, and those visions that tormented her were her anxiety and fear, feeling that they shared. And upon understanding this, Ran left behind her hatred, surprising Corin with her maturity, but she felt that she should do it since she was the older sister of Waran. Corin sees her happy when Ran asks him if he would save her again, this no doubt, and says that he would be there to help her. Smiling and making the girl admit that she shares all tastes with Waran, approaching her ear to whisper that includes her taste in, and then touching her breast, she hinted at the benefits of having two wives in one, which made the protagonist nervous, who did not know how to respond, and finally legality won, and Corin rejected her, considering that at least he should ask the opinion of his body roomie. Ran, laughing, thanked her with a kiss on the cheek, before collapsing on his chest, and Corin, worried, saw as who raised his gaze was Waran, with a murderous expression, trying to deny everything he had said Ran, before leaving, arguing with her, not without first inviting her to dinner, and Corin interprets this as a childish way of thanking him, although Ran's flirting left him confused. Later, the men of the church complain about everything invested in the festival, looking to use the opportunity so that by a secret tunnel, a group of warriors tried to defeat the princess. However, they are defeated by Corin, who is not the last, and leaves the rest to Josephine, who takes care of the matter, although she still doubts all the knowledge that Corin has, but is grateful to have him as her ally. On the other hand, in her bed lies an invulnerable being with an advanced metabolism, Warren, or that she says to justify her laziness, who keeps trying to sleep, being disturbed by the desperate Ran, who tries unsuccessfully to wake her, until both are alerted by a noise, going down to find a Corin completely asleep on the ground. Ran plans to disturb him, while Waran only approaches out of curiosity to bite his cheek, and Ran, mocking, insisted that she was in love with Corin, but she denied it, though she was about to confess something to him. Yet instead of saying it, I kept biting his cheek, unsuccessfully waking him, until a jealous Marie appeared, invoking Daegu, to take Corin home, but Waran preferred to leave him there. However, Marie was determined to have breakfast with him, which made the demonic girl jealous. Then Corin in class was more attentive to his new statistics, among them a third core outperforming most of the knights, who could barely manage one of that level. And this he had achieved thanks to the Duke and the Silver Mandragora, and he had raised his aura to a new level, as did Alice, who got a new core after almost dying in the territory, and now Corin sees his new demonic energy, which increased his strength and mana by 20%, yet he did not know what it meant that he had to practice. And during the class, like many other students, he was uninterested in the lesson, and Professor Lulara, with a sarcastic smile, seemed to be planning to review his notes, and Corin feared that as punishment, he would be forced to clean the dusty and suffocating alchemy room, which would ruin his free afternoon. Then a hand came dangerously close to his, not remembering which side Jaeger was, decided to dodge, but this insisted, managing to capture it, to raise his eyes and find Rain, who, pulling his hand, offered to show him her notes, and Corin nervously accepts, unable to release his hand, with Rain inviting him to lunch, and calling him Oppa, being so loud that it draws the attention of the class, and very attentive to Ukuo, who takes note of what his father does, while this one asks him for Waran, who apparently fell asleep in class. And after this, both walked together, and Corin asked for Yuhua and Leon, both having been manipulated, were not blamed for Kang's actions, who instead would be executed unofficially, and Yuhua for his part, would assume the leadership of the family, in charge among other things of marriages. And before this Ran, in a palpable way, claimed that she already had the blessing, hugging him, making Corin beg, so that Waran would wake up soon. For his part, furious Marie received the report from Daegu, who relented with barks what happened between Ran and Corin, and she, after analyzing the situation, realized that in fact, they were not a couple, and that the caresses that were given were more an act of predation than affection. However, her feminine side ended up ascending with jealousy upon hearing about Ran, about the Oppa fetish of Corin and the advantages of having two wives, causing her to make a decision about it, thinking of taking steps like offering him a potato farm or even a diamond mine. She also considered the possibility of getting sexy for him, but ended up changing her mind, and with her aura growing, she made the jackal nervous. To which she ends up asking him for advice about male tastes. This, with all the security that a dog can have, suggested bone and blood. And later Marie followed that advice to the letter, bringing him a very special dish, which basically consisted of blood clotted with meat, which Corin tasted, and to her surprise, loved, reminding him of the seasoning of his home, eating with enthusiasm. But just before congratulating the chef, he noticed that the system indicated to him that he had received a force buff, and sweating nervously, he asked Marie if the blood used was what he was thinking, and her expression betrayed her. For his luck, Corin enjoyed that kind of moorings, and feeling pleased by the buff, hugged her tightly, while Marie thought her jackal's advice had been excellent. On her part, Josephine listens as Warren tells her a story of a friend, though she had not. In the tale, the supposed friend was deeply in love, but did not know how to express it. Josephine linked all the wires quickly. Waran, after all, was still a girl capable of falling in love, and the only possible candidate was Corin, who strangely enough was quite popular among women, and the only one who related to Waran, besides being an excellent student and warrior, and although also according to some reports, he even had a reputation as a womanizer and a con man. With this background, he has no choice but to tell Waran. Being surrounded by women leaves him little chance, since an alpha like Corin doesn't look for girls, but they rain on him. Well, he didn't exactly say it like that, but that was the gist, so he gives him his best advice. Techniques learned in her youth, 100 years ago, from her only romantic reference in her entire life, a book called 101 Ways to Capture a Man, and with this invites her to be bold and eliminate the competition. After which he returns her to the academy, where unfortunately she meets with Daegu, guarding the door, while Marie mounts Corin to drink her blood, making very suggestive noises, unleashing the jealousy of Waran, who doesn't know how to control her feelings, seeing that she wasn't special to Corin as she thought, as he is kind to all the girls, and deals with her pain in silence until she sees how Marie too much of Corin's neck, watching her with a victorious expression, leaving Waran paralyzed, for Ran to take over, who is determined to get rid of the obstacles, and later Alice, eagerly devouring her dessert, along with all her friends, while Corin, surprised, could not believe how this situation had ended, as he just wanted to clear himself before his next mission, but ended up running into, by chance, Jaeger, Lark, Alice, and followed by Marie and Ron, the latter not taking long to take the lead, winning out Marie to offer Corin a dessert and then wanting to taste Marie's, making the boy feed him in his mouth, but before he does, the vampire stamped it all over her face. Surprisingly, this did not unleash a bloodbath, but only an intense verbal fight between the girls, loaded with such a terrifying atmosphere that it put Corin and also Jaeger on edge, and after agreeing that it was dangerous to stay there, all the men at the table did the most logical thing: to flee, blaming the womanizer for the problem, and the only one who got caught was Alice, who was caught in the middle of the fake but scary smiles of the girls, who were arguing about who would take Corin on vacation. Alice, with no options, ended up revealing that the womanizer had already planned to go home, and those killer vibrations reached the bathroom, where Corin was oblivious to what was happening. He was on his own, and so Alice told the work plans, although they sounded a little romantic. And first they would complete the mission in the east, and then they would return together to a solar eclipse, receiving the hatred of the two women, while Corin was still in the bathroom. Remember how a few days before, Yule informed him that an eastern spirit brought him the information that Corin asked him. The location of the druid Uskis and the land Findius, where he said hides one of the 4 great treasures, Clayum Solacis, protected by Uskis, land that in the game was only part of the story, as it would be delivered along with its treasures to Balthazar, before the player knew they existed. However, after the failure of Sijo, Corin understood that it was not enough to become stronger, but also to weaken his enemies, taking advantage of the map of Fernac, knowing the location of the sun of Findius. And the only time in which he could obtain it would be when the sun was at its weakest, which would make the solar eclipse on that holiday the best opportunity. And with the information Yule provided him, he began to prepare everything to go to the treasure and foil Balthazar's plans. And in the present, explains all this docile and nervous Marie, continuing to tell him that he also goes with Alice to look for a sword fanatic to help him master the techniques of Savantia, having to face the terrifying aura of the vampire. And although with her jealousy, she handed him a token of her family, which would guarantee him support from her allies. She also made sure to make it clear that he was very special to her, and that she would soon travel east to help him, giving him instructions as if he were a child. And Marie made Corin prefer to retreat to her room. However, before she could do so, she stopped him, demanding a suck. The resigned one agreed, since they wouldn't see each other in a while. Finally, he arrived exhausted to his room, having lost more blood than expected, ready to rest only to find the two-in-one, lying in his bed, being Waran complaining about how long it took him to bathe. But he was interested in knowing why she was there. She made it clear that they would sleep together. And although he protested, he finally gave in to the memory that they had already slept together in the cave. And to avoid an unnecessary argument, he began to undress, but received a pillow from Waran, who made it clear that he was not yet ready for that. And with no more options, the protagonist put on his pajamas, resigned. Already more comfortable, Waran ended up complaining about the pillow, and used Corin's arm as a support. And before she went to sleep, she asked him not to hurt himself on his journey east. And Corin was amused to see circumconcern, while she admitted that it hurt her to see him hurt. Knowing she couldn't help it, she promised to protect him next time. And although she understood that he would continue to hurt himself, she hoped that at least he would not overexert himself, being these words one more motivation to go on. And the next day, while having breakfast with Yule, Corin read the news about the victory of Alice against her sister, which positioned her as the future heir of the Arden. This took him by surprise. And although the protagonist is more interested in the journey, he asks the girls if they have packed their things. They affirm, and they are ready to go, being alone with a coat, which amuses Corin, who knows well that they will regret it. And so while flying over huge creatures at full speed, Alice and Yule suffer the inclemencies of the wind, both of them repentant, while the protagonist with his comfortable glasses and mask mocks them, and so on until suddenly Alice distinguished something on the ground, a village that was about to be crushed by a herd of elephants. With the hope of being able to save them, she alerted Corin, who after assessing the situation, decided to step in and organize the team's movements. Yule used her roots to stop the monsters, while Alice tried to cut them off, only to be blocked, and Corin came down, trying to go straight for the pack leader. But the situation got complicated, and just then, a group appeared out of nowhere, exterminating all creatures with ease, and Corin recognized them immediately. They were demonic beast hunters of Arden, and at first he thought they had identified Alice, but soon realized that it was not just that. And among the hunters was Lunia, who arrived with a commanding presence, and clearly annoying, not only blaming her sister for not being able to cut off some fat, but also complaining that they almost made their hunting difficult. Corin assumed that her hostile attitude had to do with the article they had read about Alice. However, to her surprise, Lunia simply gave them honey sweets. This calmed down Alice a little, who although nervous calmed down. Corin on his part saw her as always, a little dry, but deep down, a good person, until Lunia from nothing proposes marriage, leaving everyone in shock. After that, she will give us a little more context about this area. We know that the Dunalef are the representative family of the South, that established fertile soils and trade routes, and in contrast the East is not only in contact with the pagan empire, but the area is often invaded again and again by demonic beasts, which has made it very difficult to maintain a good reputation. Yet he has succeeded, and it is thanks to the Arden family, where Lunia is one of the main leaders. So she orders her servants to guide her sister and her friends to a place where they can stay. And so in a change of scenery, Corin and the others spend their time playing while wondering how Alice is going to get along with her sister, doubting that they are going to kill her. But the girl is extremely frightening, so anything is possible, including a good torture. And as if it were a sign, at that moment Lunia sends for the protagonist and receives him in her rooms, insisting that she has a lot to talk about. And for a moment Corin thinks it's his turn to be tortured and almost asks her where she will start. The good thing is that he refrains from saying such stupidity. However, that's where the madness begins, because Lunia asks him to confirm his age, and when she hears that he is old enough, she asks him again if he would consider marrying her. It seems like a joke, but she is completely serious, because obviously he can give her good seed, martial talent, good physical strength, and a decent face. The detail here is that Corin will not respond until you tell him the real reason for your request, and he has no choice but to confess that it is his fault. It turns out that after Alice defeated him in combat, her grandfather and the leader of the family, the Sword Emperor, declared that Alice would be named Master of the Fifth Sword Pavilion. This generated a lot of nervousness among Lunia's followers, to the point where her position currently hangs by a thread. Although the High Command wants to arrange a marriage with some important families from the East, she hates the idea so much that she would rather marry him as a front. Despite his doubts, Corin thinks it makes sense. Alice is supposed to be the illegitimate daughter, but she has just been greeted with tons of gifts, which means they now see her as the successor, leaving Lunia off the list. In turn, Alice meets Sophia, Lunia's mother and the current lady of the family, who informs her of her grandfather's decision, including the fact that she cannot refuse because the man's orders are absolute. She is now the master of the Fifth Sword Pavilion, so she hands her her representative weapon and recommends that she begin to play her role, an order that Alice cannot refute, returning to that attitude of absolute obedience that was ingrained in her since she was a child. The problem here is that when she leaves her own meeting, she hears the protagonist tell her sister that it is not a bad proposal, and they agree to have a date the next day, with body language her sister already knows very well. That mixture of emotion and respect that she has when she meets a warrior who has reached a certain threshold as a swordsman. For a moment she is happy for both of them, even though the situation with her sister is not the best. She genuinely wishes for her to be very happy, and Corin is very special to her, the only one who trusted her talent and has supported her from the beginning. At first glance, they make an amazing couple, the combination of her two favorite people. But although she tells herself that this is a good thing, her expression says the opposite. Meanwhile, Lunia thinks of the list of suitors that she gave to her mother, unable to refuse taking action, so she dropped the first alternative that crossed her mind: Corin, whose skills are so solid that her grandfather could ignore him in a succession matter. If all goes well, that could help her become the future lady of the clan. She isn't stupid. She knows that her little sister probably feels something for him. But she repeats that what is her sister's is hers, and she has every right to take it. Jenny asks her if she plans to have a secret love affair with Corin, mentioning that he is a very good option compared to the men her mother proposed. They were not brutally defeated in the sword challenge for nothing. Automatically, Lunia tells her that she has good taste in men, but Jenny's problem is not Corin, but her and what she plans to use for the date. The same little outfit as always. She proposes something a little different, and it has the desired effect, because the next day Corin is stunned to see her in a traditional outfit, the perfect way to start their date. Meanwhile, Alice and her new subordinates from the Fifth Pavilion set off on their first expedition to eliminate monsters on the frontier. She spends all day wiping out creatures while her mind is transported over and over to the image of Corin and her sister at the opera. When she's done, all that's left is blood all around her. The lovebirds leave the theater talking normally before Lunia kneels before the protagonist and kisses his hand. He asks her if that is not her role as a man, but she insists that he not think so much about it, and they agree to see each other again the next day. All while Alice watches them with a face that suggests she has finally started to realize what she feels. Right then Lunia turns around. Alice tries to hide her discontent, but the woman realizes, and just asks her to wait for her in the training room to have a practice confrontation. Alice accepts automatically, feeling the genuine need to defeat her. Once the sun has set and they are face to face, Lunia admits she is surprised that she agreed so quickly, but Alice just watches her in a battle position, making it clear that she has never been so sure she wants to fight anyone. Lunia asks her to fight with everything she has, and after presenting their techniques, the battle begins. The older sister destroys the ground to create a mini avalanche of debris and rocks that Alice is forced to block one by one. However, that is not just an attack, but a distraction that she uses in an ingenious way to practically transport herself behind her and hit her with a horizontal short of pure light, which translates into a series of mini-attacks that she barely manages to block with her reflexes. Logically, Lunia feels somewhat confident, but her smile disappears when Alice makes it clear that she does not need to block. Once she reads her attack, she responds with another equally fast and powerful one, now from a low angle directed at her face. At first, it seemed that she had put her in check, however. Lunia manages to dodge it just in time, so that her back is inches from her face, and the older one takes advantage of the distance to give her a punch that sends her flying across the battlefield. On the ground, Alice looks up and understands why her sister is known as the Sword Master. Hers is a mixture of vision, effort, and endless practice. but also humility, because Lunia congratulates her and urges her to get back on her feet. At that moment she decides to be honest, pointing out that her desire to fight seems to be related to her fiancé. She doesn't enter the topic directly, but begins to point out what they have in common with him, including the fact that they fight without wasting energy, using precise techniques at the precise moment. That means there's no need to get creative against a simple human, and she demonstrates it by shortening the distance and throwing a simple attack to the front. Lunia is so sure of her victory that she even tells her what her next move will be, challenging her to dodge it. Although Alice can clearly read what's coming, she knows she can't avoid it. Desperately, she drops her sword admitting she lost, and in her mind the distance between them had been cut. However, she understands how wrong she was, and that her victory was just chance. Before leaving, she recommends that she continue training, or she will just continue to look at her back for the rest of her life. These words end up being the worst blow because she knows it's true. Several days later, Lunia meets with her mother, who starts giving her the typical sermon that she should choose a husband soon, reminding her that men are merely tools to raise the status of the family. She sounds like a wretch, but it's obvious that her view of marriage is distorted by the fact that she used to be the best swordsman when she was young, only to leave it all for a husband who was unfaithful to her. Just for that reason, she tells her that she has nothing to worry about. She has her eyes on a warrior more valuable than any noble she could present, a boy with potential equivalent to her grandfather's. The kind of talent only someone possesses who is going for victory. Plus he's handsome. And if that adds up to the satisfaction of taking away from her sister what she wants most, she's winning. In the face of this, her mother looks at her as if she might be seeing everything from the wrong angle. Regardless, on the fourth day since they arrived in the Arden hometown, everything comes to a standstill to celebrate a New Year's event, and they take the opportunity to rest. Until Yule approaches the protagonist and tells him, "I found it," referring to the reason they went there in the first place. Finding the location of one of the 4 great treasures, that takes them to Findias, the secret land of the Druids, located just across the border that the Ardens control. So they don't waste any more time and go explore together with Lunia, who insists on joining them to help them, although they don't fully explain to her what it is she is looking for. Having someone as strong as her in the middle of that monstrous mountain range is definitely a plus. In that moment, Alice asks her to stop calling him her fiancé so openly. Lunia takes the opportunity to annoy her a little bit more, until Yule interrupts them, saying that they've arrived. Now they just have to go through that portal, which sounds easy, but the moment they set foot, something breaks. And Corin can only think, "He trapped me." From one second to the next, he is transported to a section of the forest where he is completely alone. They have fallen into a protected area of a sage-level druid, a test he has to pass if he wants to find the secret land. With that in mind, he assumes he will have to face an illusion or a magical beast. What he didn't expect is that behind him appeared nothing more and nothing less than Sijo. He greets him with the confident smile that characterizes him, so Corin doesn't think for a second before jumping against him, shouting that he is not real. Of course, Sijo blocks him, confirming that he is right, he is not real. But he adds that Corin himself is also false. He snaps his fingers, causing the protagonist's spear to disintegrate instantly, reminding him that he is face to face with the real protagonist of that world. Although evil, the power he has is completely real, the power of a god even compared to his current level. He outperforms him in every way. Fortunately, Sijo himself doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. He tells him that he should be proud of having killed him, at the same time that he asks him if he's really sure he can save that world. He monopolized everything, and still failed. So he finds it impossible for Corin to achieve anything with a system that's not half as good as his. Being just an extra, he can never beat Balthazar, but Corin sticks to his plan. Get one of the 4 great treasures, and he will weaken him enough to win. The problem is that Sijo doesn't believe him. He thinks that if he really wanted a happy ending, he should have chosen it once again. Instead, he's following a path of pure self-sacrifice, without thinking that it's impossible to save all the NPCs. Moreover, they insist that players get stronger the more people they sacrifice, so if he really wants to win, you're going to start leaving the useless behind, and make certain sacrifices and save the world. And against all odds, the protagonist admits that he is right about certain things. After he started playing again, there were hundreds of moments of regret every time he asked for an object or event, but he would do it again and again. He prepares to attack while commenting that he probably still sees those illusions, because he still remembers the piece of trash that Sijo was. The good thing is that it doesn't distract him from his real goal, saving the world. Marie, Alice, Gaio, Ren. The world he wants is not an empty place, but one full of all the amazing people he's ever met, full of his family. And with that in mind, Corin delivers a powerful blow that makes him disappear, at the same time as his own spear slowly reforms in front of his eyes. For a moment he feels bad for having fallen into such an illusion, but at least it has served as a reminder of why he is there. And as confirmation that even if he goes back again, his choices won't change, because he knows he's doing the right thing. Right then the girls appear behind them, making it clear that all except Yule, who is a druid, had to face their own illusions. For Lunia it was a piece of cake, while for Alice, not so much. But the important thing here is that a voice admits she never expected them to break through the fog so easily. And without wasting time they get on their guard. As they turn around they find a leopard staring before it admits they are extraordinary guests. He is much more than just a leopard, for he transforms into an imposing old man who is instantly recognizable. Uskias, the guardian of Findias, guides them to the epicenter of their home, the secret place some have only heard of through legends. It is a place that is really more alive than ever, as it is full of other druids who were already told by the spirits that they would arrive, so they are not surprised to see them advance to Uskias. And without wasting time, the protagonist reveals that they are there for one of the 4 great treasures left by the Danans, specifically the Sword of the Sun, Solais, and have come as warriors of the Queen of Paradise, Eriu. Now the interesting thing here is that the old man doesn't seem surprised by that, as if someone else had come recently. Even though all the alarms on the protagonist go off, it's too late, because at that moment a mysterious figure walks through the doors, recognizing Corin as the boy who killed Fairmac. Of course the protagonist also recognizes him, the famous king of the beasts, Levant, who besides calling him the queen's guard dog, unleashes a lot of threats about sending beasts to devour his goddess when the Dark Age arrives. The good thing is that the elder automatically lets them know that he does not have the authority to hand over the sword. What he can do is put them to the test that will decide whether they are worthy or not. For the first time the protagonist is taken by surprise, and neither he nor Levant has the slightest idea what it is about. So they follow the flow, going to their respective lodgings until it is time for him to explain everything. For her part, poor Alice is still caught in the middle of the illusion, and has a nightmare in which Corin and Lunia get married while she takes care of her nephews. At first she doesn't know why that simple idea bothers her so much, but when Corin goes to see if she is doing well, the reason is obvious, because she throws herself at him while she whispers in his ear that they can have fun before his sister finds them. Automatically, the protagonist turns red like a tomato, but luckily, Alice closes her eyes again and collapses beside him, making it clear that she had been talking in her sleep. That's why the next day, he doesn't remember anything that happened, and he presents himself to the elder with the others, when he explains to them that they have technically already completed the first stage of the test, having each faced their own illusions and demonstrated the intensity of their wills. For a moment, Alice thinks the test was no big deal, but then she remembers that horrible nightmare and the way she reacted, which was clearly part of the illusion to see how far they are willing to go with their convictions. Upon realizing that, she collapses, thinking that she is nothing but a sinner. However, the old man continues, clarifying that the druids who accompanied them will help them with the second test, which is to find a parasitic mistletoe oak and make a staff from its wood. You have until dawn the next day to complete it. Most importantly, he makes them promise that neither side will attack the other for the next 60 days of the test. That move was suggested by the protagonist. Levant is very dangerous and is accompanied by an equally violent type, Norix, who unlike the other druids, who are usually neutral, supports Balthazar 100%. The worst part is that even though Yule has made a lot of progress, this guy is at the level of a sage, so they split up and start searching, until she announces that the spirits are not responding to their requests. That can only mean that Norix has drawn everyone to himself, making the already impossible task of finding a small mist capable of growing into an oak even more difficult. Desperate, Lunia asks if he can't cut a random mistletoe and nail it to a regular oak. As crazy as it sounds, it's enough for Corin to come up with an idea. So, we move directly to the next day, with Levant presenting his cane, which would be impressive if it weren't for the fact that next to the one the group managed to create, it looks like a simple broomstick. In the end, what they did was grow their own oak by fusing it with mistletoe seeds and Yule's magic, obtaining a beautiful result. But it is so short-lived that they have to spray it with a potion to make it last long enough. Fortunately, the old man does not notice, and announces that they have passed the second test. Next is the third, which consists of creating the fruits of a magical rowan tree located in the north of the forest. At first glance, it doesn't sound so bad, until they arrive at the site and discover that the tree is protected by a titan of the sky, a giant being who, without hesitation, tells them that those who covet the fruits must first prove their worth. Upon seeing the guardian, reactions are diverse. Levant gets excited, Lunia doubts she can win against him, and Corin knows that trying to fight something like that is futile. This is confirmed when the giant asks them to demonstrate not their strength but their wisdom, through a series of riddles. It is no surprise, because titans are beings who seek entertainment in unusual things, and with that on the table, the giant explains that the team that first gets 5 questions right will win. To be fair, only 2 from each side will be allowed to participate. The druids are excluded, so Levant will be participating with a random companion, while the protagonist team will be him and Alice. The first riddle says, "It gets bigger up the mountain. At noon it gets smaller again, and it grows again in the afternoon but disappears at night." Some of the phrases seem to correspond to the sun, but the noon part doesn't make much sense. Corin gets stuck thinking until Levant gives the right answer, a shadow. No one expected the guy to actually be good at it since up until now he had acted like a madman, but the protagonist doesn't have time to think about it, because they quickly move on to the second riddle, which Levant answers again as if it were the easiest thing in the world. When he gets to the third question, it is ridiculous how fast he is able to respond compared to the protagonist. However, this is no coincidence, for the mind of that being works as if it were dealing with thousands or even tens of thousands of people at the same time. By that point, Corin is desperate, asking Alice to say something, anything. Her pleas work because when the fourth riddle comes, Levant does not respond immediately, but thinks about it, and she decides to give the right answer. The irony here is that her answer is adultery, which reminds him a lot of his dream and surprises the Titan himself. However, he admits that it is technically correct, and in that way she breaks her enemy's winning streak. It is of no use to her, because after that the next two questions are answered by Levant in seconds, and he takes the fruit and the victory. Seeing Alice's disappointment, Yule tells her that there is surely another test, but all that goes into the background when she senses something approaching and activates her abilities, trying to decipher if it is an enemy. The strange thing is that she doesn't see any spirits or demonic beasts in the area, which shouldn't be possible in a forest like this. It can only mean two things: either someone killed them, or they fled when they sensed an overwhelming presence. Automatically, both Levant and Norix launch extremely powerful spells, not to confront the group, but to deal with what appears next, a presence so massive that it almost sends them flying. Fortunately, Corin and Alice rescue them, discovering that it is a demonic, humanoid beast that she already knows, the strongest swordsman in the entire game, the Ghost of the Sword. Here we are told that beyond the Arden border, there existed a demonic world where beasts had complete control of the forest, but everything changed when an old man broke the balance with a single sword. That was the girl's grandfather, the Sword Emperor, who maintained his hold over that place without any problems until, for the first time in 100 years, a demonic beast was born in human form and with so many abilities that he could even wield a sword, drawing the man's attention instantly. The problem is that he didn't eliminate it. Without the beast knowing, he started teaching it everything he knew, and on the 8th day since they met, he decided to test it, personally attacking it with a massive exchange of blows. At present, not even Levant himself understands why the hell that demon is so strong, but Corin, who knows more about this world than anyone, knows it is the Ghost of the Sword, the greatest secret of the girl's grandfather. Currently, no one else knows. However, in the future it will soon become a man like the strongest swordsman on the side of Balthazar. The fact that it is attacking Norix and Levant so indiscriminately can only mean that they haven't formed that alliance yet, which would be a good thing if it weren't for the fact that it is so strong that Corin doesn't think he's capable of defeating it. Luckily, while he thinks about how to do it, Lunia acts, attacking the beast with one of her strongest techniques, only to be surprised that it responds with the same movement, and blocks her so effectively that she is forced to back off while seriously asking where the hell it learned that fencing. However, the ghost's response comes not with words but with another series of frontal attacks that end with a kick to the face that she is barely able to dodge. The most impressive thing is that it was not just any kick, for it was accompanied by the edge of a sword blade. The demon doesn't just fight with its hands but with its feet, using multiple swords at the same time in a masterful way. It might seem that it has the advantage, but the difference is that using only her eyes and hands, Lunia is able to keep up with it, using her experience to get half a step ahead of her opponent, holding it long enough to scream, "Get rid of it!" Corin and Alice automatically rise up behind the beast, but although they attack with surprising power, the wretch is so agile that it manages to dodge them with a pirouette. The good news is that was just the beginning. Then they are joined by Lunia, with a triple blow that not even it should be able to dodge, and it doesn't. Its response is much worse, as the demon doesn't even move, only grinning maniacally before responding by crushing them into its domain. Of course, that's not the end, as it attacks them from 8 fronts, forcing the protagonist to use domain separation in hopes of stopping it just in time. The problem is that even if he manages to stop 5, he immediately realizes that the remaining 3 are headed towards one person, Lunia. Even though she is able to perceive the domain, she is still half a step slower than the ghost, which means that she will not be able to dodge it in time. Or at least not with the usual techniques. But luckily, Lunia is not an ordinary warrior, and from 1 second to the next she creates a force field on which each of the attacks bounce. A final defense technique of a swordmaster with which Alice can only dream. The false domain separation starts with pure defense before transitioning into an offense with a cut that almost rips its head off. Unfortunately, the ghost dodges it in time, but it does get hurt. Considering that it has not yet reached the level Corin remembers, a being with 1,000 leaves so wholly capable of cutting everything, he knows they must take advantage of that moment to get rid of it or recruit it. Whatever happens first, he is not the only one who thinks it, for right then Lunia teleports behind the enemy, putting it so on alert that it automatically turns around and cuts her in half with its own hands. The detail is that although the pieces fall to the ground, that is not enough to take down a creature like Levant, who turns into a dark mass of shadow, and then dozens of snakes that jump on the enemy. But that's not the end, as Norix joins the party by applying his own Arya spell with a power that even surprises the ghost of the sword, who first smiles excitedly and then runs away because he's not stupid. He recognizes beings with life force close to immortality, and knows that against those two he is no match. The group remains baffled to see that these are the monsters they will eventually have to defeat. That's why they later meet to discuss what happened. Not only the magnitude of their enemy's strength, but the fact that this demonic beast used Arden techniques. Alice wonders if it read the texts, but although the protagonist says nothing, Lunia finishes connecting the dots. The Ghost of the Sword's skills were clearly honed through hundreds or thousands of real fights, and there is only one person capable of that, their grandfather, Garan Arden, who out of nowhere walks into the room admitting it was just a way to kill boredom. The impressive thing is that there are things he never taught it, which the creature developed on its own. He admits that it excites him, because he is sure that with that, they will be able to see the next level of the technique. Now what he sees as his training method, Alice sees as a challenge. Thinking of the enemies that are come, she asks him to please take her as his disciple, to which he agrees. Back at the trials, the old man announces that because things got so complicated, both teams will move on to the final round. But he warns them that in any case, Levant's team will have the advantage, because the test consists precisely in the fact that they must make the staff they created in the second test grow until it reaches the sky. Once there, they must face the giant that protects the sun. They will have 3 weeks until the day of the eclipse. Meanwhile, Alice begins her training with Garan, motivated not only by the defeat, but because she understands the level of obsession of the demonic nature of the Ghost of the Sword. One that makes her tremble with fear. His grandfather tells her that the posture is as horrible as ever, but he is glad to have a new disciple. He admits that the reason he didn't get rid of the ghost was because he didn't want the responsible person to be the one to annihilate someone with the talent to reach the level of the heavenly sword, a term he coined because that's what he dreams of seeing one day. Someone with the ability to cut through the sky, and the world itself, with just his sword. It all sounds so stupid that Alice attacks him with everything she has, and they resume the exchange of blows, while he insists that the only reason he is still alive is because he dreams of witnessing something like this. On the other hand, in the Kingdom of Wrath, Marie fulfills all her chores with one thing in mind, to answer the call of the protagonist, who has just sent her a message indicating that she should go visit him before the February 8th solar eclipse. She feels somewhat anxious to meet everyone else, but not as much as her father, who insists that she shouldn't go anywhere, and mounts a fuss until her mother makes him sleep so he'll leave her alone. In the end, she begins her journey. She doesn't know if it's her womanly instinct or the intuition of high-ranking vampires, but she can't help but have a feeling that a new rival will soon appear. She may be right, because in one of the main cathedrals of the Holy Land, Sarum, we meet the Saint Estella, who welcomes Waran as the new apprentice nun. He asks her if she is okay, as he heard everything that happened at the festival, but the dwarf dismisses her concerns and insists that she has come for something in particular, to ask him to release the restrictions. As always, Wa finds it difficult to be honest, so she yields control of the body to Ran, who is more direct and admits that what they need now is power to become a good wife who can help her husband. Corin has moved his strings here too. That's why when Estella lifts the restrictions of the first seal, Ran runs out while calculating how long it will take her to reach the protagonist, and of course how fast she has to move if she wants to get there before poor Marie. By her calculations, it should only take her 2 days to answer the call. Estella can't help but feel curious about the famous Corin, who first saved the vampire, then went up against the swordmaster Lunia Arden, also has the help of the loyal Alice Arden, and now seems to have tamed Waran's wild heart. She wonders what kind of man he really is. After a few days, aside from having Alice covered in wounds from the hard training, the truth is that the progress of the test is not going well at all. I honestly don't think they should even call it progress, as the poor staff looks the same as it did at the start, while Levant's has grown to almost exceed the tops of the trees. The image is so depressing that Alice doubts it will work, but Corin assures her that everything will be fine. She can't help but be surprised, in that no matter how impossible a situation seems, he always manages to look beyond it. That's why she asks him if he has anything planned. He is about to answer when they are interrupted by Norix, who insists that he wants to talk to Corin, and advances with such a hostile attitude that Alice automatically stands up. They are asked why humans prevent the arrival of paradise, to which the protagonist replies that it is because many people will die. However, he should know that by now. What Corin doesn't understand is how a druid like him, who puts nature above all else, keeps supporting Balthazar. Norix's answer is interesting, stating that just because he wants to protect nature, he knows that the best thing that could happen to the world is for humans to disappear. At that moment, his hostile attitude mutates into something more complex and frightening, a great malice directed at all mankind. Corin draws his weapon, making it clear that he will kill those bastards. Norix knows he is honest, but tells him that he will have to settle for defeat on that occasion, as there is no magic that can cause him to win that test. What he doesn't know is that despite who he is, his knowledge of this world is nothing compared to that of the protagonist, who has seen all the objects that have been and will be, including the golden mandrake seed. Corin has grown it into a unique fertilizer that he pours on the staff, causing it to grow at a rate never seen before. There's no denying that Norix is a very wise druid, but someone who has lived this long should know that there is no absolute. There will always be something new capable of surprising you. Now Corin is ready to complete the test once and for all. Seeing that his defeat is imminent, Norix just insists on giving him one last piece of advice. If he really wants to get the solace, he must seize the moment when the sun's power is weak. The funny thing is that he doesn't seem to be upset, as he reveals that he has never been on Balthazar's side, at least not really, and asks him to please stop him. They can't go up yet. There are several days until the tree reaches the right height, and until the star team that Corin has prepared for this mission arrives. A week later, they start coming up, but the problem is there is no sign of the rest of the girls. Corin wonders how it is that none came to his call, not knowing that there is a very valid reason why none are there. The druids found them slumped over the barrier, clearly still under the effect of the illusion. The amount of magic power they emit is insane. Without the protagonist knowing it, they have been like that for several days, something that can be dangerous even for the barriers themselves. That is why the old man offers to personally enter to draw them out of their respective illusions, splitting their consciousnesses in two. But the old man wasn't in the least prepared for what was coming, because Marie's illusion consists of her marrying Corin after having had like 7 brats identical to him. The problem is that they are not her children, nor is it her wedding, but Waran's, and she is nothing more than a simple guest, condemned to witness from afar as he doesn't even look at her again. Quickly, Marie's thoughts turn darker. Not accepting defeat, she also does absolutely nothing to have him for herself. The worst part is that she has to watch him grow up, age, and eventually die, while she, being a vampire, still looks the same as the moment they met. Seeing him in the coffin, she wonders if she should just turn into him to enjoy eternity together, whether he gave her permission or not, to condemn him to live forever. Meanwhile, Waran's illusion is not much different. Basically, she imagines Corin marrying Marie, while she must settle for peering in from outside the window to imagine what it would be like to be next to him. Just like with the blue-haired girl. The girl's thoughts soon mutate into something much darker, imagining themselves arriving at Corin's house and jumping on him while they undress. From that angle they can see firsthand the bite mark from Marie, but that only motivates them to try it themselves, biting him to mark territory. The plan is to grant him his first time sleeping while holding hands and, of course, to have their own children. A happy ending in which they can feel they have won. At that very moment, Waran turns around only to meet Marie, and they both wake up in a rather compromising position, being observed by the old man, who tells them that it took quite a while to bring them back. However, it's not worth telling them the details because they're late. Corin's team started the climb 3 days ago, so without wasting any time the girls get into motion, though they can't help but ask him, "How do you know they are there for Corin?" The man says it's just intuition, but from his expression it's obvious he had to witness those pathetic illusions. Meanwhile, the protagonist and the others arrive at the top of the staff. At first glance, there is nothing there. However, he knows they are on the right path, for in the original lore, Balthazar's faction took possession of the 4 treasures: the Lance of Light, the Sword of the Sun, Soleil the Magic Cauldron, and the Stone of Destiny. That means the way to find them is to follow in the footsteps of Balthazar's followers, so he remains patient until the staff starts growing once again. But now it does so at such an absurd speed that in a matter of seconds they rise above the clouds and reach a sort of palace floating in the middle of the sky. Although the sight is extremely imposing, Lunia mentions that it is not large enough to be the castle of the Sky Titan, to which Yule clarifies that whoever lives here is the giant who protects the sun, and they cannot enter without his permission. If they had obtained the red fruit, they could use it as an entrance pass, so the protagonist comes up with a simple alternative: scream like crazy to see if anyone comes out with whom they can negotiate. Amazingly, it works, because the doors open wide to reveal an entire army of giants, all of 1st rank or higher. Furthermore, they don't look very nice, so the girls prepare to fight, while Corin admits he doesn't have the key. The problem is that for the giant, that means he can eliminate them. He was about to turn him into porridge when Corin shouts, "Wait, for they have been sent by a great hero known as Uskias, and very soon that same hero will arrive with the fruits." The giant asks who their master is, and Corin answers that they are there under the orders of the famous Levant. That's right, the wretch's strategy is to pose as an ally to his own enemy. Worse, he even gets Yule into the deception, insisting that he has also brought a druid on behalf of the sage, forcing him to make a demonstration of his powers. As always, despite his nerves, the green-haired boy does wonderfully, and the giant recognizes him, but again insists that without the key he cannot let them pass. Corin clarifies that he already knows, and that they are there to announce Levant's visit in advance as a sign of respect towards them. This impresses the giant, who decides to accept them as his guests so as not to leave them waiting outside, letting them pass on the condition that they do not try anything strange. What he doesn't know is that that's where the protagonist's plan starts, which lets the girls know that they are going to tear that place apart. So at night, Lunia and Yule stay in the rooms, while Corin and Alice head in secret to the Titan's treasure room, with the idea of using the thief's skills that he perfected in the past. Thanks to that, he advances through the place like a dog in his own house, explaining that the sword feeds on sunlight, which means it can only be taken at night, or during an eclipse. It is so powerful that it doesn't even need guards. He attempts to find it in the middle of tons of gold, until they stumble upon a chicken that definitely shouldn't be in a place like that. The worst part is that at that moment they hear footsteps, so they have to hide and listen from the shadows to a giant calling to his beloved pet. They automatically pray that he takes the chicken and gets out of the way. But the problem is that the hen makes eye contact with them and signals to the giant as if to tell him where they are hidden. The good thing is that all that takes a back seat when, out of nowhere, it lays a golden egg, and the giant gets so excited that he takes it to give it some good pampering. Thanks to that, they can finally breathe in peace, until Alice realizes the short distance between both of them. Remembering the illusion of that time, she asks Corin what he thinks of her sister. After thinking about it a little, he replies that he likes her a lot as a person, and that any man would be lucky to have her. A fairly standard statement, which Alice receives like a bucket of cold water. At that point she gets up quite discouraged. Until they notice something strange about the location, a place that is completely exposed to sunlight during the day, but that is inaccessible at night. The perfect place to hide such a valuable treasure without fear of it being stolen, the sky itself. Soleil's is found floating above the island in the sky, disguised to look like a moon. With that information, they return to the girls and explain that the solar eclipse will be in 2 days, so they have exactly 48 hours to figure out how to reach the sword in time. The problem is that those 2 days go by without them having the slightest idea how to do it, and the worst part is that that means that Levant and Norix will arrive at any moment. Everything takes a back seat when Corin overhears a couple of giants talking about how much they want to eat them, with the exception of the druid, making it clear that they only act under 2 fundamental orders written into their DNA, not to attack the druids, and to deliver solace to whomever brings the rowan fruits. That is why the wretches start to devise a plan to come down and devour the humans once they have accomplished their mission. Something that Corin listens to carefully, thinking about what could be the best way to use that information to his advantage. Time passes, and when the eclipse finally begins, the good stuff begins, as Levant and his men arrive at the gate ready to claim the Sword of the Sun. The strange thing is that at that moment you hear some giants screaming, "Catch that guy." Although it seems that they will attack him at any moment, the reality is very different. He is received by Corin, who offers him the goose that lays the golden eggs as a gift, while the screams belong to nothing more and nothing less than the giant owner of the chicken, who demands like crazy that he return it. However, the protagonist is not foolish, and he is quick to put the hen in Levant's arms. When the giant appears with a whole furious horde behind him, it is Levant he intends to attack. The worst part is that Corin automatically declares that he stole the treasure from the foolish giants, as Levant ordered, and that they are ready to kill these idiots together. Norix realizes that they have been set up and prepares to attack. But the giants are faster, and start devouring the henchmen, leaving them with the only option of defending themselves. Norix fights with everything he has, and when he turns to see the protagonist's face, he is practically able to read his thoughts. If he can't have solace for himself, then he'll reduce it to ashes along with that whole place. And luckily, neither he nor the girls want to die there, so while Levant and Norix deal with the fallout, they run away, admitting it was a good plan. The only problem is that if his enemies manage to subdue the giants, they will logically obtain the sword, but Corin tells them that it doesn't matter, because he will make sure to cut the staffs. That is, leave them with no way back. Of course, the ideal scenario would be to obtain the sword for himself. However, if he can prevent it from reaching Balthazar, that is already a victory. It would be if they weren't face to face with the ghost, which arrived there brought by the battle. The worst part is that before they can do anything, they fall into its domain, and Lunia decides to take charge of the situation by taking a defensive stance that surprisingly the ghost completely ignores, making it clear that it prefers to take care of the domain users first. That includes the protagonist, who, knowing that the beast has not yet reached its peak, throws himself at it, decided to take charge without receiving the help of the commandments. Unfortunately, it only takes a small friction between the weapons of both for Corin's sword to burst into thousands of pieces, and the worst part is that the enemy's blade advances towards his chest, opening 2 large wounds from which liters of blood begin to gush. and accordingly, the ghost gives him a powerful kick that smashes him against the staff. The situation looks so bad that Alice prepares to intervene, until he shouts directly to her not to interfere, not out of pride, but because in a battle everyone should focus on looking after their own backs. His warning makes more sense when we see that behind Alice, the ghost is preparing to split her in two. But it doesn't get to touch her, as Lunia intervenes just in time from outside the domain, asking, "How dare you ignore me?" At a distance, the protagonist thinks that when she moves out of the domain, her abilities are superior to Alice's and his combined. However, it is still not enough against the ghost, which avoids their attacks while concentrating on taking out the others first. They fall back into the domain of the wretch. And although Lunia knows that they will be able to survive, Alice has it much harder, to say nothing of the fact that she probably won't succeed. At first, Lunia does not move, but in a matter of seconds she positions herself between her sister and the beast, receiving one of the attacks full on. And then, taking advantage of that closeness and with an agile movement, stabbing the wretch in the side. Automatically, the ghost emits a heartbreaking scream of pain, but it doesn't stay with its arms uncrossed either. To get rid of her, it tears off a piece of her shoulder with its teeth, forcing her to back off, and Alice quickly tries to help her. But Lunia reminds her that they are still in the middle of the battle, and it is no time to doubt. After saying that, she loses consciousness, and the look that her sister throws at the creature says it all. On the one hand, an overwhelming desire for revenge, and on the other, a deep fear of not knowing how the hell to handle something like that. The good thing is that she is not alone. And just at that precise moment, Yule invokes his Wicker Man, asking him to please take advantage of that distraction to run away. In that, we can see the giant moving to crush the beast, but despite being a spell that requires a great sacrifice on the part of the druid, it is still nothing against the ghost, which destroys the Wicker Man with its sword. This causes Yule to receive all the damage, falling to the ground in very bad condition. Now Yule is down, so Alice is forced to watch them lying on the ground, so every cell in her body screams at her to please run. She wants to cry, she wants to hide, and above all, she wants to run. But still, she throws herself against the creature, putting into practice what she learned from her grandfather. Corin gathers the last remaining strength to crawl towards Yule with a healing potion, asking him to use it on Lunia, but when he falls back unconscious, she makes him drink a part. The situation should have improved, but when Corin opens his eyes, again he finds the image of Levant on him, dragging him along in a free fall. In the process, the madman insists that he show him his real ability, and the irony here is that Corin just smiles and thanks. And at that point, a message pops up announcing that the backup command system will be revealed to him, which basically covers his wounds and allows him to call his spear even from a distance, smashing it to pieces as soon as it touches his hand. Of course, that's not enough to take down the wretch, who simply rearms. Corin asks him what happened to the pact that they couldn't touch each other, to which he responds that it is still standing, and out of nowhere, his head explodes. The problem is that just as we saw before, that is not enough to kill someone like him, who looks at him brazenly, making it clear that he intends to kill him. And that means he will be able to obtain the sword. What was not expected is that Corin would respond with a simple "me too," and in a matter of seconds, the madman is pierced by Marie's blood lances. Finally, she and Waron arrive on the battlefield without understanding anything of what is going on. And the protagonist jumps on the wretch, asking them to keep climbing while he deals with the threat. He offers to join Balthazar, promising that she will be more than willing to give him the position he wants. Although the protagonist thinks automatically of the commandments, and his response is different, activating the powers they offer him, and attacks him with everything he has, making it clear that he needs to win. On the other hand, we see the point of view of the Ghost of the Sword, who continues to fight Alice while remembering the time it spent training with the old man. It doesn't understand why he decided to teach it martial arts, nor the motive behind his eccentricity. But what it knows is that the fighting style was not the only thing it inherited from him, but also the disappointment and boredom that arise when finding worthy opponents, and the frustration of not being able to reach the level of its master. Ironically, that is something it shares with Alice, who begins to see the beast less as an impossible opponent and more as a challenge. She asks if it really thinks she cannot cut it, with a look so serious that the ghost attacks again. And although for a moment it receives the attacks without moving, it quickly starts to block each one, leaving it baffled to have found a prey capable of withstanding its cuts without breaking into 1,000 pieces. The worst part is that it doesn't understand why the wretch is still smiling. Alice launches a quick cut that goes through part of its chest, and being so close, she mocks it, mentioning that it is becoming slower than before. In its mind, the beast thinks that is a lie. It hasn't reduced its speed even a little. The problem here is that its prey is becoming faster and faster. Unfortunately for it, realizing that fact does not change what follows. Alice launches a combo so powerful that it is forced to activate its domain separation, with the technique of 8 dancing leaves, attacking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 times. But Alice dodges every chance, moving as if she knew in advance how it was going to attack. What the poor thing doesn't know is that it is a very valid way to define what happened. Alice saw it all, using her sister's mind's eye adapted to her own style, and without wasting time Alice advances against it, using the false domain separation to open its chest, and then implements a movement of Corin's style to give it the final blow. Meanwhile, the ghost cannot help but think that if it can face her, it can reach the old man. It feels somewhat relieved to have finally found someone capable of moving it in the same way that man did. The murky part of its thought is that it understands that Alice and her life, her effort, and everything she has fought for were events prepared for it in order to give it the realization it needs. At the same time, she thinks that the only thing left is to cut, and prepares to launch her own final attack, the technique of the 1,000 dancing leaves, which crosses the space in front of her, killing even some unfortunate giants who got in her way. What it didn't expect is that when it ends, Alice is already behind it, leaving behind the trail of her own technique, which consecutively cuts off the heads of the giants as well as its own. Everything happens so fast that it takes several seconds before the ghost of the sword finally understands that it has been defeated. It turns towards her without being able to process that apart from the old man, there may exist someone stronger than it. Alice remembers the words of her sister that, added to those of the protagonist, give her strength to hold her head high and keep walking without having to verify what should be obvious. She has won. For the first time in her life, Alice feels she has reached an unknown realm that she could only aspire to before. But the most impressive thing here is that when the image expands, we see that her attack was even able to cut the very staff into dozens of pieces. And the girl understands that it was for that moment that she learned to use the sword. For that great achievement that no one will be able to take away from her. The whole structure begins to crumble, and returning to the protagonist, he continues to deal with Levant. Like it's some kind of plague, unable to get it off of you? He's right, for that's the reason they call him the king of the beasts. It's not just about not being alive, but about being a dark, endless pit filled with countless snakes, toads, and creatures, basically one of the 4 great catastrophes. The wretch throws a punch from which an infinite number of snakes spring. And it seems that he had put Corin in check, until he decides to use the Orb of the God of Death, a technique that guarantees that his next attacks will always hit the target, no matter if it encounters a humble enemy. Thanks to that, he overrides Levant's technique. And although he's quite impressed, he asks him if he will have enough mana to last like that for a long time. What he doesn't know is that there's a reason why Corin used so many tricks to grow the staff. He wanted to turn it into an inexhaustible source of mana just for himself. With that in mind, Corin gives a confident smile. But it disappears when Levant admits that he will not be able to defeat him in his current form, which means he will have to move to the next level. In a matter of seconds, he takes the form of a large snake, unifying his body into one, and Corin recognizes him as the Serpent of Phalius, one of Levant's final forms. Which begins by explaining that the queen locked him in the shadows, forcing him to reduce himself to a pathetic figure. But that queen has been exiled, and the throne is empty, so he will ensure that he devours everything that she has to protect. Logically, that includes the protagonist, and using a superimposing tone, he threatens to destroy him along with the flesh of the last queen. The detail that Corin couldn't care less about reminds him that that is the land that he created personally, activating a runic magic that begins to resonate from within the wood, and he warns him that he should be careful where he rolls. Ever since this whole madness started, the protagonist has been carving runes with one goal, to activate them at the exact moment to blow up the whole place. Within seconds, Levant's body is engulfed in flames. Although he sees it as a kamikaze move on the protagonist's part, it's just the opposite. Since the protagonist uses the flames as a distraction to advance back to the top of the staff towards his real target, Soleil. The most impressive thing is that all this happens just as the solar eclipse officially begins, which means that he planned every little detail in advance. He turns towards Levant, challenging him to reach the sword before him, and starting a brutal race to the top where Corin should have the advantage. However, the problem is that Levant activates his second final form, that of a doomed dragon with wings and agility enough to climb like nothing. The good thing is that the protagonist does not retreat and on the contrary activates the third core, launching an attack so strong that Levant himself recognizes the danger and undoes his transformation to be able to avoid it. And so he takes back the form we knew him in, only now with wings, and he takes advantage of Corin's inability to believe what's happening to take control of the battle. However, the interesting thing comes when Dun takes the berries from the deer and explains that these feed on yin, on darkness to germinate, that is, their own dark energy, which, combined with that of the solar eclipse, generates a new giant vine that spreads across the sky until it reaches the false moon, the sword Solaris. And at first, not much happens because all we see is Dun taking his next form, that of the black bull. However, that's just the first step because right there the vines of before are transformed into the sword of Solaris. It goes without saying that at this moment Corin feels the real terror, and with one blow Dun sends him flying against the castle towers, mocking again and again how bad his sad plans went. in addition to how useless they were, for his control over Solaris is absolute, turning the place into a complete hell of fire, with multiple attacks that Corin is barely able to dodge, and in one of those done cornered him asking if he plans on running all day, which the Proto mocks, insisting that demonic beasts like him shouldn't be walking around with guns, and in another context we'd think he had a plan. But the desperate look on his face makes it very clear that he's just trying to buy some time, and Dunn tells him that for someone with the minutes numbered he talks too much, until Corin activates his dominance, so that his spear hits directly against the Solaris blade, unleashing a blast wave of pure energy. That is, the chances they have of facing him are not zero, but with his aura cores almost completely depleted, he must seize every second of the battle by striking as if every strike were the last, and with that in mind he begins the counterattack, with a punch so powerful that it crashes him into one of the towers, and most impressively. The problem is that on him, Corin lies unable to move. He gave everything, and still it was not enough. And on the other hand, we pass to the battle between the girls and the giants, creatures that when they reach adulthood, acquire the level of a first-rate demi-human. That is, they're not only big but they're also extremely powerful, which is clear when we see that they're able to withstand attacks from Mario, Waran, special category demi-humans, and technically they have all the odds to win, and Mario shouts at Waran to hurry because Corin is waiting for them. However, the detail is that even after giving a direct blow to one of the enemies in the face, he stands, surrounding them together with his other 49 companions. Well, they may be more powerful, but these outnumber her, in absurd proportions, even after Kalicha will achieve the feat of eliminating almost half of them in a single attack. Plus Rebo's Kalicha were the weakest, while they have to face the most advanced, and when they understand that little detail, it becomes clear to them that the priority is not to help Corin, but to focus on surviving. And the Proto has it just as hard, because although he's pretty badly hurt, Doom manages to get up, while Corin falls to the ground like a dead weight, trying to gather the little power he has left to regenerate. The problem is that nothing works. He doesn't even have the strength to open his eyes and starts having visions of poor Sijo, who claims "I told you so. The only way to get stronger is by killing people." Mocks that he fell into the hands of someone like Doom, rubs it in his face that everything he's done so far has been in hand. And the surprise comes when Corin musters up enough strength to tell him he's wrong, says she's better than him, but claims that Sijo is still unable to understand the value of what he's accomplished. A vampire capable of making everyone around her smile, a girl who's finally started to accept herself. Sisters who keep pushing their limits day after day. None of that has been in hand, and with that conviction, with the confidence of someone who knows what she's fighting for, Corin makes Sijo's image disappear in one fell swoop and stands up, claiming that they are the reason she can't die so easily. And seeing that he still has strength left to fight, Doom turns ready for his next move. But although Corin counterattacks with his spear, he stops her instantly, insisting that he has already become accustomed to his tricks and returns it with such intensity that it pierces her chest, knocking him down once again. Not only that, but she pounces on him with her sword ready to end his suffering. To Corin's surprise, he immobilizes her with his own hands, burning his palms in the process. Still not enough, and the next thing we know, poor Corin is unconscious with his arms completely burned, as Doom walks away, presuming him dead. Of course, it's only a couple of seconds before the Proto gets back on his feet, and tired of his kamikaze attitude, Doom grabs him by the hair and brutally throws him against the rubble. Not only that, but while still in the air, he puts his sword aside and takes his dragon form again, ready to reduce it to ashes, to see if he can rise again. And at that, Corin extends his hand as if trying to reach his spear, but there's no time to do anything because Doom starts spitting out his powerful fire, engulfing him in flames until something unexpected happens. In the middle of that little hell, the flames start behaving strangely, and Doom recognizes that his fire is being sucked in. At first she doesn't understand why, until Voltaise realizes that Soleil is not where she left her, but in the hands of Corin, who made her believe she was trying to summon the spear when she was actually going for the sword. The most impressive thing here is how he did it, because earlier when it seemed that he was trying to stop the blade uselessly with Hisens, he was actually tracing a return rune, and now the sword is his, and with a deranged look he asks him what he will do now. Which Doom responds by preparing to launch a flame powerful enough to burn him to death. Yet Corin is not afraid, and stands to receive her head-on. He thinks that in his previous life he and his children were about to reach the final boss. That means the king's men, the users of the 4 great treasures, somehow won, and you wonder what's going to happen now. That is until he remembers that he is the only person in this timeline who knows the real power of Soleil's, and in one final move he reduces the sword to a minute sun that it devours. The system automatically announces that by consuming the sun, it has claimed Soleil's as its property, and likewise, the treasure recognizes him as its champion, the sun, which means that he will be blessed by the god as long as the sun shines, and in a matter of seconds his hair turns a white color. And the fire whirlpool that Doom had created is no longer a defect, but instead feeds him to the point that he comes out of there intact, and he runs through it with his body forcing him to become a bull again. And of course, Doom doesn't give up. But at that moment, Corin uses his next disgust and with a single word activates the runes he had left around, creating a circle of fire that now with Soleil's he is able to control, and in that way compresses his enemy with flames until he turns him into ashes, making it clear that his purpose remains the same: not stop until I can save the world. And for her part, the girl continues to fight the giants, when one manages to take Waran in her hands, and almost breaks his leg, except that Mari saves her just in time, and in that, mistresses notice that there is something strange with the energy of the Prota. But although they want to go to help him, there is nothing they can do against these enemies. And desperate Mari proposes that Waran go while she stays to buy time. However, we already know that it is not necessary because out of nowhere a large sphere of light descends from the sky towards them, and Corin who has become the sun god. So the giants have no choice but to obey the will of the sphere. And without wasting time, Mari jumps on him and hugs him, complaining because he always gets hurt. And in his own way, Waran also shows his concern, to which he decides to stroke his hair, letting him know that it's all over. The detail is that it's not true, because at that point the sun goes out and the giants turn towards it, with a murderous look, planning to seize the moment to eliminate it once and for all. Sun god or not, Corin is in condition to fight, so he chooses the wisest course in this situation, to run. However, everything goes to hell when one of the giants jumps on them, cutting their way off abruptly, and with one blow, they prepare to crush them, promising that when he gets rid of them he will come down to devour all the humans on the surface. And for a moment Corin recognizes that it's too late to act, and that they can't get rid of such a thing, but, at the same moment, the giant's hand flies out of a cut, and the Prota tells the one in charge that he should have appeared a little earlier. And there we see that it is nothing more and nothing less than Garan, who insists that his aging body is no longer able to keep up with them, so he's settled for watching them fight. However, it's time to have fun, asking them to move on, because he'll be playing with the giants, and as Corin and the girls move on, she admits that she didn't think Licha would be the one to take down the ghost. Yet she's glad to know that a swordsman of her level has finally appeared. And unfortunately for the old man, let's just say he won't see her again for a long time, because while the Prota is super grateful that he came to help them, the poor bastard is also responsible for raising the ghost of the sword, so he asks the girls to destroy the return. Garan is a danger to the world, and the best thing to do is punish him by locking him up on the island of heaven for at least a year. And as always, their words are orders, and the girls take it upon themselves to cut the tree in half with a powerful attack, which Garan notices instantly, watching in horror as the only way back disappears, and for a moment thinks it's some kind of joke, and calls the Prota without much success, patiently waiting for someone to come and get him. And then in the night Licha wakes up in the middle of the dark forest, and is greeted by Corin, who shows her a big smile, asking her if she is okay. She admits her body has recovered, but her heart not so much. When he entered the academy he thought he would have a normal youth, but his life has been a complete mess, and now he knows he is far from being a normal person, not so much because of what he has been through, but because of that desire inside of him to cut others down. And despite the fear in her words, Corin tells her that there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. What matters is what you do about it. She knows that even when she feels possessed by the sword, she won't use it against innocent people, and more importantly, why the fuck would she want to live a normal life? She should be proud of what she's accomplished. And that causes Licha to blush, admitting that she's right. Now she's more certain than ever that she wants to stay by his side to protect him, balancing the life of adventure they're sure to have, with more ordinary weekends where all they do is go shopping and eat ice cream. A simple but very close proposal that Corin accepts, officially closing the chapter on the island of heaven. And the thing is, this is just getting started. And everything takes a turn when Corin announces to Mari and Waran that she's getting married. At first, they think it's some kind of joke, until Lunia enters the scene, clarifying that preparations have already begun and they will be married in a week. Not only that, but they're offered to participate as bridesmaids, so they're basically frozen in place, waiting for them to reveal that there's a hidden camera or something. The problem is that Corin only doubles the bet, insisting that he's in love with Lunia, and the dark aura around the girls only gets deeper. And finally Mari breaks the silence, retreating from the room, while Waran starts to cry, mixing the tears with an attempt to look normal and congratulate him, knowing that you ruined everything. Corin tells him it's not as serious as it seems, but she runs off at full speed, leaving him with a sense of guilt and with Lunia making fun of the situation. And after that the asshole spends all day looking without much success, thinking what could be the best way to apologize, until it is the same Waran who appears behind his back. Not with tears, but with a determined attitude, dragging him to her room, because she plans to spend the night with him. The most impressive thing is that even though it's Rana who's talking, she's acting like a Waran, or at least in words, because her definition of spending the night is sleeping snuggled up in the same, which Corin appreciates because she knows it's her way of telling him she's not mad at him. And the next day he wakes up only to realize that the girl is staring at him. It's Wa, who super seriously asks him where the stork is and why the fuck it hasn't arrived. Obviously it seems that the poor girl planned to get pregnant to avoid marriage, but he doesn't know how that thing really works. And the Prota thinks he's playing. And he takes her to breakfast while explaining that the engagement is fake, and admits that it was inconsiderate not to tell him in the first place, but wanted it to be a surprise. And now calm the girl gives him food in a kind way, making it clear that he can continue to count on her for anything. Of course Corin thanks him, but there's still one unfinished business, Marie, who's still missing, and not even the ardent servants know where she is. So he turns to his pet, who treats him like a hindrance in his way, refusing to tell him anything. And desperate, the Prota offers him the best cuts of meat in exchange for any bit of information, but Deogu shows him his balance sheet with more heroes than Corin has ever seen in his fucking life. Meaning bribing him doesn't do any good, so he begs for a while longer until she's ruthless to him. And he sends him to one of the palace visiting rooms because it turns out that Marie has been locked up all that time, wallowing in her own misery. And quickly the groom explains everything, and she decides to believe him, causing what follows to be just a little easier. And that is that between the wedding preparations, they all have to watch how they date Lunia, pretending to be the perfect couple. And in general, Marie and Waran don't think much about it because they already know the truth, unlike Alice, who follows them from a distance, wondering what she feels. And when she started to change her perception of the Prota, trying to tell himself that he sees him as a master, but Lunia notices from a distance and decides to give him a show, kissing him in a super seductive way to force him to realize the truth. And for his part, Corin follows the current, innocent of what is really happening. However, when they separate, Lunia discovers that Alice has heard, and admits that the date was so good that she's now excited about the wedding. And so when the day finally comes, Lunia shows up in a dazzling dress, accompanied by Corin at her side. And in general, the ceremony goes pretty well, until someone shouts, who believes everything is true. And seeing her face of frustration, Lunia can't help but remember the first years together, when she had to defend Alice from those who called her a bastard, when he gave her his favorite sweets. But above all, when her little sister's eyes stopped shining with fear and little self-confidence. And for a long time she thought she would never see that glow again. Yet here she is, making a decision of her own to ensure her happiness. Because of that, Lunia only smiles as she sees Alice drag Corin off the altar. And although her mother orders the guards to follow her, Luna couldn't care less. In fact, it seems that she had planned it all from the beginning, a false commitment to get rid of the pressures of her family and motivate her little sister to do something for herself. And at that, Waran and Marie appear on the scene, ready to take him away, and Lunia sets up a theater, insisting that she's so sad that she probably won't be able to meet another man for a while. That yes, she made sure to leave a note in her suit, making it clear that she'll be looking for him later. That she understands that things went just as Lunia expected. So calmer, she turns to the girls, who ask her where they're going now. And he says, go ahead, because you still have a lot of work to do, and that's how you end your little vacation. But what you don't know is that something else is waiting for you. Erin, who wipes out enemies with a smile on her face, because things are getting interesting. As the Immortal King's army grows stronger and stronger, and what's better is that you can sense that Corin will be back very soon. And to better understand the dynamic between the two of them, we need to go back 3 years before Corin's return. Remember that she was his teacher, and it was around that time that she decided to lean on the spear, seeing it as a weapon more efficient than a sword. In fact, he intended to learn the same technique, but she warned him that such an advanced technique would end up consuming him, and that he first had to master the basics. The problem is that in Corin's view, the basics were very, very far from the 6 steps of Balthazar's spear. And as much as he trained, months went by without him seeing a single bit of progress. And that's when the envy intensified, that he felt he settled down, that he could use very advanced magic just by opening the window of ability. But luckily he also realized that jealousy would get him nowhere. And he decided to hang on to the only thing he had, the will to keep going and to improve little by little, to hit, sweep, push, block, punch and cut. Those are the movements that make up the most basic style of the spear. And he learned them like a mantra until he eventually mastered them in record time. And Erin herself was so surprised that she couldn't help but ask him why, and she's so desperate to become stronger, considering that at that time she had Sijo by her side, and the Prota told her that it was just because of that. A hero needs allies, and doesn't deserve burdens. Plus something is certain, if they become stronger, fewer people will die. That statement caused Erin to smile completely at seeing that she is a good person, but Colin replied that it is only normal, and that he cannot help but think that soon the incident of the Magic Tower Rebellion would begin, an event in which the real Erin would go out into the world, leaving the player, namely Sijo, The responsibility to protect the world. Not only that, but it would open up the hidden piece of the Danon treasure. Basically a key event in the game lore that couldn't be stopped by the player. Which is why before Erin's teachings, her warm hand and kind voice, Corin could only feel guilty about knowing what would happen to him. And yet, unable to do anything. One day Erin told him the story between her and Balthasar, how this had been her favorite disciple, to whom she ended up passing on everything, only to later discover that this one had a dark object. The descent from paradise, a pretty way of referring to unleashing the end of the world. Because of that she rejected the final stage of the succession, considering it the biggest failure of her entire life. Yet seeing how much she has evolved, and the condition she had to protect people, she asks him if he wants to become her disciple. Automatically, the Proto recognized that dialogue as one of the most important player-only events in the game, one that can only be accessed after meeting a bunch of conditions for which he agreed. And she embraced it with all her might, letting him know that she just needs to stay true to her convictions. And then he gave him a tender kiss on the forehead, offering him the blessing of the goddess, and back to present-day Corinth. He thinks he'll never forget the heat of that moment, which brings us to Nazareth, the city of the dead, a place where the same night has been repeated for the last 300 years. The problem is that little by little the immortal king's army has been getting stronger, and that's where Erin finds herself fighting with everything she has, trying to keep that delicate balance on its feet. And she thinks that if she keeps this up the king will become a lich, and it will be much harder to defeat him. But in it, someone claims to have already taken care of the king, the Proto, who looks at her with a confident smile and tells her that he has come to save her, and then explains that every time the king dies, the time of the city goes back 3 days and the undead disappear, as if nothing had happened. Things work this way because if the millions of undead ever leave the city, the whole continent would be destroyed. So Erin made a pact with the god of death, setting up an infinite cycle, where the city will be pure peace during the day, but during the night it will be completely dominated by the undead. That's right. To keep the cycle going, you have to defeat all the undead bosses within 3 days, including the immortal king. So Erin split her soul in two, condemning one of the parts to stay there. So 300 years have passed, and the king has started to connect the dots, causing the Proto to decide to make a radical decision. Making a new deal with the god of death, asking him for 6 months to purify the entire city, which is why he's there with Erin, fighting the undead at night, and having dates during the day, moving forward together step by step until they're done and they can feel like they've almost made it. Seeing the sunset, he thanks her for helping him enjoy the city for the first time in 300 years, to which Corin tells him that this will be the last night, the night in which he can end this eternal madness. That's why he tells him that he does not have to thank him for anything, since he is only returning what she herself gave him. And all he wants is for me to grant him a wish when all this is over. The problem is he doesn't even get to tell him what he wants because that's when night falls. But this time it's different, and it's that the immortal king, he manages to desecrate the original rune, allowing him to amplify the city's curse, to become a lich with the sole purpose of annihilating Erin. And that's just the beginning, as he uses his powers to summon the undead to one place, which the boys watch from a distance without understanding what the hell is going on. And that's when the sky starts shooting rays of dark energy, and parts of the ground become poisonous, forcing them to flee until they are intercepted by mid-range undead, whom Corin eliminates in mid-air before descending swiftly through the runes. And surprised Erin tells her that she is strong, but even that does not prepare her for what follows, because when the king tries to launch his strongest attack, is dispersed by a greater force, a bright light that consumes everything, the son of the sword Solaris. At first the king does not seem very impressed and thinks it is a simple trick, so he goes on with his great attack, assuming that the infinite sea of the moon will protect him. What he did not expect is that out of nowhere, the ground under him and his army begins to glow. It turns out the city is filled with runes, specifically the runes of the sun and the flames. However, the Proto didn't put them there, but Erin, who knew that eventually an opportunity like that would present itself. And for 300 years through countless battles, he's been etching these runes all over the city, and thanks to it, the Proto can unleash the full potential of his abilities. And without hesitation for a second, he warns the king that this will be his last night. He will disappear. And so Corin uses the runes to amplify Solaris's powers, unleashing a massive purification that no priest could achieve under normal circumstances, made all the more clear when the immortal king doesn't even get to curse him, and suddenly just disappears, ending those terrible 300 years of darkness. And in a change of scenery, Corin watches the city think that for the first time in a long time it conveys real peace, and behind his back the god of death admits that he really didn't think he'd make it. But he acknowledges that they fulfilled their part of the deal. Now it's up to him to do his part and lift the curse on that place. Along with them is Erin. Or rather, that fragment of Eren, who warns the boy that when the curse is lifted, she will too. Yet Corin lets him know that he was already prepared for that, assuring him that he will never forget her, even if he doesn't say it out loud, and he thinks of the Eren he met the first time, the one who taught him everything he knows. And that definitely became a fundamental part of who she is now. And out of nowhere, this Eren strokes her face and offers her the goddess's blessing, just like that time. But there's a crucial difference. Instead of kissing her on the forehead, she kisses her lips. While maintaining closeness, the girl confesses that all she really wants is for him to be happy, and sheds a small tear before completely disappearing. Of course, there is still a part of her, the real Eren, who is locked in the royal castle for 80 years because of the betrayal of Balthazar, that disciple she wanted as an heir. And now the interesting thing is that at the same time that the curse is lifted and the fragment disappears, the real Eren receives the memories of the last 300 years. That includes the initial pact with the god of death, the endless battles in solitude, and finally the help of the Prota, who arrived at least as expected with a single sentence, "This time I'm going to save you." And of course, the last memory is of the two of them kissing passionately, and Eren turns red as a tomato. So when Josephine shows up offering him a new book to read, she finds her collapsing on her throne, wondering why the fuck her other self did something crazy like that. The worst part is that the feeling on Corin's lips doesn't go away, becoming directly her first kiss, and a memory she'll never forget. At the same time in the Great Cathedral, Estrella receives a report that leaves her mouth open. The city of Nazria was purified in a single night, a feat she could never achieve no matter how hard she tried. And it's a big blow to her ego, considering that she possesses the greatest divine power in history, or at least that's what she believed until now. And of course, she is happy for the people. But the fact that they have not been able to identify the person responsible is a huge concern, and with that in mind, he needs to discover the identity of the savior. And the news spreads quickly across the continent, even reaching the Arctic region, a harsh land plagued by deadly cold and demonic beasts, is a place where only strength is worshipped, and which is currently dominated by the strongest warrior of all, Balthazar, who receives Norix and Dune with a direct attack of his spear, unable to believe that they have really taken away the Sasun. And when they ask who was responsible, Dune automatically confesses that it was Corin. The interesting thing is that Balthazar recognizes that name, mentions that he's his new rival, and he starts to unleash an absurd amount of energy, excited because if he really is on the side of Erin, his teacher, whom he loves and hates at the same time, he's going to have to meet him personally. And meanwhile, Corin arrives at the academy, ready to start her second year. And there we are told that there is now an integrated half-human dormitory. In short, an isolated building, created especially for Warren and Marie. And as it is just the two of them, Jose Finn is appointed as head of the dormitory. And the poor thing shows up on her first day, only to find the Wonder Team filleting a bluefin tuna, while hundreds of workers haul extremely heavy furniture inside. The motive nothing in particular, except that Marie demanded the utmost convenience while Warren only saw the fish and wanted to buy it. And as for Corin, he's just following the flow because yes, but Jose Finn reminds him that he's his assistant, and he needs help getting his new students' rooms ready. Plus, as the top student in his sophomore year, he's got the homework assignment, and in the past Marie has fulfilled exactly that same role. But now it's Prota and Warum's turn, so they're greeted at the station with their best galas. And between a lot of craziness, he explains everything they need to know about the academy. And when they're done, Warum disappears almost instantly, mentioning that someone is coming to annoy her very soon. And although that leaves Prota pretty confused, the subject takes a back seat when she meets Ren and Ron, the most prominent rookies to be beastmen, and she automatically has a hunch that they will be very important. But in that she meets an even more striking freshman, Miriam Elizabeth the Rat, and without wasting time, Corin bows to her. Well, that name can only mean that she's part of the royal family. Of course, he knows that the girl is much more than that. She's the second princess of the kingdom, and one of the villains of heroic legend of Arhana, and she definitely has all the appearance of a villain. But the interesting thing comes when she makes her manners. And Corin admits that she was taught by someone very important, herself, so although she would never say it out loud, she met her on the other timeline, and in fact, they had a pretty close relationship. Now the funny thing here is that she didn't meet her inside the academy, which can only mean that the scene is changing. According to the game's story, she shouldn't appear yet, neither she nor the next character who joins the conversation. Estelle the Rat, who is not only the saint but also the first princess, is greeted by Corin with all the honors, but he insists that she should be treated like any other student, because although she took a break from her studies, she is ready to resume her training. That yes, her relationship with Miriam is not good at all. And after a couple of insults, they both withdraw, and Corin is left with the feeling that the arrival of these two, so soon and at the same time, cannot mean anything good. And for his part, Ron is extremely impressed by the magnitude of the academy, so his sister asks him to stop behaving like a small child. And at that, Miriam bumps into them, and although at first she extends her hand to them when Ron responds to the greeting, she takes it in a harsh way and insists that in the past they used to brutally kill men. Beasts barely saw them. She cannot believe that scum like them are still alive, and warns them that if they dare to breathe the same air as her, he'll bury them alive, and automatically the crazy one leaves, and the boy is left quite dejected, while Ren watches him go away, with a murderous look. The poor people don't know, but that's just the beginning of the troubles. Not even the Prota can guess what will happen with the arrival of characters who shouldn't be at that point in the story. Most likely this is a result of the cleaning of the area, and he shouldn't have drawn attention that way. But Corin can only wallow in his misery until a teacher notices that he's not paying attention and puts him back in his place, subtracting a lot of points in the process. And when the class is over, he goes to the special bedroom, where officially the Josephine, Mari, Guaram and the Beast brothers would be living. However, the surprise comes when he is greeted by Miruam herself, who annoys him a bit until he decides to go straight to the point, asks him to support the next succession to the throne, and without hesitation, Corin tells him that he is just a simple guardian. But she insists that a simple guard would not have Soleil, and she throws herself at him, offering to pay everything in advance. The most disturbing thing is that not only does she use words and a seductive attitude, but a kind of energy that in a matter of seconds clouds the mind of the subject, while she whispers to him that he can do with her whatever he wants. And caught in the spell, Corin basically promises to obey her orders to the letter, and just when it seemed she had fallen and Miruam opens her mouth to kiss her, this undoes the effect of a single movement, mentioning that it is not proper for a princess to resort to such dirty tricks. The thing is, the redhead has no shame at all, insisting that relationships are a valuable bargaining tool. To which Corin makes it clear that she doesn't plan on hearing his offer, and in the end she just leaves, and she understands that she'll have to work much harder. While the poor guy wonders why he keeps getting into these kind of embarrassing situations over and over again. And since they've been in the academy, the girls have been acting super weird, and although technically the closeness to them hasn't explanations, like the fact that he now has a lot of energy already inside of him, he balances himself with the yin energy of Waran, and that makes the girls want to spend more time with him. But instead of innocent approaches, both she and the other seem desperate to hold on to him. And the situation doesn't make him so uncomfortable that he'll talk to the guys about it, complaining like an asshole. To which the Four Eyes responds with what we're all thinking: "Die, you bastard." Literally, the bastard is suffering from too many women, and Hegel shouts that the only solution is to choose a girl once and for all, and to them both, Corin is nothing more than a womanizer pretending to be innocent. And his suspicions are confirmed when Miruam shows up, looking like he wants to eat him whole, and she asks him to show her the city, and instead of avoiding her, as he should be doing, Corin is swept up in the scheme of things and agrees. And meanwhile the boys wonder if the bastard's emitting some kind of pheromone to attract all the women. But when they see him talking to the director, they start to get paranoid, wondering if the prostitute's seductive powers also affect men. Anyway, this is where the interesting part begins, as the principal gathers the freshmen and explains that they will be subjected to a practice class in the hunting field. Normally the objective would be to face a series of demonic beasts scattered around the place. However, he decided to replace the beasts with freshmen. The newbies automatically start forming groups, and there stands a blonde-haired boy who claims to be a second-rate warrior. Everyone wants to work with him, and even though he sees them as inferior, he keeps telling himself that he should stay to fulfill his sacred mission. But, hey, he's not talking about graduating or anything like that, because it turns out that guy is part of the shadow unit of the church, the same ones who long ago infiltrated the academy to destroy the demihumans until they were captured. In short, your mission is to become the model student to rescue them, and so you join a bunch of idiots and go with them, for a while, thinking you'll use them as pawn numbers, and betray them when the time comes. What you don't know is that you're definitely not dealing with ordinary people. Well, the reason the challenge has changed a little bit this year is because of the Prota, who promised to guide the newcomers in exchange for being allowed to make the challenges a little more interesting, which explains why. Instead of a regular beast, they end up facing Jewel, a little brat who mastered the secret druid technique, drone. The sword-wielding mercenary, Grainel, the mad wizard who commands a super golem, Guaram, a killing machine that needs no introduction, and Alika, the strongest sword of her generation, from whom the boys run before they can even draw it. And while the Pelamerado watches the situation, wondering what loony bin he's in, but that's just the beginning, because in that one, there's someone dressed as a clown, the Prota, responsible for turning all the sophomores into the ultimate weapons. And with Corin on the battlefield, the situation escalates pretty quickly, and although the Pelamerado has always been a true believer in God, seeing him smile with a psychotic face, he's convinced that demons exist too. Still, he does not run away, but tries to cover himself from any attack, so the Proto recognizes that he has guts and formally introduces himself. And as soon as he hears his name, the little man recognizes him as the one who fought against the very Arden moon. But the interesting thing here is that Corin admits that after the princess seems to be the strongest first year. Automatically, the little redhead blushes. He's very excited that someone so broken recognizes him, while the thoughts of the Proto are a little different, because it turns out that his first task in this hunting ground was to find German, the spy of the old church, and as they say around, it's important to keep friends close, but mostly enemies, and time keeps passing, with the twins facing off against both sophomores and freshmen, who see them as easy prey and try to attack them to steal their badges, and so far they've been able to defeat them, and they've been lucky enough to not run into any of the main enemies. But Ren is not willing to trust, and insists on going to the central cabin of the test to change the bandanas they have obtained for points. The problem is that when they arrive they find it on fire. And the strangest thing, in a matter of seconds, is replaced by a kind of dungeon that emerges from the ground with a small sign that says, "Enter if you want rewards." That's right. The scandal draws the attention of others in the area, including Miruan, who does not hesitate to enter, followed by his lackeys, while the twins decide to take an alternate entrance. Unfortunately, they do not take long to regret, because there they encounter a drone, who starts attacking them with a relentless shower of swords. The interesting thing is that it was actually almost impossible to avoid meeting some boss, because a bald guy with infiltration powers manages to go deeper, noticing that each of the 3 entrances carries a boss, and if they manage to survive and move to a second floor, they'll meet 2 more bosses. And the interesting thing is that the infiltrator discovers that there's also a 3rd floor, where the opponent to be defeated is nothing more and nothing less than Corin, who senses his presence instantly, and throws his spear in such a way that it looks like he's about to go through the middle, only to stray unnaturally at the last moment. Yet that doesn't stop the boy from feeling the pressure that he was about to die at any moment, adding to the heavy paralyzing aura that the orb of the god of death emits, an aura so powerful that it breaks his stealth technique, to the point where he is no longer invisible. Corin recognizes him as Ratchet, a member of a famous family of assassins, and without hesitation, the boy pulls out his knife and attempts to attack, but the Prothelus puts it in place with a single potato, forcing him to pull out his next weapon, a powerful whip that, despite being a good technique, Corin completely avoids, using his spear to entangle the leather and pull it towards him to cut the distance. And for a moment it seemed that the Prothello had completely mastered it, until Ratchet remembers that he came to the academy behind his family's back, so if his identity is leaked, everything he's fought for will be in vain. That's why he makes a rather extreme decision, activating the dozen explosives that he has strapped to his chest, with the aim of sealing a secret with his death. What the poor guy doesn't know is that Corin is the prologue to this story, and although the explosion is really massive, he absorbs it with the palm of his hand as if it were nothing, recognizing that it was a pretty interesting move. That's why he gives you credit for getting there alone, letting you in to trade your bandanas for stitches, and most importantly, offering you a job right next to him. Here we see that Corin's second goal for this test was to identify the most capable rookies, which works out pretty well for her, because the twins not only managed to battle the drone but also Worm herself, getting to the 3rd floor, super confused, and when they see him, they think that this madness is their fault. And Ro asks why the test is being so difficult compared to previous years. But Corin only responds by giving him a beating while warning him that in a battle he should not let down his guard. And everything is so surreal that Ren takes a while to react, and the Prothello attacks even more forcefully. For though he does not like the idea of treating them so brutally, the 3rd objective of the test is also important, to determine whether the twins are able to control their animal instincts on their own. And as long as there is no full moon, prodigies like them should have no problem. However, things get complicated when they go into full bestiality, as this is a mode with 100% pure violence, and the next note that once transformed into beasts, even the gentle Ron becomes a bloodthirsty hound, and the worst thing is that he must face both at the same time. 2 twin beasts able to communicate without saying anything and attack in perfect synchrony. Of course, despite the difficulty, it's nothing he can't accomplish, and he manages to deliver a powerful blow to Ren, which puts Ron on the defensive, getting in the way to save her, even if it costs him his life. And without wasting time, Corin takes the opportunity to give them their first lesson. And that is that in the middle of a battle, he should not be thinking about helping his sister, but about taking out the enemy, and that way he will indirectly protect him. But he does the consequences of being exposed, and to make it even clearer, he throws the girl at him, in a very rude gesture that Ron responds with a loud roar. And that brings him to the next lesson, as Corin explains that he must keep his anger cool and not blow up like that, and every second he loses running away is a second of advantage he gives the enemy. And as if he's listening to his advice to the letter, Ren appears behind him, ready to attack him in complete silence. The only problem is that the prota is able to read his intentions like an open book, and respond quickly by recommending that he aim for the vital points instead of wasting time with useless punches. And by the time he's finished giving his last advice, they're both lying on the floor, unable to move. But he insists that they stand up, for a warrior must keep fighting to the death, and in that Corin prepares to give them the final blow. And the poor are so frightened that they take their human form again, covering their heads, as if they were seriously expecting to be murdered. However, the surprise comes when the prota puts the weapon aside, and instead he takes Ren in his arms, apologizing for attacking them in that way, because he just wanted him to learn what fighting meant and be prepared for that in the future. And with that statement, you can both afford to act like what you are, a child, crying as he admits that his skills are top-notch, and even though you couldn't beat him, you passed the test. After that the twins go on, but Corin does not stay alone in the room for long, because right there someone starts to applaud behind his back, Miriam, who with an overbearing attitude the girl begins to point out that the boys were strong as he in terms of skills, basic physical, but still managed to dominate them as if they were nothing. Interestingly, Corin only responds that it's her turn to be evaluated, warning her that if she wears what she hides under her dress, she'll have to go with everything. At first the girl just smiles, but then she drops her bandana, a sign that she would rather give up than show the truth. A truth that of course Corin already knows, for what she's hiding is her familiar, extremely powerful snake, and she wonders how she should deal with it at this opportunity. And on the other side, at the top of the tower, other rookies think they're done, only to find a note that says back to square one, and they begin to despair, until they meet Corin himself, who mocks them as he dances about the rewards he should have won in the challenge. There are mana stones and all kinds of interesting little things, and what they all have in common is that they can be reduced to ashes easily, and so the next move of the madman is to set fire to the rewards. But it's not so cruel either, because in it Marie appears, with a lot of rare materials, while Waran arrives with some of the best warriors in the capital. The offer is simple. They make their own weapons, and if that wasn't enough, Alicia shows up with a feast for them to eat and drink all they want. Of course the poor have no idea what's going on, but they start to think that maybe they misjudged the prota. And after all the nightmare that was that fucking day, they don't think about it for a second before they sit down and enjoy themselves. And in the end, Corin wasn't so bad. It turns out he financed it all with his own money, because all he wants is to prepare them for the brutality of the world outside the academy. And apart from pitched battles, that also includes allowing them to have moments of joy every once in a while. And that's the fourth goal of the test. And along with the others keeping her Harry by her side, recruiting Richard and provoking the twins. It's all part of their preparation for the coming dark period, the Magic Tower incident, and with that in mind we meet Admelech, Elder of the Red Magic Tower, and Marushtan of the Black Magic Tower, who set out with the goal of recovering this failed experiment, which is neither demonic nor human, Marie Dunalev. I know. And of course stopping them will be the prota's next big mission. But first, let's take a look at life inside the special bedroom that was originally designed just for Marie, Waran and Cory. However, it's now full, and that includes the two princesses. So the protagonist again wonders how the presence of both of them at this stage of the story will affect him, and after taking a bath he goes to wake up the twins, thinking to himself that although the original plot is destined to become villains, he will not allow that to happen now. They were actually mid-level bosses, with overwhelming power, so his plan is to treat them like his little brothers to get them on his side, but also help them grow into their final form quickly. Of course, he's not just doing it for his own sake, but because he knows that they've been through some pretty horrible experiences, and he refuses to allow the future that's ahead of them to be just as vindictive, and they're super adorable, so it should be a piece of cake. And now the interesting part comes when the director calls him into his office to tell him that the magicians from the Magic Tower are visiting the academy, and they're supposed to be there to research new techniques, and recruit young people who are interested in joining the Magic Tower. The prota already imagined where things are really going. When Jose Finn asks him what he knows about the Magic Tower, he makes sure to tell the basics. It turns out that originally these had a monopoly on magicians, and magic causing the young to be exploited and their achievements stolen by high-ranking magicians. That's why when they founded the academy, they lost their position as dominators and became hostile institutions. The worst part is that around that same time, the old church started a witch hunt, and instead of opposing them, the Magic Tower joined them, fighting the heroes of the academy, until they could put an end to the witch hunt. And that was 80 years ago. Joseph Finn was personally involved, along with Aaron and Baltazar, before he went bad. I mean, they also understand that the Magic Tower's presence in the place can't mean anything good. So Corin decides to strategically reveal some information about the future, and that is the fact that the Magic Tower and Baltazar might be working together. They automatically panic, but Ryu doesn't even flinch, because he is aware that Corin always knows more than she seems, and believes him 100% when he reveals that the real reason the magic tower is there is because of Marie. And speaking to the girl, he explains that they're looking to use her vampire blood for experiments on demi-humans. Normally it would be foolish to mess with the heiress of the family that produces the food of the entire continent. But the most certain thing is that the wretches don't care about the consequences, because they are backed by Balthazar. And with all that on the table, Corin reveals man's true goals: to gather the 4 original runes, 4 great treasures to destroy all of civilization, and then rebuild the world as he pleases. That's why your allies are willing to go to the extreme. They think that when it's all over, they'll have all the power they want, and that makes them dangerous. So Corin asks Marie to help him with something very important that day, and without hesitation the girl agrees, and he sets up the meeting in an inn at midnight, which leaves the poor girl blushing, thinking they'll do other kinds of things. What he doesn't know is that that's the inn where the magic tower is staying to sleep at night. Corin watches them from a distance, recognizing 3 important members: Elder Admelik of the Red School, Elder Marustan of the Black School, and Adeline of the Gold, who acts as a bridge between them and Balthazar. And besides, if everything goes the way the original story did, he's the final boss, so you need to track him down and stop him before it's too late. At first it seemed an impossible task, because everyone is super covered, but when a rookie makes a bad move, Adeline decides to walk away and Corin instantly identifies him. And so later on the real fun begins, as he catches Baron G, one of the wizards of the Black Tower, trying to take advantage of a girl after leaving her in the ruins by cheating on cards. Luckily, he had him under surveillance, and he shows up at the exact right moment to stop him, threatening to do the worst to him. He tries to take advantage of an innocent girl. Automatically, the man starts to make a lot of excuses, until Corin reveals the girl's real name, Mari Edunalev, the half-human that his colleagues have come to capture. And he insists that they already knew about his disgusting plans, so they set him up. The first step was to make him think he was dating the soybean, the second was to catch him with his hands in the dough, and the third is for Mari to use her powers to turn him into a vampire. And now you're probably wondering, what do you get by doing that to a random person? And the answer is a lot, because the next morning the old black magician spends all morning asking for him, and one of his apprentices casually mentions that he's probably in some gambling house. But the old man starts to get upset because this is a very important mission, and they can't look bad in front of the golden magician Adeline, who is the only one who has direct communication with Balthazar. He's so paranoid that for a moment he wonders if Adeline may have stolen Morangi's identity to betray him if he made a deal with the red wizards behind his back. And that's why he orders the girl to find Morangi as soon as possible, and she gets into a tizzy when the guy notices the twins in the academy library, putting on a sadistic face that can't mean anything good. And as for the girl, her name is Relin, and the poor thing visits every gambling house in town before giving up and sitting at the bar for a well-deserved drink. And in that appears nothing more and nothing less than Corin, who offers him a drink and begins to flirt with her in a most shameless way, and in his mind, the wretch thanks the drama lessons he gave to Licha, who forced him to take time back. However, Relin does not fall so easily, shouting that a juvenile brat like him should not be in a bar, let alone try to flirt with an adult. And the girl is so fed up with the assignment her boss gave her, she almost calls security to drag the pro back to the academy. When someone else intervenes, Estelle, who takes a very different approach, asking if she can buy her a drink, flirting in a much more discreet way. The problem is that this was not part of the plan, and Corin watches in horror as the famous saint puts Relin in the palm of his hand, letting out one of the darkest aspects of his personality, a narcissistic, hedonistic attitude, and possessor of a beauty capable of seducing both men and women. And thanks to that, in a matter of minutes Relin ends drooling on the bar, which Corin sees as the sign that he can intervene, and stands up, making it clear to the princess that he plans to take Relin with him. And for a moment it seemed that Estelle was not going to say anything, and that she was there to collaborate with him. However, when she snaps her fingers, hundreds of hooded men appear around. It's obvious that she too had her own plan, and quickly Alice gets on her guard, and Corin recognizes them as the secret counterintelligence squad of the new church, tasked with secretly punishing those who persecute and discriminate against the dehumans. I mean, they're against the magic tower too. But that doesn't change the fact that they're getting in the way, and Corin activates her powers ready to take Relin down hard, and without hesitation, Estelle's men are preparing to attack those she asked to stop, because she can see that Corin actually has Solaris in her power. So instead they make a deal. Corin insists he needs the girl, and in return offers them evidence and records of the illegal experiments on demi-humans that the old man in the Black Tower has done. Moreover, the Prota gives them to him before Estelle can even respond. For his present purpose is none other than to capture all the wizards of the Magic Tower who have come on this visit. He insists that currently the Magic Tower is completely compressed. There's not a single person worth saving, so he hopes they capture the old man, and as many as they can, while he takes care of the rest. And with all that on the table, it's obvious that Estelle agrees. And even if she agrees to hand her over to Relin, she knows she must have another condition. So she asks him what else he wants. And the surprise comes when Corin proposes that they simply collaborate from now on, pledging to support her in whatever she needs. As long as it's not political, all he wants in return is for me to pray for him using his sacred power. And since it costs him basically nothing, Estelle agrees. Of course, a simple prayer is a big win for the prota, since the saint's prayer is a bonus of reinforcements that normally only gets to the second half of the game, and with that they have a deal, starting a relationship that, like the rest of the girls in this story, has less of friendship and more of shameless harem, be that as it may. That's where things get interesting, because a few hours later a member of the Black Magicians notices that Relin is also missing, and wonders what the hell he should do, when an anonymous person leaves a video stone on his door. The worst part is that when she activates it, she discovers that it's basically a rescue video, where she's desperately screaming for them to go to the outskirts of the city, and without hesitation, and without telling anyone, the sim gets into motion, being watched by Corin, who thinks that everything is going as planned. It turns out that when the sim gets to the cabin, where they had the girl locked up, the prota tells us that this is all part of one of the side missions of the game, in which he basically tells that the guy is in love with Relin. The interesting thing is that the fact that he has his own side missions means that none of them are the golden wizard Adeline, and the same goes for Morangi, as his strategy to discover under what identity the wretch is hiding is to discard the characters involved in side missions from the game, which, by the way, couldn't be him. Now, what's the point of identifying these guys? Well, for what follows, he tortures them in every case and forces them to drink Marie's blood. This turns them into deer that cannot lie, making them perfect for interrogation and extracting everything they know. Information begins to flow, and one of them reveals that they came to the city to fulfill two specific missions. First, to kidnap Marie, and second, to assassinate President Eryu. Of course, when the protagonist asks why, the captive truly doesn't know what to say, as they are only following orders from the Magic Tower Master, the Golden Wizard, Adeline, who is personally participating in the undercover mission. The problem is that he does not know if Adeline is hiding among the black or red wizards. However, Corin insists that the information is sufficient. As before, he uses the captive as a hostage, recording a video in which he threatens other members of the Magic Tower to trade the captive's life for a considerable sum of money, not without first torturing him in every way possible. Interestingly, he does not give the tape to just anyone. It goes directly to the elders, who must decide what to do next. Even though the video hijacker is part of the Red Wizards, neither school can act rashly on its own, partly because it is dangerous, and also because it would draw the attention of Josephine, whom they definitely do not want to face. That is why his plan was to cause chaos during the Academy's upcoming exams to distract the witch, forcing her to focus on saving the students. The issue is that with members of his formation kidnapped, it is obvious the plan will leak at any moment. They decide to join forces to catch the clown, using one of his allies within the Academy, the second princess, Miriam. They assume that because she is a student, she knows the clown's true identity, and they are correct. She has seen him in disguise before, and Corin let this happen on purpose, knowing she would reveal his identity to them. In this way, the Magic Tower focuses on capturing him instead of Marie and the president, staging a full-scale attack on the special dormitory. The dormitory will be waiting with allies to eliminate them all at once, or at least, that was the protagonist's plan. Something changes, however, and Miriam pretends she knows nothing. All of this is overheard by Rashid, who gossips to Corin. It is clear her name was never mentioned, and while having her on his side may sound good, it has ruined his plans. They head there to put Plan B into motion. On the other hand, the other pieces on the board begin to move, and Josephine arrests the Elder of the Black Tower for conducting illegal human experiments, murder, and kidnapping. At first, the guy tries to be clever, reminding her that they are an independent organization, but the princess informs him that she has received a complaint with overwhelming evidence that they cannot ignore. Then, one of his men drops a box, and the elder acknowledges that it contains all the data from his experiments. She immediately places him under arrest, while Josephine wonders how Corin knew where to send them, considering they had been trying to track down that bastard's lab for years. It becomes clear to her that the protagonist was planning to take them down on his own, and that her involvement and the help of her people were unexpected. They explain that the Magic Tower has a very particular way of thinking, that for the advancement of great knowledge, sacrifices are needed. Thanks to the three heroes who fought alongside the new church, they were able to stop them before they eradicated all the demi-humans from the face of the earth. While that weakened the authority of the Magic Tower and the old church for a while, it also led them to take desperate measures, such as joining forces with Balthazar to destroy the Academy. That led them to start their own plan, which begins to fall apart following the Elder's arrest. Everyone panics, literally, not knowing whether to burn everything or flee. The Elder of the Red Tower unleashes his powers, calling on Adeline to tell them what to do once and for all. that catches the eye of one of the hooded men. Adeline does not show up immediately, but sends a message with a simple order. Catch a witch. She explains exactly how to do it, which fills the wretches with confidence as they initiate their next move. Josephine goes to a small house in the north of the continent, answering the call of a marker that only she and Eriu know. Logically, there should be no danger, but she is met by the Red Elder and his men, who activate 100 magic fire circles, surrounding her in seconds. She covers herself quickly, not understanding how they knew of the marker's existence. The Elder reveals that his master works for the third hero who participated in the War of the Witches, the one who also knew of this place, Balthazar. Upon hearing Josephine speak such foolishness lie, he warns her that the consequences for breaking the rules were grave. She insists that magic should have no rules, much less be used to allow half-human monsters to walk amongst them in broad daylight. It becomes clear to Josephine that these wretches have not changed one bit. She recalls her own childhood inside a cage, captured by men like him who saw her only as an object while they discussed how to use her in their experiments. Luckily, Eriu saved her, so she cannot allow them to do the same to someone else, unleashing power so awesome that even the Elder admits it is strong. However, he does not plan to fight her but to hold her, activating a seal that he must maintain for 3 days. Time more than enough for the rest of his team to kill Eriu and capture Marie. They will make sure that in 3 days the Academy is wiped off the map, but his smile disappears when a voice behind him replies that he doesn't need 3 days. He will defeat him in 3 minutes. Automatically, the Elder turns and attacks with everything he has. Corin uses his spear to deflect the flames, making it clear that he will put him in his place. That is what Plan B is, rescuing the professor. The twins arrive at the train station where Organ, professor of the night faculty, waits for them. He scolds them for arriving late. While they know it is no excuse, the truth is that they have a good motive. Corin is responsible for waking them up every morning. But that day he simply didn't show up. Why? Because while the Academy's activities are ongoing, he is preparing to fight the Elder in sight of Josephine, who doesn't understand how he got there. It is quite simple. When they were cornered, it was obvious they would attempt to eliminate the biggest obstacle, and in any scenario, that obstacle would be her. He placed a tracking rune on her without her realizing it. The Elder recognizes his smile as the same confident expression of the damned clown. The guy thinks he is nothing but a poor fool and creates a giant fireball in the palm of his hand, ready to remind him why he was selected as leader of the Red School. The flame is fanned by his subordinates, passing through several circles of enhancement until they unleash something close to hell. Muspelfiend's heaven line a spell with red flames capable of consuming everything. Once it is big enough, he throws the sphere of fire in Corin's direction, who does nothing but smile before receiving the spell as if it were nothing. This is not because he isn't powerful, but because he begins to absorb the heat of the fire until it becomes part of himself. The Elder sees him walking through the flames and realizes it is not simple resistance, but an elemental affinity. The most absolute elemental affinity he has seen in a long time. Corin makes it clear that the Elder will never be able to defeat him. As he uses fire, his attack only makes Corin more powerful. To prove it, he activates his solar focus, a skill he still finds difficult to initiate on his own. But with enough of a push, he is able to do great things, like manifesting his own personal sun. He launches it toward the enemy until they are completely incinerated. In the end, the only ones left alive are him and Josephine, who admits that was very impressive as she knew he had solace in his power. The fact that he arrived just in time to face the enemy most susceptible to his skills says a lot about his planning ability. For a moment, she thinks she has every reason in the world to distrust him. Yet she also has reason to blindly trust his promises and that smile of great ambition, overlaid with a sense of justice similar to Eriu's. Despite her misgivings, she decides to help him and ask what the next step is. He explains that the Wizards of the Magic Tower have 2 clear objectives: assassinate President Eriu and kidnap Marie. She is the biggest force standing in their way, so one can assume they will now go for the easy mark: Marie. The good thing is that he already has a strategy in place. While this was going on, Marie was starring in a public event for her family, capturing the attention of the entire city. At first she was accompanied, but then she started to move away into a dark alley, the ideal place for an ambush. The idea was to provoke the wretches to get overconfident and act according to their own rules. But although she can feel that she is being watched, no one acts yet. Both she and Duke Gu are on the lookout for anything that may happen, but they are disappointed to see that only Alice and Waran are approaching, and no one from the Magic Tower. At the same time, deep in the forest of the Western Ranges, the twins attend a hunting mission, in which they are supposed to take care of a bunch of demonic boars. The problem is that instead of the hundreds of enemies they were promised, they met only a couple. Everything goes to hell when they smell a strange odor, like a decomposing corpse. To their horror, they meet a disciple of the Elder from the Black Tower, a sadist who, just like his master, has a sick obsession with beast people. He explains why there are no boars. He has already annihilated them, only to revive and control them at his whim. That becomes clearer when, in a matter of seconds, they find themselves surrounded with only one option: fight. Technically, they are not alone, as they are part of a mission with Origin and the rest of the rookies. But they too are surrounded by dozens of boars and hooded men, all part of the strategy to capture the twins. Origin does not seem very worried, as he knows that although they have not yet reached their potential, the twins are strong. He knows they are giving everything in battle, so he must do his part and take care of annihilating everything that tries to mess with his students. Meanwhile, in the special dormitory, the protagonist meets with Marie, wondering if the lack of movement from the magic tower means they were aware of his plan. He had deduced that the wretches intended to attack Josephine, Marie, and Ariu at the same time. However, after the Red School was eliminated, 30 wizards from the Black School disappeared without a trace. As he wonders where they might have gone, Miriam enters the room, looking as if she is ready to tell him everything. In the forest, the situation unfolds in a peculiar way. The twins take on all enemies instantly, forcing the wizards to resort to one of the darkest skills, Hell's Bar. With this, they combine multiple corpses through black magic to create a beast so large that it makes the little ones look tiny. Even though they are transformed, they realize they cannot beat the creature, and run until they are hit by one of its attacks. It knocks them down and destroys part of the forest, leaving them with no choice but to fight back. Their attacks are completely useless, because the magic behind the giant is so powerful that every minute that passes, it not only increases its strength but also doubles its resistance. When they finally retreat, they notice that it has not suffered any damage, yet they continue to fight. They remember the words of the protagonist, who confidently assured them that he had deduced the perfect method to defeat enemies stronger than himself. To do so, they had to follow 3 simple steps: attract his attention, trick him, and finally attack the weak point. It might not work at first, but they have to do it over and over again. Ren clings to the hope that they can hurt him, but everything changes when she is overcome by excruciating pain. She starts spitting blood as if she had received a major attack. The problem is, she doesn't remember when it happened. She is left paralyzed as the creature proceeds to attack. It turns out the chimera's flesh is toxic. As it tried to bite her, she is now paying the consequences. The wizard decides they should be defeated but not killed, because he needs them alive for his experiments. What he didn't count on is that the relationship between the twins goes far beyond being siblings. It is an unexplainable connection. Seeing his sister lying on the ground, Ron awakens a power he didn't know he had, and in a matter of seconds he acquires his full form. He starts to cut the creature into 1,000 pieces until it turns into porridge. Not only that, but he is so out of control that he starts crying blood, emitting an aura of pure violence. The magician is so scared that he starts at his men to kill him. Regardless of the experiments, they must get rid of the bastard if they want to live. Unfortunately for them, there is no turning back. Ron wipes out all the subordinates in one blow before finally finishing off the wizard. We don't know how much time passes, but the next thing we see is the protagonist arriving on the scene to meet a completely desperate Ron, who repeats over and over that his sister has died. Despite his anger, Corin just hugs her, revealing that the little one is still alive. Her wounds are severe, but she will recover. He comforts him as he thinks of the princess's words. As we had assumed, despite being related to the wretches, she was the one who revealed that the twins were being attacked by the magic tower. Corin went into motion, assuring her that she would be rewarded. Now, in the present, he and Organ are in charge of capturing the rest of the subordinates. The relief is great when they discover that none of the students were seriously injured, something the teacher attributes to the protagonist, as many were only able to protect themselves due to armor made of valuable magic stones. However, peace lasts for a short time. Josephine teleports along with them to warn him that the marker on the president is reacting, which means he is under attack. At that moment, Corin understands that he made a serious mistake. The Red School attacked Josephine, the Black School attacked the twins, but in neither case did they find any trace of the Golden Wizard. He concentrated so much on the objectives that he forgot the mastermind of the enemy side. Josem says that this battle will be difficult. Unlike previous clashes, where they had an advantage due to their attributes, this time it will be different. However, despite the initial panic, Corin assures her that he will succeed, because he is no longer the same weakling as before and he is not alone. The problem is that when they reach the president, he is already nearly dead. Behind his back, Corin meets not Adeline, but the owners of the 4 great treasures. At that point, the system announces that the mission Coronation of Paradise has been unlocked, activating the backup system and boosting his abilities according to the enemies he must face. There is Norix of moderate relevance, Dune and Usheda of more, and the worst of all, Balthazar of extreme relevance. The backup will boost his abilities by 740%, and the system asks him to defeat evil and save the world. A confrontation that shouldn't be possible at this point in history. However, Balthazar insists their fates have united. According to the villain, he has only come to visit the bastard, who has been ruining his plans repeatedly, and even stole one of his hidden treasures. Corin understands that maybe he should have covered his tracks a little more. But the good news is that Ariu has not yet been destroyed, an event he could not avoid either in the game or in his previous life. In both timelines, that is what happened. Ariu was killed by Balthazar, so he has to do whatever he can to get him out of there in time. The events are deviating far more from the original script, and he almost panics until he remembers that he just has to re-engineer it. He takes the initiative and attacks, taking advantage of the surprise factor to unleash his dominance. Unfortunately, Balthazar neutralizes it without the slightest effort, creating a clash of techniques known as the second domain length, which leaves them in a neutral position. Balthazar releases another domain, forcing the protagonist to respond with the same intensity, giving way to a third, a fourth, and most absurd of all, a fifth domain. Balthazar recognizes that Corin is as inked as he thought, and releases a massive amount of energy that Corin imitates exceptionally well. It is not for any technique but to initiate a direct exchange of attacks, spear to spear, fist to fist, with both practically following the same movements. Within 2 seconds, people outside the domain see only a gigantic trail of blood, followed by Corin falling to his knees with a spear stuck in his chest. The girls desperately attempt to intervene. However, this causes them to fall within the domain. Warren and Marie are taken by surprise, but Alice has already prepared her attacks, ready to use domain separation. Unfortunately, before she could do so, the blonde reminds her that this is not simple dominance. Balthazar takes her by the face and lifts her off the ground with one hand. They gain enough time for the others to move, and Warren attacks from behind, throwing a powerful blow that would have helped a lot if it hadn't been dodged. He throws her against the ground next to Alice's body. Alice is extremely injured, but as Warren's body is more resistant, Balthazar decides to play dirtier, beating her over and over until the girl tries to use her chains to immobilize his limbs. Once she has him subdued, she prepares to give him the final blow, but the bastard is so strong that he twists his body, takes control of the chains, and puts Warren out of play. He tells her that no matter how strong she is, if she is stupid, she can never win. He was ready to send her to St. Peter when her spear and all her faces are covered in a thick layer of ice by Marie's powers. Marie is not satisfied with that and releases Duke Gu to finish the job. However, before they can do anything, Balthazar removes the ice cap as if it were nothing. Using one of the 4 great treasures, the Spear of Light, he pierces the creatures in less than a second. He does not stop there, and it seems he is going to go through Marie as well. Josephine opens a portal in the girl's chest, sending the spear straight to another place so he can no longer use it. The man knows there is only one person capable of that, his old friend, Josephine. But what he doesn't know is that she is the distraction. While he asks if it isn't a little late to intervene, Corin makes his move, manifesting the sun as human, amplified to 740%. Surprised, Balthazar mentions that he died in that last attack. The fact that he is still alive can only mean he is bound by a commandment, surely something opposite to his own. However, he is not afraid because he knows Corin will never be able to maintain a solar manifestation at that level for long. Josephine opens a portal for the girls, who start to run away, followed by Corin, who takes advantage of the fact that no one will be crazy enough to get close, while they have the chance. Once they are alone, Balthazar asks if they should follow them. He only smiles, stating that no, because his spear always hits the target. That is the most convenient of his powers, the ability to always move toward the target he aimed at from the beginning. When they reach the place that is supposed to be safe, the spear returns toward them. It is about to kill Corin when Ariu intervenes, sacrificing herself for him. It would be a noble act, if only because the chances of twisting the script in a better direction disappear with it. And in a matter of seconds, the president starts to disintegrate into nothing. The protagonist falls to the ground with one thought. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change anything. After that, we are told that the first to walk on that land were the Titans of heaven. But over their dead bodies new things were made: the sun, the moon, the earth, the sea, and the beings that symbolize them, the Danann, also known as gods. These built paradise, and an era of peace passed until humans appeared, curious and passionate race, which quickly caught the attention of the Danann, who decided to grant them civilization and magic. The problem is that the ambition of humans did not stop there. They started to cut down the trees of the druids and elves, evolving to the point that they managed to take the lands away from the Danann themselves. Alone, humans are weak, but together they were strong, and their power ended the Danann era, perishing at the hands of the humans they themselves raised. The irony is that until the end, the Danann desired coexistence between humanity and the world, and that is what kept the last Danann, Ariu, alive. Ariu of Justice remained alone for a long time, guiding mankind along the path of justice. Although her disciples became great heroes, she could not help but carry the burden of loneliness of being the only one of her race in the world, so she dedicated herself to exploring ruins left by her ancestors. That is when she discovered another Danann had been left behind, Balthazar. He automatically became her greatest joy, to the point that she gave him everything she had: love, battle techniques, and treasures. She cherished him as a son, a companion, and, as murky as it sounds, a lover. But the problem is that she didn't realize that Balthazar was left behind for a reason. The Danann who desired coexistence left her, the goddess of justice, behind, while the Danann who desired the destruction of humanity left behind the god of vengeance, Balthazar. After learning the history of the world and his own identity, Balthazar began the task of exterminating all humans and creating a new paradise for the gods, betraying his teacher in a battle she won 80 years ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't a total success, as he ended up sealed in the Castle of Shadows. Although she thought it was a fair price to pay, she discovered that Balthazar was still alive, and that changed everything. Those words are part of a dialogue that Corin knows quite well, because it is the famous explanation Eriu gives him when her avatar is destroyed. In the game, the dialogue marks the beginning of a new arc in which Eriu leaves the Castle of Shadows and is eventually killed by Balthazar. Corin does not know how to avoid it, considering that in this timeline he does not have the same relationship that he had with the other. The wonder comes when she looks him in the eye and calls him disciple, while asking him to stop trying to carry the burden of the future on his own. She leaves him speechless. But instead of looking for explanations, he accepts that she knows he comes from the future. He gets right to the point, asking her to reinforce security and hide immediately. Eriu refuses to sit back because she is not a queen, she is a hero, and she has to fight. Knowing her, the protagonist knows she means it, so he kneels before her and asks her not to leave the castle, as they can change history as he has been doing so far. Despite his desperate words, Eriu embraces him, insisting that she does not plan to fight against fate. Just like the Eriu of the past, she will fight and protect him. That is her decision, and once again the protagonist tortures himself, thinking he can change nothing. He concentrates on what he can control, himself, training for days on end while his friends watch with concern, remembering how bad he looked at the president's funeral. The girls also look depressed. Marie went back south, Alice is hospitalized, and Waran is not only struggling with her defeat, but with the next one. Waran fights him to stop training, for better or worse. She only manages to convince him after threatening to give him a beating. She takes him outside to have enough space to fight together, not to make him see reason but to show him her new moves, ones with which she is able to deflect the impact of his spear with her fist alone. At that moment, the protagonist realizes that although he has never been interested in improving her martial arts, she has never needed it because of the resistance of her body. Waran is trying hard, managing to take him by surprise and crushing him to the ground. She tells him, "You are weak." At first it seems like an insult, until it starts to sound desperate. She asks him to stop putting himself in danger because he is weak, and to focus on living while she protects him. So she needs him to engrave the same symbols she has on her chest to make him stronger. Corin's first instinct is to repeat Eriu's words, insisting he has to do it on his own, but he realizes that attitude has brought him no good. By trying to solve everything on his own, he was indirectly taking his concerns out on others without giving them credit for attempting to help. Instead, he stands up because he has a lot of work to do. 2 weeks after the Magic Tower incident, the council meets to discuss what happened. Despite the actions of the red and black wizards, the high command of the tower has responded by washing their hands, claiming it was an isolated action by rebellious wizards. If that wasn't enough, the president has died, so they must choose the next one. They assume that as the office has always been within the Eriu family, they can only select the next one from the list. Everything changes when a voice claims that the next president has already been elected. They turn to meet Josephine and, surprisingly, Eriu, who warns that this chaos is just the beginning, and that the coming struggle will be a colossal war for the survival of the human species. And the Academy has the role of preparing those who will save humanity, so she has decided to assume the position of president. Everyone agrees, except Josephine, who privately warns her that Balthazar is much more powerful than the last time she faced him, because he is no longer alone. In response, Eriu admits she is aware of the danger, but cannot help but feel excited to be back. She jumps off the balcony, ready to explore the academy. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Alice tries to stand up, though the nurses warn her, as she feels frustrated at how things turned out, especially that she is the only one hurt enough to have to spend so much time in bed. She feels useless, but just when it looks like she is going to start crying, Corin appears next to her, closing the distance until she turns tomato red. Not only that, but he rubs a hard-boiled egg on her face to help with the swelling. Although it is a kind gesture, it only makes her feel more guilty that he has to waste his time taking care of a useless person. The protagonist always seems to have the right words, and he insists it is the least he can do for someone who has never hesitated a second to help him. Moreover, he is also learning to put his pride behind him, and he makes it clear that he does not hesitate to help her because he needs her to recover so that she can continue to protect him in the future. Knowing that Corin is counting on her makes her face become even redder than before. She says she is taking advantage of his goodwill to ask him to feed her. Alice is no dummy and plans to make the most of the situation, but before he can get the candy into her mouth, Waran disintegrates it with a powerful energy beam, ruining the romantic moment. From a distance, Eriu watches them, admitting that humanity is about to face the greatest crisis in all of history. However, seeing these young promises confirms to her that it is too early to give up and that her work as a teacher is not over. Balthazar may have become stronger, but she is still confident that they can win, because that has always been the function and purpose of the Academy. Several days later, the kids decide to throw a party to celebrate Alice's recovery. As usual, they rip the poor girl off, selling her ingredients at super inflated prices, but luckily Yule and the others show up with extra things to cook with. They are not the only ones who join the party, because Lunia also presents herself along with her entourage, and a lot of alcohol that minors definitely shouldn't have. For a moment it seemed like the food was going to burn, but Alice handles everything with amazing agility. Warren also stands out, preparing delicious dishes that leave everyone in awe. The problem starts when, with all the bad intention in the world, the boys ask the protagonist which dish he prefers, Alice's or Warren. The atmosphere becomes so tense that Corin knows that whatever he responds with can be used against him. He desperately attempts an exit, which presents itself when the twins arrive. The cunning guy runs to embrace them, acknowledging that they have indirectly saved his life. The boys know he didn't get them all together just to celebrate that she got out of the hospital. There has to be something more. Corin goes straight to the point, explaining that he called them to talk about the team's next targets. He begins to tell them absolutely everything that has happened so far, including the implications of the arrival of Paradise and Balthazar's macabre plan to annihilate all mankind and rebuild the world of the gods from scratch. He lets them know that officially both the Old Church and the Magic Tower have joined the enemy side. Many don't believe it to be true, but Corin insists he needs them, having called this meeting because he trusts they are strong. However, it won't be enough, so he has called Eriu to upgrade them so they can prepare to counterattack. Regardless, the reality is that the gap between them and Balthazar is still too great. They are below the enemy in weapons, troops, and combat power. Literally, the only thing they have in their favor is the script. The enemy already has and freely uses the magic cauldron Undriles, the stone of destiny Lealfall Lals, and the lance of light Eravahir. At this point, the most realistic way to compensate for that power differential is to get weapons of equal caliber. They will concentrate on that. Before their summer vacation is over, they will raid the great treasure vault of the Danann, also known as the Treasure of the Gods. Eriu explains that she will be guiding them to the site. Although this is an event that should have taken place after the collapse of the Academy and Eriu's death, by joining this battle, it was unlocked a year earlier than in the original story. They need troops, so Drone clarifies that with the proper reward his mercenaries will not hesitate to get moving. It seemed that Lunia was going to say the same, but even if she is willing to fight for her fiancé, that does not apply to her men. The sword wards are tasked with protecting the harsh northern lands, so they cannot be moved lightly, especially when facing an enemy against whom they have everything to lose. Eriu respects this decision, but she does not give up. She appears behind Lunia's back without her noticing, asking her to listen to the rest of the plan. Lunia gets defensive, asking how she intends for her people to become stronger when they already train every day. Eriu clarifies that she can assure her that they will become stronger because she will personally train them. Not just her troops, but all of them. Whatever it takes to help Corin in his mission. Lunia is not very convinced, and it seems she was about to withdraw when she changes her mind, giving the order for her men to begin preparations so the 1st Sword Battalion can be ready to act at any time. Afterward, she and the other girls withdraw, but they ask if they can really trust this Eriu. Lunia explains that she also has doubts, until she used her mind's eye to evaluate how she could attack her. At that moment she realized there was no scenario in which she could win against that woman who is undoubtedly stronger than anyone she has ever met. Eriu doesn't waste any time and asks who wants to be the first to receive her guidance. Seeing they have doubts, she offers a test match against her as a team. The first to pass are Drone, the orange-haired one, and the twins, but not even fighting together can they leave so much as a scratch. They are left lying on the ground while she begins with the first round of recommendations. To the twins, she recommends that they improve brain-body coordination. To Drone, that he reduce the number of magic swords when fighting multiple people. She imparts quick, detailed corrections that kindle that sparkle in the eyes of someone who loves to teach. Excited, the protagonist offers to go next, but Eriu tells him that he will pass last. She wants to test the 2 girls with extraordinary strength, Alice and Warren. She takes them to a special training room so they can attack freely without worrying about damage. So Alice prepares her domain, only for Eriu to cancel her attack with one hand, the same way Balthazar did. She recommends that Alice not go straight for complex skills, but start with more basic attacks. With a couple of moves, she is taken out of play, ready to take on one of Warren's overwhelming blows. The surprise here is that Eriu dodges it with absurd ease, making it clear that what Warren needs is not more strength, but more technique. She notices that they are angry and recommends they learn to control their emotions, but the little one can only think about the closeness between Eriu and Corin. Jealousy causes her to almost get out of control, but luckily Eriu overpowers her with a pair of powerful and precise punches that Warren relates to Balthazar's. Although they are equal, they feel different and much warmer, reminding her of the protagonist's movements. Speaking of the devil, when it is finally his turn, Eriu insists she has been watching his training through Eriu's eyes. so she can tell him that there is a great power inside him that he is only using as a simple energy store, without really being able to control it. Corin understands she is referring to Duke's core. Eryu reveals that he was her disciple 800 years ago. She tells him that it will not be an easy power to handle. However, she is willing to help him until he, her last disciple, becomes a hero capable of saving the world. After the protagonist and the girls fled, Duke asks Balthazar why he didn't follow them. Balthazar explains that the commandment he carries engraved on his body is to destroy the world. But not only does it offer great power, it requires many enemies and dangers worthy of them, besides having to fight like a warrior. Chasing someone who doesn't want to fight anymore and attacking from behind is inconceivable to him. It was at that moment that he met Eryu again, in what was left of Eryu's body. She realized that she was not the only one who would stand in the traitor's way, but Corin, who is designated to be responsible for stopping him in the final battle that will decide the fate of the world. Back in the present, after the training battle, she congratulates him, pointing out that he has great potential. Still, for the protagonist it is not enough, and he gets back on his feet, trying to control the demonic nature of Duke's core without much success. For now, he can only use the first demonic spear, which is not so bad, but Eryu stops him effortlessly, pointing out that his handling of Laura is too clumsy. He does not seem to understand that Duke's power is one perfected exclusively for the purpose of decapitating his opponents. That is, it is based on a principle opposite to what he is used to. As motivation, she shows him what he will one day be able to achieve if he continues to train. A clean and controlled cut, capable of traversing space itself. A bit desperate, Corin asks if she thinks he will ever be able to be at her level, or at Balthazar's. She asks him not to hold that man up as an example, because that man was her biggest mistake. And she plans to fix it. He doesn't have to compare himself to that bastard, because she herself will take care of annihilating him. Despite her strength and confidence, Corin knows what the outcome of such a confrontation will be, which is why he takes his spear and regains control of Duke's power, mentioning that in the future he lost countless times, losing people, including many mates he could have saved. Despite his guilt and desire to make things better, he doesn't risk his life for that regret. No matter how she feels about it, for his responsibility to Balthazar, he won't let himself be sacrificed, because in the world he is going to save, there must be absolutely no one missing. That includes her. He won't allow her not to be there. And as proof, he replicates the movement she showed minutes ago, letting her see that she can trust her disciple. No matter what happens, he will save her. The best part is he is not the only one motivated, because Waran and Alice appear at his back, still wounded but ready for the next selection. On the other hand, the purple-haired guy tries to convince classmates to attend the old church with him, only for everyone to reject him except the protagonist, who listens to every word he has to say about his religion with great attention to gain his trust. The purple-haired guy sees this as a sign to get closer to one of the key figures of the academy and fulfill his work as a spy. When Corin invites him on a mission together, he has no choice but to accept, and they arrive at the entrance of a cave, where he explains that there have been strange disappearances in the area. He thinks it might be the work of the goblins. Now, why is the protagonist doing side missions instead of training? Those side missions form his training, to the point where everyone else is deployed on solo missions. That explains why he invited the spy for that reason, and because he wants to keep the condemned man under watch. The purple-haired guy thinks he is a really charming person, so much so that he would follow him blindly if it weren't for Corin's questionable friendships. Waran joins them, and the boy thinks she is a despicable creature, for a demon will always be a demon. Everything changes when, by thinking ill of the girl, he is distracted and almost brutally devoured, but she doesn't hesitate a second before saving him, even taking the time to ask if he's okay, causing the boy to feel quite bad for mistrusting her. However, the interesting part is not the attack, but what attacked him. Corin notes that this monster should not have been in that cave, as it counts as goblin territory. They go further until they find a large laboratory, where they do not experiment on monsters. But the goal seems to be to fuse them with humans. The image is so grotesque that the boy wonders who could do this, but then he finds a letter with handwriting that seems familiar. Bishop Hyun Yan, one of his own leaders. Hearing movements, Corin takes charge, catching up with the person responsible, a wizard from the magic tower. None of that surprises Corin, for he already knew what was going on. His objective was to reveal the connection of the magic tower with the old church and show the purple-haired guy the darkness behind what he venerates. He also wanted to end the experiments that will eventually lead to the resurrection of the giants. And he needed to find a very important object, the head of Mata, which is indispensable for them to raid the Vault of the Gods. With that in their possession, we move to the day of the Great Mission, in which Corin arrives on his own to Magmel, the treasure island, a place that even Eryu has never fully explored. As despite being the last Danon, the mysteries of her people are more than she would ever have time to uncover. From the other side of Josephine's portal, she asks if he will really be okay alone. Corin reassures her because although the timeline changed, he has already been there, and he won't be alone. He will be accompanied by a brutal team. Waran, Alice, and Marie. who had her own solitary training in the south. With the three on his side, nothing can go wrong, except that the sight is so dreary that Alice clings to him out of fear, which Marie and Warren take advantage of to get close to. They set out to mark territory, and Corin explains that the murmurs heard are not ghosts, but the remaining thoughts of the ancient Danon. If everything is the same as last time, they will have to pass different tests left by the gods. These are divided into 3 stages. Those who fail in the first will not be able to participate in the second, and so on until the third, which is the most difficult. The key is that all team members get through the first 2 stages. The difficulty is random. Depending on the god, it can be a simple question or a mission that puts their life at risk. However, there are ways to simplify things with the head of Mata. The object belongs to a monster that the god Daga annihilated, and bringing it will most likely attract him, whose mission consists of cooking delicious food, a piece of cake, literally. The space around them changes, and they encounter neither Daga nor anyone Corin knows, but a random god he had never seen before. The god greets him kindly, explaining that the head was a trophy from a war of his father's. However, Corin brought something much more interesting. Girls in love. Angus, the god of love, appears. The girls fall unconscious and start having terrible visions. First is Alice, who sees Corin living with Lunia as a perfect couple, while she has no choice but to spy on them with pain. Angus appears, recommending that she give up and look for someone else. She is too pretty to be suffering for her sister's husband. Outside the visions, the girls are trapped inside spheres. Angus explains that they are being reduced by the object of their most longed-for desires, forbidden love. As the god of love, what he most desires is to observe a pure and beautiful love. If they manage to show him something beyond forbidden love, they will get the reward. Otherwise, they will be trapped forever in the world of illusion. According to Angus, the easiest way out is letting go of their feelings for Corin, but he finds Alice giving in to her deepest desires, so she is eliminated. Warren is found begging Corin for a child, so she is also eliminated. Angus sees the poor wretch with a sour face, calling him a shameless womanizer. In the end, only Marie remains, so he enters her vision, hoping to see a hint of pure and mature love instead of the vulgarities of the other two. She sees a typical scenario of forbidden love for a man that her best friend likes, her from falling into the same trap as Alice and Warren. Angus intervenes, taking control of Isabella's body to warn her to renounce Corin once and for all. Marie shows no signs of wanting to give up, so Angus digs into the protagonist's memories to invoke the strongest love rival of all. Sijo. Angus says it all started thousands of years ago, when he fell madly in love with a woman he had only seen in his dreams. He searched all over paradise until he found her. She transformed into a swan, but he found her once again, confirming that real love, correct, always meant to be exists. Within Marie's illusion, he thinks she is different. She is too selfish to let go of Corin, but too weak to fight against the challenge Sijo represents. Marie doesn't understand what is happening, as Sijo starts attacking her. She has been escaping for hours, while he insults her, insisting she is the most annoying of all the fools who get in the way of his love. Due to the vision, Marie's power are limited. He subdues her and threatens to use her as a lab rat if she doesn't renounce Corin. Angus warns her that the enemy Corin will face from now on is the strongest Danon, and if she stays, she will only die in vain. He insists that he is the best wizard and his support is the only way for Corin to survive. For a moment it seemed she would give in, but it is quite the contrary. She returns to her full power and attacks from behind, making it clear that she is willing to fight for the protagonist. Bleeding, Angus doesn't understand how she could use her powers to their fullest potential. His words made her see that this world couldn't be more false, because Corin has told her repeatedly that all he wants is for her to be happy. So there is no way he can agree with her abandoning him. Her helplessness is so great that she attacks at 100%. Making it clear that the only person who can make the protagonist happy is herself. A beautiful declaration that unfortunately only causes her to lose the test. Corin doesn't seem nervous at all. Only Angus is desperate, refusing to believe that girls actually feel love. And he is so convinced that his way of seeing things is right that he thinks Corin must have done something to them. He invokes hundreds of swans, explaining that here begins the real test, because if the love he feels for them is real, he should be able to identify them in less than 30 minutes. In his mind he is sure Corin can't do it, but Corin just smiles and using his orb, annihilates 150 swans, leaving only 3, those that share the same eye colors as the girls. From the expression of the birds, it is obvious he succeeded. Since he did it in less than a minute, he demands that Angus release them at once. Angus lets out a deranged smile, for he never said he would keep all 3. He must choose one, while the other 2 will be condemned to sleep there forever. According to him, that is what real love is about, but Corin lets him know he can never choose just one, because they were the ones who chose him. If that means failing the test, then he will have to annihilate him. Angus remembers his own story. Even after identifying his beloved among hundreds of swans, she never corresponded to his feelings, causing him despair. Yet he still let her go, understanding that true love is not about conquering someone, but about respecting their choices. By refusing to choose just one, Corin found the right answer, accepting the girl's love 100% without expecting them to change, respecting who they really are. Even so, he insists there is one last test, promising to leave them with Corin if he survives what is coming. Not quite understanding what is happening, Corin tells him he would prefer they stay to help him fight, but Angus says what is coming is very dangerous. The sun inside the protagonist starts reacting on its own. This could not be Angus's doing, and the protagonist knows only one person is capable of it, the king of all gods and original owner of Solaris, Nuada. He manifests himself, and while Angus bows in respect, Nuada affirms he will impose the final test. The protagonist believes it was expected. As the possessor of Solaris, he knew Nuada would appear sooner or later. The detail is that although he is not surprised by his presence, he really has no plan prepared. Because in the game it was impossible to get the item solo, and the only thing that was 100% certain was that the third challenge would be one he would have to win by force. In fact, that's why he brought the girls. But with Angus pushing them away, that became even clearer when a savage giant attacked him from behind. It was one of Nuada's invocations. In it, the god explains that this land was originally inhabited by the Titans, then came the Danan, followed by the gods, and finally humans. Among all those races, the most destructive have always been the last two. And that is why the test is to defeat the great warrior Oxgren, a demon he himself faced in the past in a battle so brutal that even though he was defeated, he lost his arm. Considering that he is a Solaris possessor, Nuada assumes that he has come looking for a particular object, the prosthesis of his left arm, which is absolutely necessary to reach 100% mastery. Although he doesn't mind if he takes it, he will have to earn it. Thus begins the battle between the demon and Corin, who tries to rationalize the matter, understanding that just like Angus, the god intends to teach him a lesson through his past experiences, as he had previously tried to help him understand the true nature of love. But this is more bestial. Since his opponent is so strong, Nuada probably wants to verify that the strength the Solaris possessor has accumulated is not only physical power, but also mental. Concentrating on that, Corin tries to devise a good strategy, in which he uses his speed to draw runes all over the demon's body and set it ablaze with high-level magic. He hopes that will be enough to hold him for a while, but it all goes to hell when the demon emerges completely unharmed, so he tries a different strategy, and takes advantage of the enemy's simplistic movements to catch him by surprise with agile spear strikes. The problem is that the wretch's body is so massive that he is able to hold the blade with his muscles alone, forcing him to drop the spear and advance the tricks he had reserved for the end of the battle. Since the beginning of the fight, while it seemed he was only dodging, Corin dedicated himself to tracing runes across the entire battlefield. To what end? Basically to create the perfect setting that allows him to summon the sun with his own strength. Unlike all the previous times where he practically succeeded by sheer luck, he finally learns how to manifest it on his own, and it seems like victory is his, until out of nowhere, the sun simply disappears. For a moment, Corin wonders if he did something wrong, but then he remembers there is someone else who can manipulate the sun besides him, Nuada. Upon turning around, he discovers that the god stole his star move as a way to distract him, ensuring things turn out exactly as destined. How so? By taking the victory against the demon in exchange for his arm. Corin falls to the ground bleeding and focuses on stopping the hemorrhage by cauterizing the edge of the wound. The problem is that the god doesn't even allow that. He watches him bleed out, while explaining that the throne of the divine king, inherited by the kings of the Danan since ancient times, can only be held by someone with a body completely intact, not a single wound, not a single scar. So, after having lost his arm to the demon, he had to abandon his post as king of the Danan. Even so, he didn't care because he had defeated all the demons, and the peaceful era of the gods had begun. His heart was at peace until everything was ruined by humans, who reduced their achievements and aspirations to nothing. With that clear, he explains that most of the gods there share the same ideals as Eriu, but not all of them. And he can tell you for sure that he hates this new world that humanity has created. That is why he snatches Solaris and prepares to attack, while making it clear that the thing he wants most in that world is to see the world that Balthazar is about to create. To understand this a little better, one must keep in mind that the Danan are beings embodied by concepts. Eriu represents justice, Angus represents love, and Nuada represents leadership, destined from his core to become the king. So like the sun that illuminates everything, he ruled for centuries until he lost his arm, and despite the low blow of losing the throne, he regretted it because his sacrifice was what guaranteed victory against the demons. However, he does have regrets, not having destroyed humanity when he had the chance. They used the fire they had been granted against them, betraying them in every way possible, and yet some naive Danan decided to trust them and leave Eriu behind to repair the relationship between the two species. Yet what sounds like a noble act is only the fruit of absurd illusions that he plans to destroy once and for all. With that said, he attacks Corin, who barely has the strength to dodge, and as best he can, he tries to explain that it is unfair to compare present humanity with those who betrayed him in the first place. And seeing that he isn't listening, he tries to make him understand by force. But the difference in levels is so absurd that with a single blow the god stamps him against the ground, while insisting that they are all the same. Selfish beings who always look for any excuse to fight and ruin the world. And he is sure that eventually they will turn this place into a hell. So before that happens, he will take it upon himself to restore peace by force. After that, he launches an attack that could easily have turned Corin to ashes. However, before seeing the result, he remembers the incident of the Rodion massacre, in which over 100,000 people were massacred by Sijo, while he, limited by his own weakness, remembers it very well as the cries and lamentations of his friends pleading for the survivors, the unjust death of Mare, and all those who died because he did nothing. And from those regrets he learned that weakness is no excuse to stand by with his arms crossed. That is why, despite having everything to lose, he gathers the strength to stop the god's blow, willing to fight tooth and nail if necessary. Between surprised and disgusted, he asks him why he doesn't give up. To which Corin simply replies that he carries too heavy a burden to die in a place like that. Against all odds, he stands up, proving that this is just beginning. In response, Nuada admits he saw all his memories as soon as he arrived. That includes the way he eliminated Sijo, Balthazar's original opponent. So he acknowledges that he has had many exceptional experiences for a human. However, compared to Sijo, he is still weak. He extends Solaris over his body, showing him the final stage to maximize the power of the sun. True solar understanding, in which the sword and the sun itself compress and permeate the prosthesis of his left arm, threatening to annihilate him right there. Nuada advises him to surrender, but Corin ignores him, recognizing that he is weak and has never pretended to be a perfect hero. Just one capable of creating a world where ordinary people can live their lives as they please. For the last time, Nuada warns him to surrender and prepares to deliver a mighty blow with the power of the sun compressed in his hand. But Corin doesn't give up and responds by clashing forces with the tip of his spear, something that should be technically impossible. The god himself doesn't understand how he hasn't been reduced to ashes, to which Corin explains that he can resist not by force but by the power of his commandments. First commandment, duty. I will not turn a blind eye to the misfortunes of good people. At first, a rule he imposed on himself just to become stronger, but it wasn't until he started to enforce it that he understood the magnitude of what that meant. That the power of everyone he has ever protected will always be tied to him. From the moment he decided to side with Balthazar, the commandments began to help him non-stop, because there is nothing more opposed to the commandments than taking the lives of innocent people in an idealized future. Thanks to that strength, Corin manages to free the core of his power, and motivated by his unwavering conviction, he attacks again, claiming that he will save the world. Unfortunately, the next thing we see is his body falling to the ground as it turns to ashes. Although it seems that is the end, Nuada notices the large dimensional cut on his back and decides to call the Danon of healing to take care of his wounds. However, his thinking hasn't changed. He believes the world must be balanced by great power, and he doubts he can beat Balthazar. But after seeing those abilities, he admits that he is curious to see how many lives he is able to save. Without saying anything else, the healer regenerates his arm, but also wraps it with a prosthesis, which is more than enough confirmation that he has passed the test, and now they just have to see how far his determination will go. Corin wakes up, coming face to face with the god of healing, while he begins to piece together what happened, including the fact that Nuada let him live, insisting that he would give him the opportunity to prove the results of his convictions. He doesn't even need to think about it anymore, because the god shows him the prosthesis, confirming that he passed the test and is now the owner of the Eidglam, which in his case will function as armor. And among its properties is the fact that it never breaks and is capable of containing unlimited power. Equipping it with Elixirs increases mana by 200%. In the game, Corin remembers that it is a hidden piece used by Balthazar's strongest subordinate, Eocade, but now that it is in his power, the enemy's potential will certainly be diminished. And happier than ever, Corin asks to have the girls returned to him. However, the god tells him no, because first he has to meet some more characters. The fact that he has been recognized by the king of the Danon changes everything, to the point where the rest of the gods have come to meet him to bestow more rewards, including the god of healing, Dagna the earth god Angus, who will bestow his gifts on the girls, and the sea goddess, as well as the owner of the entire treasure island. And so, Corin ends up with 3 extra items in his possession. However, the most shocking thing about the situation is that they are joined by a Danon he never expected to meet. The one whose hatred for humans is so great that he left Balthazar to destroy mankind, the Danon of light, Lu. It is clear that he has already given everything Balthazar owned, so he has nothing to give him but the promise that if he manages to defeat his successor, he will be able to keep all the objects he already possesses. That leaves Corin speechless, because in the game itself it was clearly stated that Lu's treasure was not something a player could obtain. So he asks why he decided to support him. Something Lu asks him not to misunderstand. His opinion has not changed. However, having been recognized by Eryu and Nuada, the battle between him and Balthazar will be one of equal warriors, so it is not for them to take sides. That said, he also says something that leaves Corin thinking. Whatever the result, the wish of the Danon will be fulfilled. And after that, he takes a look at the items. The red spear, a powerful snake venom, and the legendary harp. More than enough for them to call the mission a success. With such loot, they return to the academy, where the girls reveal that Angus was kind enough to give them items, even though they didn't even pass the test. And although at first they don't share the details of what they received, we can get an idea. Corin and Marie are having a romantic moment, only for a demonic cat to start doing everything to separate them. And that little cat is none other than Garant, who takes advantage of the fact that she is now able to transform at will to get closer to Corin, without the rest of the girls being able to do much about it. Now, the important thing here is that despite the impending war, the atmosphere of the academy feels quite relaxed, with the students, and especially Corin's team, taking advantage of the fact that classes can be replaced with missions to gain as much experience as possible. There we see that apart from Corin and the girls, some of his friends were also able to get treasures on the island, like Drone, who got a legendary sword so broken that it makes carrying out missions easier than ever. That, plus Marie lending them a weaver to move around, allows him to advance at an absurd pace. And it's all smooth sailing until Corin notices that they haven't seen the purple one for several days, which can only mean that the next stage is about to begin. For his part, he is in a meeting with Bishop Heyman, whom he informed that he has joined Corin's team and has obtained enough information. But he also confronts him, asking if he has really been working with those from the Magic Tower, kidnapping and sacrificing children. The boy's tone is pure desperation, hoping what he saw is a lie. However, the bishop does not deny it, making it clear that even the way of God requires some sacrifice. Although it is obvious that he does not agree, the boy says nothing and just leaves, leaving the bishop with only one thought in mind. He is going to have to get rid of the boy as soon as he gets the chance, and he is sure that all the humiliations he has suffered lately must have had some purpose. All those failures can't be in vain, and that's why he must keep going, no matter what. For her part, Estelle has a call with one of the leaders of the new church, whom she informs that the transfer of all the sinners they caught in the last mission is proceeding smoothly, as the idea is to take them to the Holy Land to be judged with all its harshness. That includes everyone from the Magic Tower, but her confidence is dashed when she meets her sister wearing a red robe, with an attitude suggesting she is planning something no good. With that in mind, we move on to the day the transfer of all the prisoners is to be carried out, composed of a large procession of several carriages led personally by Estelle, who keeps blessing the road at all times. Generally, one does not expect the saint to participate in something like that, but given that high-profile figures are among the prisoners, it is necessary. That becomes even clearer when, after a few hours, the procession is attacked. In a matter of seconds, everything turns into chaos. However, Estelle does not hesitate to make her own move, which is to not go herself to the cage where the elders and high-level figures are. Without saying a word, she opens the cage, and they don't think twice before taking advantage of that to attack. Although they think that would be enough, she comes out of the fire without a single scratch, as her power as a saint grants her the ability to perform all kinds of miracles to protect her from any injury, and most importantly, gives her the strength to retaliate, becoming practically invincible. After that, the whole area becomes complete chaos, and the soldiers notice that Estelle has disappeared, so they start searching for her desperately until one of them finds her standing in front of the bodies of those who seconds ago tried to kill her, and others, a complete slaughterhouse. The most surprising thing is that upon hearing them approaching, she only smiles, asking for a situation report. After confirming that none of her men have lost their lives, she decides that she has already executed the most dangerous ones. The best thing to do is to abandon the other minor prisoners and retreat. Automatically, the soldier insists that it is too soon for that, but although he seems like just a concerned subordinate, everything changes when Estelle realizes that she has never seen that man in her life. Seeing that he can no longer continue with the farce, he reveals who he really is, the Golden Wizard of the Magic Tower, Adeline. And in a matter of seconds, he immobilizes her with a powerful magical seal. In a change of scenery, the result of that encounter is clear, for all the newspapers speak of one thing: the Saint Estelle has been kidnapped. Without wasting time, the royal family and the new church join forces to rescue her, convening 7 elite organizations: the Red Brotherhood, Rondas, the Knights of Fianna, the Modern Magical Research Society, the Iron Warhammer, the Army of the North, and of course, Corin's team, the Guardians of Corin, who from the very beginning are underestimated by the others, who see them as mere children until they discover that they are probably stronger than them, and that they have already been classified as first-rank guardians. Of course, they have just been promoted, as the whole process was expedited due to the kidnapping. But that does not take away their merit, since knowing what was coming, Corin made sure everyone met the conditions beforehand so as not to miss out on one of the game's best events, the subjugation of the Magic Tower. Once all the members of the team are gathered, the president of the Guardian Association updates them on the situation, making it clear that they don't expect them to work for free, as the kingdom has promised a great reward. They will have the right to unlimited plunder, meaning they will be able to take anything from the Magic Tower, whether it be resources, materials, or people. In short, there is the possibility that they will claim the wizards as their slaves, and that idea excites some of the warriors so much that they threaten Corin, insisting that they will not hesitate to annihilate the newcomers and insist on meddling. Others think it is a good thing that Estelle has been kidnapped, making it clear that they are not after her, but their own interests. That is the kind of trash that the elite guardians are. But Corin tells Marie that the best thing is to ignore them and focus on what really matters. Besides, even though he doesn't say it out loud, he knows that if things continue like this, those bastards are destined to die. Anyway, why is this mission as simple as everyone thinks? It turns out the Magic Tower is on the main island of the Iron Islands, made up of at least a dozen other mini-islands they'll have to conquer in order to reach the goal. In the game, the members of the Magic Tower were so well prepared for the attack that most Guardians couldn't even land. In seconds, the vanguard was wiped out, and even the main force suffered casualties, leaving only 40% of the warriors before they could advance, making the mission the greatest failure in the history of the Guardians, one that was destined to be repeated the moment they fell into the great magic circle around the first island. However, before they could enter the attack zone, a great storm began to divert the ship's course, leaving the magicians baffled to see that the situation was already a disaster, and they hadn't even done anything. Well, it seemed like a disaster, because the reality is that everything was planned and controlled by Corin and the legendary harp, which creates magical effects depending on the genre of the song it plays. That's why as soon as the first song starts, an intense piece of rock music, the result is pure chaos. However, the plan is just beginning because they join the party, and with their swords they cut the lifeboats loose, so that they can flee before falling victim to Corin or the wizards of the Magic Tower. Because yes, in this case, the plan was to save all the troops, forcing them to retreat by force. Despite the absolute level of destruction left behind, we can say that it worked, because at the base when the official report comes, all the blame is attributed to the Magic Tower, and although half the vessels were destroyed, there was not a single death on the part of the Alliance. Once the madness is over, we discover that Corin even made sure there were enough lifeboats, and the very ones who were insulting him before are now so relieved that they recognize the music saved their lives. Well, it's all very strange, but the point is that everyone who had been destined to die survives thanks to Corin, who thinks that no matter how greed blinded them momentarily, he could not let them die. Especially when they have in their hands the ability to improve, at least a little, the outcome of one of the deadliest events in the game. And now, since the subjugation of the Magic Tower is not only crucial to finish off the enemies and rescue Estelle, but in the main lore it is there that all the secrets of the world will come to light. The darkest aspects of the organization, and perhaps most importantly, Balthazar's plans. Thanks to that, the chance of defeating him improves, all while Estelle remains safe and sound waiting to be rescued. Meaning, now that he's avoided this first round of deaths, everything should go well, except for one thing that even he doesn't imagine. And that is that in this timeline Estelle isn't as safe as she seems, and Dunlop brutally cuts off part of her arm, making it clear she won't come out of that intact. Final of the season. Chapter 91. Well folks, I hope this brightened your day, brought a smile to your face, or so simply kept you company. If so, please leave a like, a nice comment, and subscribe if you haven't yet. I'm making all announcements on Instagram if you want to follow me, and more videos will come out here if you want to see more. Thank you for everything. I love you a lot.